The winter had arrived, and the nights were cold and snowy. One night, a young boy named Estio was lying in his bed when he heard someone calling for help. He got up and tried to locate the source of the sound. He heard someone shouting that they didn't want to die. Without hesitation, Estio decided to go outside and find the person in distress. As he stepped out, he noticed glowing orbs of light in the air, leading him in a particular direction. Following these lights, he came across a stunning black cat sitting in the snow. They made eye contact, and suddenly, the cat started coughing up blood. Estio gently patted the cat, holding it close to his chest, and whispered for it to stop crying and rest peacefully. Fast forward to the morning, Estio woke up in his bed, feeling the cold. His older brother Terriot knocked on the door, calling his name. Terriot barged in and demanded to know how long Estio intended to sleep under his blanket. Our protagonist didn't utter a word and got up, with his brother telling him to hurry and come outside. Still wrapped in his blanket, Estio's brother snatched it away, commenting on Estio's unpleasant smell. Estio smelled his sweater and gazed out the window, dreading the fact that he had to leave the house. It was the day of the coming-of-age ceremony in his hometown, Selbia, where he was born and raised. Every first Sunday of the year marked this significant event, celebrating the young people turning 19, the legal age of adulthood set by the empire. The ceremony aimed to wish them a prosperous adulthood. Descending the stairs, Estio saw some people preparing for something. His sister, Rosette, approached and jokingly thought he looked like a ghost due to his tired appearance. Rosette sniffed him and, as his older brother had mentioned earlier, she couldn't ignore the unpleasant odor. Rose playfully covered her nose and teased him about his unkempt hair, fearing people might mistake him for a beggar. Estio's father agreed, emphasizing that he needed to look presentable, especially since the ceremony was in his honor. Rosette pushed her brother aside, concerned about being seen with him, and reminded him to take a bath before coming out. Estio stood there, pondering how rude his siblings were for waking him up and demanding that he clean up. A few minutes later, he went to a well, contemplating the idea of using ice-cold water for his bath. He poured the water over his head and began washing himself. Suddenly, he heard a soft meow and wondered if it was the black cat he had named Suki. As he gazed up, a piece of cloth fell onto his face. Estio noticed Suki sitting on the roof. Suki, as if speaking, claimed it was a gift. However, when Estio examined the fine piece of cloth resembling a royal robe, he asked her where she had gotten it. Suki insisted it was a gift, but after he pleaded with her to be truthful, she admitted that someone had given her the robe. She then jumped down, scratching her head on Estio's leg, and said she got it but now wanted to give it to him. They locked eyes, and Estio had a vision of a small girl screaming. She was about to be hit by a horse-drawn cart when Suki swiftly leaped to her rescue. The girl fell to the ground, and her mother rewarded Suki with a beautiful robe as a token of gratitude for saving her daughter. This was how Suki got the robe, and Estio now believed her. He caressed Suki and praised her for saving the little girl. Then he put on the robe, which felt fantastic. Estio learned that Suki had regularly been helping him by bringing odd gifts, medicine when he was ill, or food when he was starving due to a poor harvest. While he petted Suki a bit more, a bird named Firia arrived with her friends, including birds, butterflies, a dog named Ben, and another dog, Ricky, who had just had puppies. Estio cautioned Ricky to be careful since it was a bit cold outside. As he turned around, he realized that Suki had disappeared. A little later, a beautiful blonde girl named Bella approached Estio and called his name. Bella appeared nervous and confused, asking Estio who he was. He anticipated that she might not remember him, but suddenly, Bella recognized his voice and inquired if he was Estio. She immediately asked if he was going to the ceremony that day, and upon confirmation, Bella asked if they could go together. They agreed to attend the ceremony together. Now we see many people seated at their tables, drinking and eating, but mostly drinking. One man asked where Estio was, and his sister claimed he was being sluggish. She told him to freshen up, which was probably the reason for his lateness. Everyone suggested starting without him, but then a man named Louis exclaimed that Bella had not arrived yet. The ceremony participants agreed, saying they wouldn't begin without a lovely lady like her, fearing she would be very upset if they did. A few minutes later, Bella and Estio arrived, looking great. Louis immediately told Bella he didn't think she would come. Bella explained her shoelace had snapped, making her late. Louis asked if she fell or got hurt, and Bella reassured him that she was fine. She also mentioned meeting Estio on her way, which didn't seem to make Louis too happy. Estio greeted Louis, saying it had been a while. After a moment of silence, Bella suddenly grabbed Estio's hand and pulled him with her. As she did this, Estio saw glimpses of her past and the encounters with various men who had asked to marry her. She was tired of it, and wondered if there was something new and fresh, like a charming prince who would love and cherish her, like in a novel. Estio got confused, and when Bella asked if he was okay, he backed up, slapping her hand. Bella asked if he was angry for grabbing his hand without permission and apologized. As he tried to explain himself, she stood there, a bit concerned, thinking he didn't like her. People around them started cheering and celebrating the children who had become adults that day. Bella and Estio, with empty jugs, started talking and thanked each other for the company. As they conversed, Louis observed them, wondering how and when Estio got his new clothing, thinking it looked quite expensive, likely a gift from his parents. While sipping his drink, Louis overheard a conversation between Estio's parents, realizing that they hadn't bought the clothing. Losing patience, Louis slammed his beer on the table and asked Estio where he got the clothing. Estio, with no expression on his face, replied that it was a gift from a friend. Louis pressed on, asking who that friend was, pushing him to tell the truth. Finally, Estio said our protagonist probably stole the clothing, which made everyone in the room stare at him. Estio felt pressure, imagining everyone in the room forcing him to tell the truth and fearing that they would beat him up. Louis cynically continued asking questions, but everyone in the room continued to wonder if he really stole the clothing. Estio wanted to say the clothing wasn't stolen but couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. He looked at Bella, but her expression showed she believed he had stolen something. Suddenly, a young child called him a monster and threw something, hitting Estio's head. Then, someone threw something at a lantern above him, and red liquid splashed all over him, ruining his fine clothes. As he wiped his face, the children started calling him a monster, and his parents and siblings were on their way to leave the ceremony. Estio had secretly hoped for a different outcome, but now he realized there was no place for him there. The next morning, he woke up, curled up in bed, and suddenly started laughing frantically as tears streamed down his cheeks. Estio packed his clothes in a bag and decided to leave. He climbed the nearest hill, looked back at his house, and thought it didn't matter. He had to go, as leaving seemed like the best choice. A few minutes later, he reached a crossroads, wondering which way to choose. At that moment, a man riding a carriage appeared and asked why he was traveling by foot in the cold. He suggested Estio hop in, and Estio accepted the offer, joining the man for a ride. Out of nowhere, Suki appeared on the carriage's roof, bringing joy to Estio. Estio was lost in thought about leaving his hometown on the night of his coming-of-age ceremony. The next morning, the carriage abruptly stopped, and Estio woke up to find someone sitting in front of him. The knight asked why he looked surprised and assumed he was a country boy. Estio remained silent and observed the two giant swords, wondering if the person guarded the carriage. The person realized Estio was quiet but continued to talk, saying they went through the trouble of letting him in, so he should introduce himself. Estio complied, introducing himself. The person then made a joke about his name, calling him Esto, but Estio didn't find it funny. Finally, the person introduced herself as Lena and asked if her introduction was meant to be funny. Estio nervously nodded, and Lena continued, asking why he was heading to the city and whether he was seeking a job. She cautioned him that finding a job in the city was challenging and advised against expecting to hit the jackpot. Finding a job in the city was challenging and advised against expecting to hit the jackpot. Estio admitted he hadn't thought that far and had no clear goals or talents, even with his abilities. Lena inquired if he was good at anything, and Estio mentioned his skill in handling animals. Lena asked if he was trying to join a circus. Estio said something different from what he meant, and he had the unique ability to understand what others were thinking. Lena, who was with him, laughed suddenly, making him realize that no one else had the same power to read people's thoughts and memories. Now, we find out that Suki wasn't actually speaking to Estio's humans do. He could read her thoughts and memories. He could see and hear people's thoughts, even if he didn't want to. He thought it was a power that no human should have. A few minutes later, Lena jumped out of the carriage and called Estio. She reported that the horses were causing a problem and wouldn't move, likely because they were tired. 3 hours later, Lena bought some bread and returned to the carriage, snacking on her bread. Estio was frustrated, suggesting they should kill the horses and get a new carriage. Lena remembered that Estio claimed he could read everyone's minds, so she grabbed his hand and insisted that they go. She explained that if he really was a mind reader, he should read the horses' minds. Estio said the horses needed to concentrate hard for him to hear them. Lena, ignoring his complaints, thought it was cool and encouraged him to listen to the horses. The merchant was whipping the horses to force them to move, but they wouldn't budge. Estio politely asked the merchant to wait a moment so he could check on the horses. The merchant asked what Estio had said, and he replied that it would only take a moment. The merchant agreed, and Estio approached the horses. One of them seemed very upset, so our protagonist gently asked what was wrong. Suddenly, glowing balls and particles appeared, much like when he met Suki, and Estio could now read the thoughts of the horses. The horse explained that it was scared because something big and dangerous was ahead, ready to attack them. Our protagonist asked what exactly was so scary, and the horse replied, describing a monstrous, gray creature with sharp teeth and white fur, much larger than the horses. He mentioned that an attack from this creature would lead to heavy casualties and was the reason the horses had stopped. Lena had started to imagine the monster described by Estio, and the merchant questioned whether there was truly a monster up there. He found it hard to believe Estio's words. So, he approached Lena, and they began talking. A moment later, Lena revealed that she knew about a large creature that could be seen on the snow-covered mountain. This creature was a white-furred monkey named Khalid. The merchant agreed, explaining that it was a rare species, but not a monster, just a wild animal. Therefore, there was no reason for the horses to be afraid. Lena mentioned that the horses wouldn't move anyway, so there was nothing they could do about it. She then invited Estio to accompany her. Half an hour later, she gathered a few people to join them in a mission to find the white-fur monkey. Lena took Estio's hand and said they needed to hurry. When Estio questioned why he was going with her, she replied with a smile that they might need a translator for this expedition. Estio realized that, according to the horses, the creature might be more than just a white-fur monkey. It could be a violent monster or something even worse. He deliberately didn't reveal the extent of his abilities, allowing people to think he could merely understand animal emotions. His family disliked him after discovering his ability to read their thoughts, causing him to become disinterested in other people, even those who seemed to trust him. The group of 6 continued their journey through the misty mountains. When night fell, one of them used magical light to illuminate the path. Shortly after, a massive monkey-like creature appeared in front of them. The creature threatened them, saying it would kill all the humans. Everyone froze, and Estio realized that to understand a creature's emotions without physical contact, it needed to have a strong will. Since he could sense its murderous intent from a distance, the creature was undeniably powerful. Estio calmly suggested they turn back and leave, but Lena insisted it was the only path they could take. Drawing her swords, she asked if there were any other monsters out there, to which Estio replied that there weren't, but the one in front of them was undoubtedly dangerous. Lena brandished her swords, and the others readied their weapons. When a bold archer shot an arrow into the creature's hand, it roared even louder and sent him flying, causing panic among the group. The monster had tried to grab and crush him, but Estio stepped in and told it to stop. He assured the creature that everything was okay and asked it to calm down. Miraculously, it worked. Just as they were making peace, Lena leaped out from behind, thinking she was saving Estio, and sliced the monster's back. The animal screamed, fell to its knees, and then quickly fled. They all started chasing it, but Estio sat down, pondering why he had intervened. It was only for a moment, but if the monster lost its life, it would be all his fault. As he sat on the ground, he could feel the creature's fear and its longing for its mother. At that moment, he realized he had to go and rejoin his team. Estio took a different path and discovered the animal's footprints in the snow, leading to a cave. It was eerily quiet, so he thought the warriors hadn't found it yet. He cautiously entered and was hit by a strong smell of blood. A thought came up about helping Niju, but the cat suggested leaving her alone. Estio argued that Niju was injured and could die if found. Suki reluctantly agreed, and they returned to the cave. They found Niju asleep. Estio used his robe from the bag Suki brought to cover himself, and tried to keep Niju warm. As he left the cave, Suki suddenly appeared and scolded him for getting into trouble so often. They had a brief chat, and Suki started to leave. Estio asked where she was going, and she said she was heading to the carriage. Niju mentioned it didn't matter anymore because she felt fine now. She didn't want revenge if it involved using human money. She decided to go to sleep, and Estio wished her a good night. She expressed her anger and her initial desire to kill all humans, but after Estio's arrival, her perspective completely changed. Estio admitted it was his fault because he used to control Niju's emotions. Niju asked if he could really do that, and Estio replied he wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed like he could read and control emotions, and that's what he did back then. This question moved Estio to tears, and he said it wasn't possible. Niju then asked if she could get revenge with money, and after confirming she could, she began to cry, realizing the darkness of money. Our protagonist explained that he hadn't come to harm anyone, he just felt compelled to enter the cave. Niju said the humans had killed her mother, and she couldn't understand why one human would kill another. Estio mentioned it could be because of money, and Niju asked what money was. After explaining that money was something that could be used to acquire anything one wanted, Niju asked if she could use the money to reunite with her mother and family. This question moved Estio to tears, and he said it wasn't possible. Niju then asked if she could. Since then, Niju's hatred for humans has grown, and it wants to kill every human it encounters. The monkey asked Estio if he was its mother, but Estio said he wasn't. Niju asked who he was, and after introducing themselves, Niju inquired if Estio had come to kill it. As she woke up, they offered her some food and let her play with their baby. The lady said that their baby, as pretty as the snow, would be named Niju. A few days later, armed men entered the cave, and the lady told Niju to hide. The men approached and killed her, and Niju witnessed it all. In the memory, a group of monkeys had found an unconscious girl on a mountaintop. They decided to pick her up and bring her to their cave. After a few more steps, he found himself face to face with the wounded monster, which was looking away. Glowing light orbs appeared, allowing Estio to see into the white fur monkey's memories. A while later, Suki told the protagonist to go back to the carriage. Estio stayed quiet and tried to sleep next to Niju. Suddenly, Suki transformed into a big cat, more like a tiger, and blamed Estio for getting sick. She curled up next to him, and they all fell asleep. In another scene, there was a room with scattered papers and test tubes. Two scientists stood in front of Suki in her larger form, and they deemed her a failed experiment, ordering her execution. They hurt her and left her in the snow to die. She transformed into a small kitten, freezing in the cold. The protagonist arrived and saved her, giving her the name Suki. A few hours later they woke up. Estio thanked Suki for being there for him and assured her that he was fine. She transformed back into a kitten, which amazed him. Niju woke up too and looked at Suki with happiness. Niju became a bit jealous and asked Estio how long he planned to keep Niju by his side. He replied that Niju was likely fine now, and the wound on her back appeared to be healed. There didn't seem to be any groups chasing her. He patted Niju and told her to take care. Niju called his name, and Suki expressed amazement that she could talk. Niju asked if they could go together now, and the protagonist asked if she was sure about that. Niju playfully touched his head, and the protagonist said he didn't mind if she went, but he warned that it might be dangerous, and he might not be able to protect her. She began to flex and declared her intention to protect him, but Estio clarified that wasn't what he meant. Niju then expressed her fear of being alone in the cave and mountains. She wanted to go to the city where there were lots of humans. Estio asked if she'd feel scared or angry around people, which made Niju panic. Estio could read her thoughts, and she thought she might get angry if she encountered the enemies who killed her family. However, she decided that meeting other people would be fine. Estio cautioned her about potential dangers from humans, but Niju smiled, saying it would be a good reason to get angry at humans. Our protagonist could read Suki's mind as she pondered what he should do, so he decided to bring Niju with them. Now, we see a beautiful city called Galasia, and our protagonist and Niju walk its streets. They stopped in the middle of a bustling market, and Estio wondered where Suki was. Moments later, they heard someone calling, and 2 officers arrived, insisting that Estio needed to leash his medium-sized animal. They warned him about white fur monkeys and handed him a leash, suggesting he use it. Estio felt uncomfortable, but Niju reassured him, so he put the leash on Niju's neck to satisfy the officers. They also noticed Niju's intelligence and advised him to take good care of her. Our protagonist apologized to Niju for the treatment, but she compared Estio to her mother, who also apologized frequently, and said sorry meant, "I love you." Estio smiled and crouched down to continue talking with her. Soon after, they embarked on a job search. Every shop owner refused to hire Estio, citing his appearance and the fact that he had a large beast with him. One shop owner suggested he join a guild, as they might find a suitable job for him. Initially puzzled, Estio soon understood that guilds took on various requests and were likely to find a job that suited him. Focusing on this advice, he headed to the center of town and found the Ignis Guild building. As he was about to enter, a friendly blonde lady greeted him and welcomed them to the Ignis Guild, ensuring customer satisfaction. She advised them to visit the right window for inquiries about requests and to get a waiting ticket. Estio approached her, and she smiled when she heard they were looking for new guild members. She told him to go upstairs and fill out an application form. She kindly offered to help if he had trouble reading, but Estio said he could read just fine. After thanking her and bowing, he headed up the stairs. On the second floor, they were stopped by a man with a mustache. The man asked Estio if he was there to apply for the guild, thinking he might be inexperienced. Estio explained that he came because he heard they were accepting new members and mentioned that the guild takes on requests and solves them. The man, who turned out to be Hawk, the branch manager of Ignis Guild in Galatia, introduced himself. Estio introduced himself as well and handed over his documents. Hawk mentioned they were short on manpower due to an increase in requests, so he'd be open to hiring almost anyone. He asked about Estio's hometown, and Estio said he was from the river region. Hawk joked about whether the entire river was his hometown, and Estio clarified that he was from Selbia. Looking at the documents, Hawk asked if Estio's specialty was handling animals, to which Estio replied, something like that. Hawk advised him not to use vague phrases in the future, and said he needed to understand Estio's abilities to assign suitable tasks. Estio revealed that he could read the hearts of animals, which intrigued Hawk. While there were various types of ability users in the world, like magicians, elementalists, alchemists, healers, and swordsmen, Estio's ability to read animals' hearts was unique. Hawk considered that this ability might be more useful in understanding humans. Hawk acknowledged that if he had known Estio was an ability user, he wouldn't have needed such a detailed interview. Hawk saw Estio as a potential asset, a hidden card worth taking a chance on for a job. He then sent Estio to a person who collected animals and lived on Shark Road. Hawk explained that this animal collector had bought some rare animal species recently, but he had trouble taking care of them. If Estio could really understand animals, he might be able to help. Estio simply nodded, and Hawk added that if he completed the job successfully, he would receive a guild coin from the animal collector. This guild coin would serve as proof of his success. Hawk handed Estio the necessary documents, and told him to bring back that coin. They took a walk outside, and as Estio looked at the piece of paper, his animal companion, Niju, sniffed something and pointed in one direction. She indicated that their destination was in that direction. Estio thanked her, and Niju felt very happy to be of help to her master. They walked down the street and eventually found the collector's house. Some dogs were barking in front of the house. Estio and Niju crouched down to greet them, though Niju seemed a bit menacing. Estio assured them not to be scared, as he wouldn't harm them. He explained that he had come to meet the owner of the house. The dogs calmed down, and he patted them. The dogs mentioned that they weren't scared anymore and asked for his name. Estio introduced himself. A moment later, the owner of the dogs arrived and asked if Estio was the person who could help him. Estio explained that he had been sent by the Ignis Guild. The man, after witnessing how Estio handled the dogs, thought that Estio might indeed have the unusual ability to control animals. He asked Estio to follow him. A minute later, they entered the animal shelter, which was full of cages. There was also a dragon-like animal in one of the enclosures. The owner asked Estio if he knew why it was agitated and restless. He explained that it was a rare and expensive breed that was hard to obtain. It had been fine when it first arrived, but it had stopped eating, and the owner was becoming desperate. Estio gazed at the creature and said it was still a young animal. Upon hearing these words, the collector got angry and asked why Estio was stating the obvious. He added that if the animal wasn't properly trained when young, it could become hostile, making it impossible to sell to the nobles. Estio continued to observe the small animal, and the collector wondered why Estio was unfazed. Estio explained that the animal was in pain, but he didn't know exactly where. Suddenly, he felt pain in his chest and screamed. The collector asked if Estio was in pain, but Estio clarified that it was the animal's pain transferring to his body. The man looked at him, confused by the situation. Then, Estio had a vision of the creature at the bottom of the ocean. The collector had yelled, interrupting his thoughts. Estio had explained that the creature's heart had been melting. The man had angrily asked what he was talking about, and Estio had further explained that the creature in front of them usually lived in a very cold environment. So if it stayed in dry dirt and sawdust, it would have suffocated to death. The collector had yelled and insulted Estio, saying that Drakes lived in the desert. Estio had said that its heart was made of ice and was melting, but the man still couldn't believe him. Then the man remembered putting Drake in a cage, and Drake not understanding why he had to spend his time in a hot environment. Estio had taken a shovel and tried to open the terrarium, but the collector had told him to bring in some snow from outside. He had then taken Drake and put him in an aquarium, and Drake had immediately felt much better. The man had then yelled at Estio to go outside and bring some snow as soon as possible. With a worried expression on his face, Estio had rushed outside with a shovel, doing his best to save little Drake. He had taken some snow with a shovel and brought it inside. The man had asked him to get some more, looking much more concerned about his little pet compared to an hour ago. Estio had brought some more snow, and now we saw that the animal's full name was Ice Drake. They were already a rare species, and there were even fewer ice variants, so they weren't well known. The animal collector had been happy and amazed by Estio's ability, so he had asked him to follow him. Estio had healed a horse with a thorn in its foot, separated two pumas because they are very territorial, and saved many other animals. The man had been extremely happy now, thinking Estio's ability was the real deal. As a reward, he had given him a small bag with something inside, and they had said their goodbyes. Nija had seen her master sweating, so she had asked what was wrong. Now we saw Estio hearing all the animals he helped, telling him to stay. but he had said it was nothing and suggested they head back to Hawk. As they walked back, he had wondered what would happen to him next. He had thought that people would think he was cursed, hearing such strange things like animals' thoughts. He had gotten upset and crouched, and Nija had hugged him. A few seconds later, Suki came and asked what was wrong, suggesting that he stand up if he didn't want to get sick. Estio had patted and thanked her for not avoiding him, but Suki had asked why she would avoid him. Estio had then said she never let him pat her head, but Suki had explained she let him now because he was different from other people. She then hopped onto a wall and declared she would never dodge him, then she dashed away. They reached Hawk's office, and he was amazed to find not one but 2 gold coins. Hawk found it incredible because the collector guy was pretty selective and wouldn't give away 2 coins for anything. Glancing at Estio, he also realized his skills were the real deal. Hawk happily announced that Estio had officially joined Ignis Guild, and he explained he would provide Estio with a guild ID badge and uniform. He told Estio to wear them while completing tasks. Hawk hurried off and returned quickly with the uniform. He further mentioned that the 3rd floor served as lodging for guild members, and while it wasn't luxurious, it was a place to stay. Hawk explained that animals were allowed and suggested that Estio visit the work support department the next morning. Estio simply nodded, and Hawk advised him to rest. Estio went to his room, cleaned Niju, tried on the uniform, and looked at himself in the mirror. It looked fantastic, and Niju agreed. Estio decided to finally get some rest. As he gazed at the snow through the window, he found it strangely nostalgic. They had a brief conversation, and he asked if she regretted following him. Given the chains around her neck restricting her freedom, people would stare, making things harder for her. As he suspected, she did regret it and planned to set her free in the mountains the next day. He imagined climbing onto Nija's massive body and clutching it tightly. He heard her thoughts, and she was glad to be with him, preferring his company over other humans. Without speaking a word, Nija conveyed her feelings, and Estio thanked her before she fell asleep. Back when he lived with his family, his brother had given him a worn-out dictionary. He had learned words all on his own. There was one word he now understood well. Bond, and he knew its true meaning. The next day at Ignis Guild House, Estio put on his guild attire and descended the stairs. Hawk greeted them with a smile and mentioned he couldn't recognize our main character in their new outfit. He remarked that the guild uniform looked good on them. At that moment, a lady named Rosalie approached and asked about Estio. Hawk introduced Estio as a new member who had joined the guild the day before. When Rosalie learned that Estio wouldn't be assigned to the support or combat departments, she was confused and wondered why, considering Estio's ability. Hawk explained that Estio had a unique ability, and they would have to wait another day to get more information from the higher-ups. Hawk then offered Estio a piece of candy, and when Estio accepted, Hawk became quite happy, mentioning that most people had no idea how they tasted. Estio just stood there, thinking it was a strange way to judge someone's abilities based on randomly picking a candy without much thought. As Hawk continued to praise Estio, Rosa explained that Hawk was always like that. Estio opened his mouth and began chewing the candy while Hawk said that Estio would bring good fortune to the guild. However, Estio realized that the candy wasn't as delicious as it seemed and was actually uncomfortable to eat. Since they didn't know which department Estio would be assigned to, they suggested he help with paperwork for a while. Inside the office, there were many people working and piles of papers on the table. Rosa asked Estio if he had a black rubber band, to which he replied that he didn't. She mentioned it would be nice to have one, and Estio simply replied that he understood. After a few seconds of silence, Rosa explained that if there was nothing else to do, he should just do something. In this case, he could go buy the needed supplies. Estio stood there while Rosa continued to explain that he needed to stamp the receipts, find a black rubber band, and get a unicorn quill. She gave him several instructions, making Estio feel a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, Niju was there and suggested they go outside to buy the supplies. They headed to a nearby square and entered a cool-looking shop with vines on the walls and a clean atmosphere. Estio tried to get the owner's attention but failed. The owner was busy searching for something and eventually found it, making her very happy. When she finally noticed Niju, she screamed and called her a monster. The pink-haired lady then slipped on a ladder but fell into Estio's arms, thanking him for saving her. Estio reassured the shop owner that Niju wasn't a monster. The owner apologized, saying she was afraid of animals and didn't realize Niju was a pet. Estio corrected her once more, explaining that Niju wasn't a pet. The girl quickly apologized and grasped that Niju was a friend, not a pet or a monster. She introduced herself with a smile, saying her name was Selly. Estio didn't share his name and simply asked for a set of black rubber bands and a corn quill. Selly began searching for the items he requested, while Estio noticed a blue marble that had slipped from her grasp and landed in his arms when she slipped. Thompson mentioned that he was feeling quite sick that day, and she saved him by taking him home and taking care of him. He found her very attractive and fell in love with her. Later on, he proposed, and they got married. Continuing the vision, Juan discovered Teal's marriage and threatened to take his own life if she left him for real. In a vision, Teal was seen running and completing some deliveries. She even skipped lunch to finish before sunset. That day, she saw a guy fall on a grassy field while working. She approached him and asked if he was okay. The guy was Thompson. He explained that it was him, and that it was the first time they had met. Teal replied that she wasn't planning to get married yet, and she had already turned the person down 3 times. She then explained that they had decided to break up because she wasn't ready to marry him anytime soon. After that, they went their separate ways. She fell in love with a young man named Juan, but unfortunately, poverty made their dreams difficult to achieve and pulled them down. One day, her sibling told her that he had heard someone propose to her. Teal worked tirelessly, tending to the garden, fixing toys, and many other tasks to provide for her siblings. They helped by collecting firewood and edible grass and always showed their love by giving her flowers. Selly had found all the items she had ordered and put them in a paper bag. Then, she got worried because she thought she had lost her crystal ball. But Estio came to her rescue and showed her where she had dropped it. Selly picked up the ball, and as Estio was about to leave, she asked for his name. He turned around and told her his name was Estio. Selly then approached him and asked if she could use the crystal ball. She explained that it was a new product, and that she had taken a big risk to get a crystal ball that could read a person's heart just by holding it. She also mentioned that the ball changed color based on a person's emotions. Selly asked if it could be used for romantic purposes, but Estio said he didn't need it. This surprised Selly, and she asked why. Estio explained that no one would want to invade another person's privacy by reading their thoughts, memories, or emotions. He considered it the most useless ability in the world. Selly, holding the crystal ball in her hands, thought that Estio sounded like someone who read a lot of books. As they left the shop, the ball's color changed from blue to dark blue, almost black. Estio returned to the guild house, delivered the items, and took care of some gardening. The next day, Hawk announced that Estio had joined the Special Support Department. Estio asked what he was supposed to do there, and Hawk handed him a piece of paper with information about a request. The request was to help train a puppy named Hiru, which didn't listen well. Estio looked at the request with a sad expression in his eyes. Hawk explained that in his case, combat training or experience wasn't necessary, but his work was crucial for high-ranking nobles. He added that satisfying the nobles' needs was the standard for success. If he received a guild coin, it was considered a success, but if they requested a cancellation or a change in guild members, it was considered a failure. Hawk mentioned that the request seemed easy, but pleasing the noble was a matter of course. If he made the noble unhappy, not only would there be a cancellation request, but his future could also be needlessly hindered. Estio promised to keep that in mind, and Hawk advised him to serve the noble with dedication, whether they were adults or children. Hawk wished him good luck and offered another candy. Surprisingly, Estio took it and realized it had the same terrible taste as before. The day after, he reached the grand mansion of the nobles. Estio had brought Niju along, keeping her on a leash. He walked up to the guards and mentioned that he had come in response to a request from the Ignis Guild. After showing the request, they allowed him inside. They guided him through a long hallway, and in the middle of it, there was a small white dog. Upon hearing the dog's barking, Estio sensed that something was off. He read the dog's thoughts and realized that the dog wanted him to leave. Just then, a little girl came running, calling for her small dog and telling it to stop barking. She attempted to calm the dog down by touching it, but it only barked even louder. Estio explained that he was from the Ignis Guild, and the little girl expressed surprise, thinking that a tough, older man would arrive instead of a seemingly weaker boy like him. She inquired about Estio's age, and he mentioned that he was turning 17 that year. Niju. The girl, Sarah, opened her mouth in amazement upon seeing Niju and complimented her beauty. She introduced herself as Sarah. Maids arrived and urged Sarah to stay away from the big monkey. Sarah agreed and the ladies politely stepped back. Then Sarah mentioned that she had heard that Estio could understand the emotions of animals. She asked him to figure out why her agitated dog, Hiru, was so hostile towards other people. Hiru appeared scared, so Estio instructed Niju to step back for a moment. He then crouched down close to the dog, with Sarah and the maids observing from behind. Estio had a thought. He believed that if he could touch the dog, its ability would get stronger. So, he removed a glove from his hand and reached out, assuring the dog he wouldn't harm it. Hiru, the dog, simply stood there, not moving. Sarah watched, hoping her puppy could become friendlier. The dog rested its head on Estio's hand, and something extraordinary happened. Estio felt like he was inside the dog's mind. In this mental journey, he saw a vision of Hiru lying next to his mother in a cage. His mother was in pain after giving birth to puppies, and the owner decided it was her last time. They intended to get rid of her. They took her away, leaving Hiru sad and unwilling to be separated. The owners knew that small dogs were trendy in high society, so they starved Hiru, planning to sell him for a high price. The vision also revealed a person named Viscount Fabian instructing someone to prepare Hiru for sale. Hiru ended up with Sarah, but he viewed the world as a cold and frightening place because humans had taken his mother and caused him suffering. Another part of the vision showed Sarah receiving Hiru as a birthday gift from her father. She cherished Hiru, considering him cute and precious, even calling him her angel. However, Hiru wasn't as thrilled about the situation, and he began to bite his new owner, Sarah. Her father was unhappy with Hiru's behavior and thought about getting rid of him. Sarah, determined to raise Hiru well, convinced her father to seek a specialist's help. Her father warned that a dog that bites its owner is simply untrainable and savage, and if the specialist couldn't fix the issue, they'd have to consider other options. Sarah interrupted Estio's vision, asking if he had discovered the root of the problem. Estio had discovered everything that was wrong with Hiru in the past. He admitted to being afraid of all the affection she had given him. Estio also mentioned that the dog had never received love before, and he knew that people would eventually harm it, just like they had done to its mother. Sarah clenched her fists, and Estio could sense her feelings. She believed she cared for Hiru the most, and if she could read hearts, she would have treated him better, just as he could read her thoughts. Estio then shared that understanding the dog's heart wasn't everything. Hiru's mother had been killed by humans, and he had been made to starve to increase his value. Sarah was shocked to hear this, and Estio explained that Hiru's mother had become old and sick, making her useless to them. Sarah began crying, expressing that she had only good intentions and wanted the best for him. Estio called Hiru's name and used his ability, and the surroundings turned blue. Inside the sea of thoughts, Hiru talked to Sarah about how she genuinely cared and wanted the best for him. They exchanged glances, and Hiru slowly approached her. Sarah asked if she could hug him, and Hiru thought it would be okay. Sarah embraced him and felt immense happiness. She then expressed her gratitude for the Ignis Guild and thanked Estio for his help. Sarah admitted that she had been wrong about Hiru all along, not knowing anything about his past. Estio comforted her, assuring her that it wasn't her fault, but rather the fault of those who had sold Hiru. He added that the dog had misunderstood her intentions, which were different from what he had experienced before. Estio's words brought a big smile to Sarah's face, and she gave him a guild coin, telling him to keep it safe. Then, her father arrived and made a joke about hearing her cry all the way to the garden. He acknowledged Estio's presence, and noted that the ability he used to fix the situation was quite unusual. Estio explained that his ability was to read the hearts of animals. Sarah's father then asked Estio if he knew what happens when a commoner like him lies in front of a noble. Estio didn't respond, and the noble continued to mock him, asking if he could read the hearts of monster-human hybrids. He even suggested that if Estio could read people's hearts, he must be a monster himself. The noble put his hand on Estio's shoulder and mentioned a job that only Estio could handle. Estio tried to say something, but the noble said he would send a request to the guild soon. Sarah's father left, and she ran to Estio, holding Hiru in her arms. She thanked him for his help and promised to call him again in the future. Suddenly, Sarah's brother, Jerry, interrupted their conversation and asked if Estio's ability had limits. Estio replied that he couldn't read everything, so there was no need to worry. Jerry pushed Estio and ordered him to leave, yelling loudly. Sarah was scared and started crying, telling Jerry that she hated him. Estio simply opened the door and left the mansion. She thanked him for his help and promised to call him again in the future. Suddenly, Sarah's brother, Jerry, interrupted their conversation and asked if Estio's ability had limits. Estio replied that he couldn't read everything, so there was no need to worry. Jerry pushed Estio and ordered him to leave, yelling loudly. Sarah was scared and started crying, telling Jerry that she hated him. Estio simply opened the door and left the mansion. As they left the mansion, Niju immediately mentioned that humans were quite strange. But then she added that she enjoyed it when Estio could read her thoughts. It was cool because she didn't have to say anything, and he would know what she was thinking. While holding his coin, Estio said that this might be why some people disliked his ability. Niju remarked that this is why she found humans odd. She also said that Estio wasn't a scary person. In fact, he was the opposite. Niju commented that the only frightening thing about Estio's power was that he could hear other people's thoughts when they were hiding them. Estio told her that anyone who got angry at him also got scared or thought of him as a monster. However, Estio expressed that he didn't care about any of that. He felt that spending time with Niju and Suki was much better than when he was trapped in the attic. It made him feel alive. A few days later, Hawk and Rosa congratulated him for gaining the attention of the noble lord from before. Rosa praised Estio, saying he achieved it much faster than she had expected. Estio, aware of what really happened at the noble's mansion, simply nodded and said nothing. Later that day, Estio received a special support request from the Jefferson Company, the city's largest gem commercial shareholder. They had unexpectedly closed their shops, causing trouble for other jewel businesses. Now, Estio had to find Thompson, the head of the company, and discover the reason behind this decision. If he completed the first request, he would receive 1 guild coin as a reward. If he completed the second request, he would receive an additional 3 guild coins. Niju was playing with Rosa, but Estio asked her to go with him. Hawk and Rosa wished him good luck, and Estio promised that he would return very soon. As they left the guild house, Niju asked which way they should go, and Estio told her to follow the big road for about an hour. Niju offered to carry him, but Estio initially declined. Niju felt she was of no help, but then Estio changed his mind and decided to take a ride. He sat on Niju, and she ran very fast. They arrived in just a few minutes and stood in front of a fancy shop. Estio thought the jewelry in the window looked like pretty colored pebbles and couldn't understand why everyone was so obsessed with them. He knocked on the door and asked if anyone was home. After waiting for a few seconds with no response, Niju asked what they should do. Estio said the owner probably hadn't gone anywhere despite the shop being closed. He sat down on the floor and decided to wait. Niju asked if he was cold, but Estio reassured her that he was fine. They fell asleep, and night fell. The owner finally opened the door and asked if they were out of their minds, thinking the cold weather would discourage them from waiting. Estio asked if he was Mr. Thompson, but the man didn't care, as he wasn't selling anything and suggested they leave. Seeing that Estio was freezing, the man coldly advised him to go 2 blocks away and jump in the river if he really wanted to hurt himself in the cold. The angry man then grabbed Estio's hand, and Niji tried to save him. Suddenly, Estio saw the man's past in a vision. He saw that Mr. Thompson had a beautiful wife named Teal, and he had fallen in love with her at first sight. It seemed like a dream come true when she accepted his marriage proposal. However, after their marriage, only painful days awaited his wife. Their first child passed away before its first birthday, and so did their second and third child. It was a cycle of pregnancies and miscarriages. Their fourth child finally arrived but succumbed to extreme stress and depression by its first birthday. Teal didn't look after her child, and soon their marriage showed signs of strain. Estio witnessed Mr. Thompson pleading with his wife, but she remained unmoved. Eventually, Thompson's wife left him, and he decided to close his company to care for his young daughter. Thompson's wife left him, and he decided to close his company to care for his young daughter. Estio advised Thompson to disregard his wife if she refused to talk to him. Thompson was taken aback by Estio's words, but Estio continued, explaining that if someone doesn't want to accept the truth, they won't listen, even if you try to force it on them. Thompson, filled with anger, grabbed Estio and angrily threw him into his house. Inside, Thompson demanded to know what Estio knew about his wife, Teal. Estio introduced himself, and Thompson suspected the nobles had informed Estio about his wife. Niju stood beside Estio, trying to protect him from harm. Thompson believed the nobles were only interested in his jewels, and he apologized for being rough with Estio. He extended a hand and introduced himself as the head of the Jefferson Company. Estio declined his help and got up on his own. Thompson then inquired about the reason for Estio's visit, and Estio explained that it was a request to assist in reopening the business. Thompson had crossed his hands and mentioned that the nobles used to be very impatient. He then offered Estio a sweet drink as an apology, noting that young people like him often enjoyed beverages like tequila with fruit. Thompson took a sip directly from the bottle and commented that Estio appeared inexperienced in worldly matters. Estio remained silent. Thompson suggested that for a better relationship, they should share a drink. Estio agreed, and Thompson advised him not to pry into people's personal lives, referring to Estio's earlier mention of his wife, Teal. Estio apologized, and Thompson asked why Estio's guild had sent someone so young. He also mentioned that he had no plans to start a business anytime soon. Estio stayed quiet, and Thompson asked if he was going to ask why. As requested, Estio asked Thompson why he didn't want to open a business. Thompson, noticing Estio's lack of genuine interest, smiled and didn't provide an answer. Instead, he asked if Estio wanted a drink. In response, Estio quickly agreed. Thompson became quite intoxicated and began to talk about his love for his wife, Teal, and his daughter, Leah. He stated that he wouldn't trade them for the entire world. Thompson then gave Estio his drink and continued, mentioning that Teal had been unwell for many years. After their first child passed away, she stopped smiling and gradually withdrew from the world. Even after giving birth to Leah, she remained secluded in her room. Thompson tried to encourage her to come out, calling her "dear," but nothing worked. She even attempted to take her own life by biting her tongue, though she survived. Thompson placed his glass on the table and spoke about how his wife had a strong aversion to meeting their daughter. He began to cry, wiping away his tears. Mr. Thompson explained that he had only come downstairs briefly after putting their daughter, Leah, to sleep. He apologized to Estio for failing to fulfill a request and suggested that Estio should seek other companies for products. As he attempted to leave, Estio asked if Thompson would consider reopening his business if his wife's condition improved. Thompson expressed his willingness to do so. Estio confidently told Mr. Thompson that he would make his wife leave her room. Thompson, puzzled, asked how he could accomplish that. Estio placed his fingers on Thompson's forehead and communicated with him telepathically, demonstrating his unique abilities. Thompson initially slapped Estio's hand but then realized he could hear Nija's thoughts, assuring him that Estio was not a threat. Thompson was astonished and fell to the floor. Estio offered to help his wife, and they made an agreement. The three of them proceeded to the upper floor, where Thompson knocked on his wife's door, announcing their guest. She remained silent, so he opened the door and entered her room. There, she sat on a porch swing with a vacant expression. Thompson closed the window, expressing concern for his wife's cold hand. He tried to warm her up. Estio approached and placed his hand on Teal's head, closing his eyes. He sensed that there was very little on her mind but made an effort to delve deeper to understand her thoughts. Then, a strange dark matter suddenly appeared between Estio's fingers. He felt a peculiar sensation as his hands started to glow, and the curtains in the room were lifted abruptly. Mr. Thompson looked around in surprise, and everyone was engulfed by the dark matter. In an instant, they found themselves in a beautiful green forest. Estio turned back and saw a charming cottage. Then, Thompson's wife emerged from the house and expressed her desire to rest instead of working in the scorching heat. Thompson couldn't believe his eyes. He remarked that she looked exactly as she did when they first met. Teal, who was passing by, explained that these were undoubtedly his wife's memories. The vision showed that Teal had grown up as the daughter of a poor farmer. Her mother had passed away when she was very young, and her father had also left her after a few years. The only family she had left were her two younger siblings, whom she supported. Juan took some poison from his pocket and said he couldn't bear the thought of living without her. He begged her to come back to him. Teal was shocked but said she didn't care and that he could do whatever he wanted. She mentioned that they had no connection anymore and expressed her hope that he would find a good girl and be happy. Juan felt sick to his stomach, so he took the pills and ate them. Teal turned back and started running to him, yelling his name. She tried to wake him up, but it was too late. Estio and Thompson were observing everything. Thompson expressed his surprise, mentioning that he had no prior knowledge of another man who loved her. Estio suggested that she might not have wanted him to know because she felt as if she had been cursed by someone. This made Thompson start crying and confess that the real reason she married him might have been for money. Estio agreed, pointing out that she had turned down a poor farmer's proposal and chose a man who gave her expensive jewelry instead. Estio then asked Thompson if he would change his feelings if she had indeed married him solely for the money and jewelry. Thompson was puzzled and asked for clarification. Estio explained that if his wife had married him for material wealth, would he still consider her one of the two most important people in his life? Thompson responded with tears, saying that he would never exclude her, as he loved his wife wholeheartedly. He expressed frustration that she had given up her chance for happiness. They later remembered a moment when Thompson tried to make his wife look at their daughter, but she refused and turned away. She didn't want to hold their daughter even once. Estio defended her, explaining that she did feel something, as she was already suffering. Thompson asked how that was possible, and Estio clarified that his wife believed that losing her children the same way every time was her way of atoning for her sins. Thompson comforted his wife, reassuring her that their daughter, Leah, was not dead and would be alive and well in the future. He implored her to stop blaming herself and to return to him. He emphasized that there was no reason for her to hurt herself, and if something did happen, they could face it together to make the pain easier to bear. He had then asked her to return to him because they were family. Suddenly, the window shattered into pieces, and Teal woke up from her sad state. Baby Leah began crying, and Teal hurried to her, taking her in her arms. She apologized for not being there for the baby. Thompson entered the room and brought some baby food. They fed Leah, and Thompson gently hugged his wife. Meanwhile, Estio fell on the floor, appearing badly hurt. Thompson held Estio in his arms and took him to someone's house, placing him on a bed. Estio's face turned red, as if he had a fever. An elderly man in the house asked if Estio was an ability user, and Thompson confirmed that he was, mentioning that he had become that way after using his ability. The man explained that there were no medical facilities in Galatia that could treat ability users. Estio's condition was likely due to his inexperience in controlling his ability. Resting for a while should help, and he'd probably recover the next day. Thompson and his wife were concerned but couldn't do much. Niju, who had been silent until now, suddenly yelled that Estio was hurt. Thompson decided they needed to go back home but assured Niju that he would cover the costs. Niju asked about the request, and after seeing his happy wife, Thompson said he would reopen his business and gave Niju a guild coin. They left the building, and Niju attempted to talk to Estio. She informed him that the person he was helping had returned to normal, and the request had been a success. Niju then began to cry and pleaded with Estio to wake up so they could go home. The next morning, Estio woke up with Niju right beside the bed. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and then hugged him tightly. As they left the old man's house, he asked if Estio was sure he didn't want to rest for another day to ensure his condition was stable. However, Estio insisted he was fine. They walked back to the guild house, where Hawk welcomed them and praised Estio for completing numerous requests in a short time. He mentioned that Estio now had the highest reputation not only in the city but also with the nobles of neighboring cities. Hawk asked if Estio was aware of the rumors circulating about him. Confused, Estio inquired about these rumors. Hawk explained that people were talking about Estio as an ability user with a unique special power. Now, we see Estio and Niju standing in front of Sarah's house. Estio held a piece of paper stating that Sarah's father, Viscount Fabian, had sent a request for Estio's visit. The request's details were undisclosed, and the reward would be discussed after they addressed the issue. Estio wondered what kind of quest it could be, so he approached the mansion's door. The guards allowed him to enter. As they walked in, Hiru, the dog, rushed towards them with a smile, mentioning that it had been a while since they last met. Estio knelt down to greet him. Sarah arrived and jokingly asked Hiru if he liked Estio more than her, and Hiru's enthusiastic barking seemed to confirm her assumption. Sarah playfully admitted that she couldn't compete with Estio for Hiru's affection. She then asked why he had come this time, but upon seeing the envelope that belonged to her noble house, she realized her father had requested his visit. Sarah greeted him warmly and said it was nice to see him. However, Estio responded by saying it might not be a good idea to visit her house. Sarah grew anxious and playfully pinched his cheeks, asking why it wasn't a good idea. Estio then inquired if she was scared about him reading another person's heart. Sarah smiled and assured him that she wasn't afraid. After explaining his ability to uncover secrets that others might want to keep hidden, Sarah admitted it would be a bit embarrassing if he knew those secrets. Estio looked somewhat sad, but Sarah reassured him, expressing her trust in his character. She said she wasn't scared because she knew he would never use his ability against her. Shortly afterward, a butler interrupted their conversation, apologizing for the interruption. He suggested that Estio meet their father, Viscount Fabian, before leaving. Sarah requested that Estio visit her again before departing and sealed the promise with a pinky swear. A few minutes later, Estio entered Viscount Fabian's office and greeted him respectfully. The Viscount immediately inquired if Estio knew about the cactus. Estio admitted he did not, and Viscount Fabian went on to explain that the cactus is a resilient plant that can thrive in a desert, where water is scarce. He emphasized the need for precisely balanced moisture and proper care, as too little or too much water can harm the plant. Viscount Fabian noted that the cactus's size and condition can vary greatly depending on the cultivator. He also mentioned that an owner who doesn't appreciate its value might inadvertently harm it. Estio listened to the Viscount's monologue and wondered if he could read the plant's thoughts. When Estio focused on the cactus, he heard it complain that its owner was too talkative. Estio was taken aback, realizing he couldn't share this with Viscount Fabian without seeming disrespectful. The Viscount held the cactus in his hand and commented that while it's hard to say if plants have wills, this one seemed to think its owner talked too much. Suddenly, the Viscount surprised Estio by offering him a position as a subordinate, explaining that he wasn't just hiring him, but welcoming him as part of the Fabian family. Estio had inquired if he would become a soldier, but the Viscount had other plans. He offered to make Estio an advisor instead. He assured him that as an advisor, he'd be safe from mistreatment, and only Remil Fabian could give him orders. The Viscount explained that being an advisor was a great honor for a commoner. Curious, Estio asked about the duties of this role. The Viscount mentioned that Estio would mainly need to understand the thoughts of the people he pointed out. However, a warning followed. The cactus was pointed out as a trap, and the Viscount's intentions might not be good. Estio hesitated and expressed contentment with his current guild. The Viscount, however, insisted that Estio had no choice but to accept, as he'd given the order. Estio asked what would happen if he refused, and the Viscount explained nothing would happen immediately, but eventually, he'd have to agree. Despite his refusal, Sarah's father admired Estio's determination, thinking it might be an asset. The Viscount gave Estio some time to decide and instructed his butler to replace the useless cactus with pretty flowers. The butler took the cactus and escorted Estio and Niju out of the office. While walking, the cactus expressed its discomfort about being discarded. Estio asked the butler if he could keep it, even though it had spikes and was uncertain to bloom. The butler agreed, and Estio reassured the cactus that he wouldn't let it die. It was Estio's first time dealing with a cactus, so he was unsure of the temperature it could tolerate but told the cactus to let him know if it felt uncomfortable. They introduced themselves, and the plant said his name was Ahuru. Niju watched her master interact with the plant and thought it was amazing. Estio introduced the cactus to her, and the cactus's name was Ahuru. Niju then told the cactus he was cute because he was small. Ahuru told Estio he could pet him because he wouldn't prick him. Ahuru also mentioned that he could move by himself someday, but for now, he could only control the spikes while talking to people. Sarah's brother, Jerry, arrived and warned Estio never to return. Estio explained that the Viscount had requested him to come to the mansion, but Jerry called him a monster and mocked his attempts to teach a plant to talk. Eri also asked to buy Niju, offering 10 gold. Estio refused, and Jerry became furious, accusing Estio of defying a noble. Niju watched in fear as Jerry confronted Estio. She screamed for Jerry to leave Estio alone, showing her loyalty. The Viscount's son then raised his offer to 30 gold, saying he'd take Niju by force. Estio again refused to sell her, which infuriated Jerry even more. Royal guards surrounded Niju and Estio, making Niju angry. She ended up slicing the arm of one of the guards, causing a commotion. Jerry ordered other soldiers to capture and imprison them, accusing them of attempted murder. Niju had become furious, pondering how he could do something worse than a monster might have done without any hesitation. The soldiers, feeling threatened, drew their swords and charged at Niju. However, her fierce roar frightened them all, even scaring Jerry. At that very moment, the Viscount arrived, filled with anger. He called his son an immature troublemaker, gripping him by the shoulders. The Viscount believed that if he had been left alone, Jerry would have naturally come under his influence. But now, everything was in ruins. Jerry was utterly bewildered, and the Viscount ordered the soldiers to apprehend Estio and deal with Niju however they saw fit. One of the soldiers began conjuring fire magic, but Niju, looking at Estio, apologized, expressing her desire to stay by his side a little longer. Estio gazed at her with sadness in his eyes and assured her there was no need to apologize. Niju stated they would be parting ways from that point on. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred as the soldiers unleashed their magic. Jerry regretted that if he had simply taken the money, things wouldn't have taken such a terrible turn. Moments later, Estio emerged from the smoke and declared that those who owed an apology were not Niju but everyone who had attacked them. Jerry and his father were taken aback and ordered the soldiers to dispose of Estio. One soldier began casting fire magic but abruptly halted, while another poised a sword behind Estio, only to change course and turn the blade toward himself. Jerry and the Viscount couldn't believe their eyes. Estio stood amidst 3 remaining soldiers, with Niju lying on the floor beneath a translucent sheet. The soldiers dropped their weapons and lay prostrate on the ground. Sarah descended the stairs, calling for her father, and upon seeing Estio surrounded by the fallen soldiers, she became very frightened and fainted in her father's arms. The Viscount, now nervous, questioned Estio, asking if he would stop his actions. Estio thought to himself, why would he stop? He believed he had been mistreated from the beginning, remembering the abuse he and his friends had endured, their faces stained with blood. With a smile, Estio declared he would stop, but under one condition: everyone had to pretend that none of this chaos had ever occurred in the first place. The Viscount became confused when his son Jerry yelled at him, accusing him of being a murderer and demanding to know how he could propose such a condition. Estio then glanced at Jerry and replied with a smile, clarifying that it wasn't a proposal, but rather an order. Just then, Suki appeared and transformed into her tiger form. Estio placed Niju on her back, and Suki suggested that Jerry sit on her back as well. Estio agreed, and they listened to her plan. Suki swiftly left the mansion with Estio on her back. During their ride, Estio remarked to Suki that he truly possessed the ability to read a person's heart, control it, and even lead them to end their own lives. He admitted to having used this power to end many lives without feeling any remorse. Suki stopped and turned to him, saying that it wasn't a big deal. She claimed that if she were in his shoes, she would have done the same to those who had harmed him and threatened to take something precious from him. Estio understood her perspective but stated that, in the end, he was the one causing harm to others. Uhuru then joined the conversation and pointed out that someone who worried about whether they were normal or not couldn't be considered a monster. He noted that people would label them as monsters, including Niju, who was a talking white-haired monkey, and Suki, who could transform into a cat tiger or something similar. The next morning, a man arrived at the Ignis Guild and reported an order from the higher-ups in the guild. Hawk and Rosa, concerned, inquired about the issue. They examined the letter and discovered that someone from the headquarters believed that Estio was a dangerous user of special abilities. Adding to the concern, Estio had been missing for 10 days, and strange rumors were circulating in Fabian County. Hawk strongly defended Estio, emphasizing that he was not the type to harm others. Suddenly, Estio appeared in their office, apologizing for his late return. His clothes were dirty and stained with blood, and his face was covered in mud and bruises. Hawk welcomed him back with relief, and Estio asked if they were going to question his performance. Hawk and Rosa smiled, explaining that they had been worried when they lost contact with him. Hawk then inquired about Niju's condition, and Estio informed them that she had suffered some injuries and was resting. Hawk advised Estio to take some rest and submit his report in 3 days. At that moment, Parker, the guy who had previously reported to the higher-ups, spread his magical wings. He told Estio that he needed to accompany him to the headquarters right away. Estio agreed to the request, and Hawk questioned why he agreed so readily. Estio explained that as long as he was a member of the guild, he couldn't refuse the headquarters' decisions unless he left the organization. During the journey, Uhuru, the talking cactus, revealed that he had figured out what was troubling Estio. He mentioned that Estio struggled with refusing others and was overly obedient to their wishes. Uhuru continued to speak, and Parker noticed Estio glancing at the cactus. Parker asked Estio what was bothering him, and Estio tried to brush it off by saying it was nothing. Uhuru became a bit annoyed, and Estio told him to be quiet, to which Uhuru reluctantly agreed. Parker inquired if Estio was talking to the plant, and after Estio confirmed, Parker praised Estio's ability and jokingly asked if he could read his mind as well. Estio remained silent, essentially implying he couldn't. Niju's sudden snoring startled Parker and sarcastically remarked in his mind that he could beat him. Estio confirmed that it was real. Parker realized that Estio was talking to him because of Niju's snoring and apologized, saying he had teased him enough and could stop reading his mind. Estio patted Niju on her shoulder and offered him a place to rest his head since they had a long journey ahead. Estio agreed, and as Parker observed them, they seemed like a close-knit group, almost like a family. The atmosphere became friendly, and at one point, Parker asked Estio if he felt cold and offered to adjust the carriage's temperature or provide a blanket. Estio declined, saying he was already comfortable, far more than when he lived in the attic. However, he did admit to missing Hawk's candies. As rain began to fall, the view from the carriage window, with the starry sky and snowy trees, became mesmerizing. Suddenly, Ahuru started acting silly and suggested it was the perfect time for ghost stories. Estia lightly touched him, thinking that humans were the ones who were truly scary. Parker began snoring, and Ahuru complained about the noise, saying that snoring through the mouth was the most irritating sound he could imagine. Niju woke up too, not because of snoring but because she sensed something swarming near the carriage. It wasn't human or ordinary animals. Then, a person from the front part of the carriage appeared, warning them about a horde of monsters that had completely surrounded them. Parker asked how many of them there were and if there was any chance of escaping. The person explained that the monsters were harpies, bird-like creatures with formidable combat capabilities. They talked about the monsters not showing up until winter, and one guy mentioned that even if they tried to escape, it would be tough to outrun them because they were faster than the horses. Niju then decided to investigate and jumped out of the carriage, telling Estio to stay back. The carriage driver said it was sad to let their ally face the harpies alone, but Parker, who had no combat skills, expressed his fear. Estio offered to help, but Parker sensed something was off in Estio's demeanor. He thought Estio might intend to use him as bait for the harpies instead of fighting them. Parker decided to warn Estio about the harpies, emphasizing that they were savage creatures that hunted in groups and couldn't be defeated with sheer strength alone. While Niju tried to scare the harpies away, Parker warned that taking out a few of them wouldn't make much of a difference, and their best option was to run. Just then, a harpy flew straight at Parker, and he used his wings to shield himself. When he opened his eyes, he saw Estio standing in front of him, with a harpy's beak piercing his shoulder. The harpy was digging deeper into Estio's flesh, while the other harpies watched from above. The harpy screeched and tried to finish him off, but Niju swiftly punched the harpy in the face. She asked if Estio was okay, and he said he was fine. Parker, still in shock, apologized and thanked Estio for saving his life. Parker shouted that more harpies were approaching, and as they looked up, all the remaining birds flew straight at them. Estio remained calm and wondered if he could use his ability against multiple targets. He looked at the birds and calmly told them to stop. Just before their sharp claws could reach him, he ordered them to back off. The birds panicked and flew away as if they'd seen a monster. Parker was amazed and wondered if humans could control monsters. Estio turned to him and suggested they return to the carriage, so they did. As they stood in front of the carriage, Parker looked at the sky and realized how terrifying it was to see a human scare off the harpies. He finally understood why the headquarters had been desperately searching for Estio. Parker observed Estio being gentle with Niju, ensuring she was okay and had no injuries. Had thought that Estio's combination of extreme care and politeness, along with his terrifying abilities, made him even more dangerous. While sleeping in a carriage, Estio heard someone call him annoying. He opened his eyes and saw Suki complaining about his carelessness. She told him to get some rest instead of running around and risking encounters with monsters. Estio apologized, but Suki said there was no need to apologize if he avoided trouble in the first place. The morning arrived, and Estio noticed that Ahuru, the cactus, had taken his first steps and could now move independently. Niju was impressed and congratulated him, and they shared a small high five. They woke up Parker, who found their behavior quite unusual. Parker also thought it was stranger to scare away a group of harpies with just a word than seeing a walking cactus and a white-furred monkey as friends. He wondered what would come next, maybe a dragon. As he contemplated how cool it was to read and control hearts, Estio complimented Ahura on his cool wings. The journey continued, and while having some bread, Estio asked Ahuru if he needed food or water. Ahuru explained that he had drunk some of Estio's blood when he was injured the previous night. Estio was a bit taken aback, thinking Ahuru was a bit strange. He picked up Ahuru, who explained that he hadn't done it on purpose. The blood accidentally landed on him, and he had bloomed for the first time. Parker was amazed by the idea of a regular plant drinking blood and becoming mobile. Ahu then gave Estio a flower as a gift, but it suddenly burned into ashes and disappeared. Ahu suddenly freaked out and warned Estio about a light on his shoulder. Estio removed his bandages and found that the flower had healing properties and had healed his wound. Ahura flexed his muscles, impressed. Estio asked Niju if Suki had visited them the previous night, half thinking he might have been hallucinating. Niju confirmed that Suki had been with them since the previous night. Estio spotted Suki on the carriage's roof and invited her inside, as it was dangerous to lie on the roof. Parker asked if Suki was Estio's cat, but Estio explained that Suki was a cat with an owner, not a stray cat. Parker realized that Suki was a friend. Suki had asked about Parker's injury, and Estio had explained. Ahuru had assisted in his healing. When Suki inquired about what a small cactus like Ahura could do, Estio explained that he possessed a healing ability. He suggested to Suki that if she was planning to follow him, she might consider joining him. However, Suki had firmly stated that she wasn't following anyone. But it just so happened that she saw him injured while she was traveling. While petting and caressing her, Suki had felt goosebumps and remembered how Estio had hugged and warmed her up when they first met. She then changed her mind and decided to go with him, solely because he had asked her to. Estio had thanked her, and she thought he had changed for the better. A few minutes later, they arrived at a place with a portal that connected to the headquarters. Parker had taken care of the paperwork, and a person at the reception desk told them that the portal could be used 3 times a day per adult. He mentioned there might be some side effects after using the portal, and if they agreed Tahoe's conditions, the entrance would open. A few minutes later, Estio entered the purple portal and found himself in the Ignis Guild headquarters. The place was enormous and beautiful. They started walking on endless staircases, and Estio called help but felt like he was ascending to heaven. He wondered if heaven was a place filled with powerful and wealthy people and those who supported them. Finally, they reached their destination. Parker explained that the staircase was magical, much like the portal. He informed Estio that he was supposed to meet the guild master, but since they had been absent for about 3 months, he would be meeting the vice guild master instead. They stood in front of beautiful white doors, ready to enter the room. Parker rang the doorbell, but after waiting for some time, it became clear that the vice guild master was asleep. Parker continued to ring the bell as fast as he could, and the door finally opened. The drowsy vice guild master emerged and asked them to knock. He looked at Parker and jokingly mentioned that he didn't remember ordering chicken from food services. Parker, clearly irritated, told him he didn't bring food and that he had brought a guest. The vice guild master asked whose guest it was and stated that entertaining guests was not his job. He threatened to deduct Parker's pay for waking him up from his deep slumber. Just as he was about to go back into his room, the vice guild master noticed Suki and tried to pet her. Parker then introduced Estio, and the vice guild master realized that Estio was not just a regular guest but a leader of their guild. He introduced himself as Wen, shook Estio's hand, and expressed his happiness at finally meeting the rumored leader. Estio was left wondering why he was called a leader when they were invited into the vice guild master's messy room. Nija thought the room looked like a pigsty, while Miju commented that she'd step on things if she walked in. Wen assured them it was fine and then asked Niju if she was half human since she spoke soul. He went on to say that he wouldn't want to talk to humans so badly that he would learn how to speak if he were in her place. Estio immediately noticed that Wen was a very different person on the inside and outside. Wen offered coffee, and after Estio declined, he thought that Estio might not enjoy it due to its bitterness and offered cocoa instead. Estio thought to himself that he hadn't declined because of the bitterness. A minute later, there was coffee, cocoa, and various sweets on the table. Wen teased Estio about his age, but when Estio tried to defend himself by mentioning his coming-of-age ceremony, Wen argued that it proved his youth, as adults wouldn't report their age but instead be thankful. Parker spoke to Wen, telling him he sounded like a creepy old man who enjoys bothering kids, and suggested he should stop. Wen got serious and explained that the guild master decided to call the leader to the headquarters. Estio questioned why he was considered the leader, and the guild master clarified that it was also the guild master's decision. He was just delivering the message while holding a cup of cocoa. Estio wondered if the guild was a trustworthy place because of its secretive nature and constantly changing stance on things. On the other hand, they hadn't lied to him yet. Juan explained that from that moment on, Estio would be entrusted with special missions only the leader could carry out. He then handed Estio a bag containing a new guild uniform, a badge, supplies, and guild coins. When asked Estio to show off his powers, so Estio grabbed his sword and lunged at him. However, he stopped upon realizing that Estio hadn't moved an inch. Estio telepathically asked if that was enough. When realized Estio's skills were more advanced, he leaned back in his chair and said a new era had begun. The next day, Estio spent time with Uhuru, ensuring he had a comfortable vase with fresh soil. He appreciated the new bed and decorations but thought they didn't need to go to such lengths to make him comfortable. Niju opened a suitcase and found new clothes for Estio. There was a note indicating that the clothes had magical properties for cleaning, regulating temperature, and shock absorption. Estio offered to get clothes for Niju and Suki, but Suki declined, mentioning her fur. Neju commented that wearing nice clothes could earn better treatment, reflecting one's status. Estio was confused. He questioned the importance of status, thinking that even kings faced dislike from some people. Niju agreed but said having status could deter open attacks. Niju promised to protect Estio and warned that trouble could arise if stronger individuals harassed him. Estio decided to remove the metal collar from Niju's neck and reassured her that nobody would abuse them anymore. He mentioned that his abilities were getting stronger. He remembered that he had stopped a soldier from attacking him and scaring the birds away. But he started to think that maybe he had become a more selfish person than he thought. A couple of days passed, and Parker came with a letter for Estio. He remembered that he had stopped a soldier from attacking him and scaring the birds away. But he started to think that maybe he had become a more selfish person than he thought. A couple of days passed, and Parker came with a letter for Estio. Estio thanked him, and Parker said it wasn't a big deal because it was his job to deliver news and letters. Then he asked Estio if he had gotten used to the headquarters. Estio said he felt comfortable but was a bit bored because there was nothing to do. However, he was feeling a bit relieved now because of a new request that had come in. Parker praised Estio for his diligence but was invited by Estio to have a meal together. Estio thought that even though they called him a leader, he still wasn't sure about his role. He then read the request letter and saw that it was from someone named Mubian Hygar. Ahuru interrupted him and explained that the Hygars were one of the newest Duke families in the nation. The family head, Mubian, is the current emperor's cousin and an incredible body-type ability user. Estio asked if he had met Mubian, and Ahura said he had, mentioning that Mubian had wide connections. Niju overheard their conversation and praised Ahura for his knowledge, calling him a super cool cactus. Ahuru explained that Mubian was a bit eccentric, excelling in swordsmanship but not much else. Estio asked if Mubian was just strong, and Ahura said he was more than that. He had defeated the most skilled swordsman in the nation with a single strike and had even won against monsters. Nobody had ever defeated him. As Estio listened to Ahura's stories, he wondered why such a powerful person needed to ask for help from others. Then Parker brought their food, and they started eating. After they finished, Estio began thinking about the request and the lack of specific details. They decided to pick up their plates and leave, but Parker noticed that Estio seemed reserved. Estio, thinking about how badly his parents had treated him back home, realized why he had Bekamizo reserved. They walked down the hall, and Parker continuously followed him. Estio asked if Parker had more work to do at the headquarters. Parker wondered why Estio asked and explained that there were no more deliveries for a while, and the request he had given Estio was the last one. Estio asked if Parker was taking a break, but Parker said he was still working. They looked at each other awkwardly, each wondering why the other was acting strangely. Parker then revealed that he had been transferred to the leader support team from that day onwards, becoming Estio's direct subordinate. Parker had mentioned that he'd take care of things, but Estio, aware of Parker's recklessness, also said he'd be responsible. They agreed and shook hands. The protagonist suggested they pack up and visit a client named Mubian Hiker. Now we find Estio in front of a purple portal, with Parker standing behind him carrying a large backpack. Parker wondered if they should bring camping gear. Estio and Nija looked at him in disbelief, thinking he had lost his mind. Parker surprised them even more by pulling out some smelly, dirty snacks from his pocket, claiming they were limited edition crackers and cooked octopus baguettes that he bought with his monthly wage. He offered Estio the privilege of trying them first, but Estio politely declined, leaving Parker a bit disappointed. The portal receptionist then informed them that Hygar territory was beyond the portal's travel range. Instead, they had to go to Rennick's underground cave, a base halfway in that direction. Just as Parker started to object, the portal manager flipped the switch and wished them a pleasant journey. Estio entered first, followed by Niju and Suki, while Parker ran in last, pleading for them to wait. They arrived at the eerie underground cave, and Parker immediately began trembling with fear. Suddenly, a person with very few teeth in their head approached Parker from behind and chuckled loudly, causing Parker to scream in fright, jump, and hit the ceiling. He now lay on the floor, half conscious. The person introduced themselves as the portal manager. Estio asked if they were at Rennick's underground cave, and the portal manager recognized Estio's politeness. He explained that no one had visited the cave for a while and asked why a young person like Estio was going there. Estio explained their journey to Hygar territory, which surprised Rascal. In a serious tone, the portal manager mentioned that even fewer adventurers ventured into Hygar, which was known as the Land of Death. Estio inquired about the name, and Rascal shared a story about the emperor banishing his talented and good-looking cousin, followed by a history of royal family members killing each other. He pointed to the dark cave and mentioned that it was the only base connecting to Hygar, but nobody knew what was inside. Parker, confused, asked if there were monsters, and the portal manager confirmed that there were. He warned that the land bestowed to the Duke was filled with monsters, leaving Parker scared and hiding behind Estio. The portal manager looked at Estio and found it interesting that he saw a young man who wasn't scared or disturbed by the scary stories. He advised them to be careful and avoid drawing the Emperor's attention if they wanted to avoid trouble. Estio then told the portal manager to convey the same message to the king and let him know that he'd accept the king's welcome, so they could speak openly without hiding. Afterward, Estio and his crew entered a dark tunnel, while the portal manager laughed at Estio's threat to the king. He then transformed to look like our protagonist. Inside the tunnel, they were guided by some glowing balls. Estio and Niju proceeded calmly, but Parker was anxious, as he was an avian used to living in open spaces and flying. Estio understood his fear and explained that the cave was a direct route to the Hygar territory, which would save them time. They also had to wait a day before using a portal again. Parker accepted Estio's plan, acknowledging Estio as the leader. However, he assured Estio that he would follow his orders willingly. Estio considered it no different from controlling humans, but Parker mentioned that he had willingly joined the group because Estio had saved his life during a harpy attack. As they moved forward, Nija sensed many monsters deep in the tunnel. The crew was confronted by giant sandworms that suddenly erupted from the ground. Niju reassured them that the worms were gentle and wouldn't harm anyone if left alone. These worms were neither carnivorous nor herbivorous and mainly ate dirt. Estio and his crew continued, with Parker initially terrified but later relieved as the worms allowed them to pass without harm. The worms told him they had created the cave, and their emotions resembled the curiosity that humans often feel. Parker was on the other side, crying and unable to pass them. Estio tried to convince him to fly over the giant worms, but Parker wanted to conquer his fears. Eventually, he managed to cross to the other side. They continued their journey through the Rennick's underground cave, and Parker mentioned that many monsters attacked people in the cave, which was why nobody wanted to take that path. Despite the worms smelling bad and looking unusual, Parker found them to be friendly. He admitted being scared because they looked icky, and their appearance could make one think they were dangerous. As they discussed whether the worms were cute or Icky. They realized they had been in the cave for about 3 hours. Parker complained about being dirty and suggested washing up in a nearby pond. Niju mentioned she could smell clean water and hear a waterfall in the distance. Soon, they arrived at the end of the tunnel, which appeared magnificent. Exiting the tunnel crack, they discovered a beautiful waterfall inside the cave. Estio stood in awe in front of it, and the others joined him, amazed. Our protagonist touched the water and found it clean. Niju jumped into the pond, creating a big splash, and leaving Parker and Estio laughing. Parker suggested washing the cat, Suki, in the water to keep her from getting sick due to her dirtiness. Suki protested and called Parker a bird brain. She cautiously approached the water, but Parker suddenly lifted her and flew her above the pond. Suki looked terrified as Parker dove into the water, splashing everyone. After managing to escape Parker's grasp, Suki stood on his head and quickly leaped out of the water. Estio couldn't help but laugh, and Suki, still upset, called Parker a bird brain again and threatened not to let him get away with it. Estio explained that Suki was startled and asked Parker to apologize and promised not to do it again without her consent. Parker apologized and mentioned that he would have done it differently next time. He would have told her they were considering moving forward before allowing Ahuru and Suki, the cacti, to have a drink of water. Ahuru, thinking of something more satisfying than water, asked our protagonist if he could offer something better. Estio understood Ahuru's request, thinking that their diet might have changed. He wondered if they were originally a species of cactus that drinks blood. Estio asked Ahuru to extend his thorns and gently prick himself, then he fed the cactus. Parker was a bit concerned, but Estio assured him not to worry. Ahuru felt significantly better after sipping some blood, and they continued their journey. During their journey, they discussed the waterfall, wondering if it was naturally formed or made by humans. Parker suggested that it couldn't have been dug out by sandworms for public bathing, so it must have been created by some other great beings that inhabited the area before. Estio asked why he thought so, and Parker explained that caves like those usually had an owner, some even with tigers, wolves, and incredible dragons. This piqued Estio's curiosity, and he inquired about the dragons. Parker revealed that there were recent discoveries of dragon caves and shared an interesting fact about dragons having two physical forms, one with wings, a tail, and short forelegs, and another as a regular human. These transformations occurred when dragons stopped using their unique abilities. Dragons could also appear in spiritual forms sometimes. Estio, who had never been to a temple, was intrigued, and Parker promised to take him to one, as all villages should have a place of worship. Estio wondered why dragons had gone extinct and been attacked if they were so loved by people. Parker explained that it was quite the opposite. The dragons, known as guardians, decided to leave the world due to the corrupted state of humanity and wars, not because they were killed. They abandoned the world, moving to a world of their own, as they didn't want to remain as guardians. Parker mentioned that this information came from the Holy Scripture, but he couldn't confirm its accuracy. Moments later, Niju warned Estio about approaching creatures, but these weren't friendly like the giant worms. Ferocious cave wolves were swarming towards them, hungry and aggressive. Parker got scared, and Niju indicated their hostility. The wolves attacked, and Niju fought them off. Estio intervened, calming the wolves with ease, choosing to spare their lives. He then told the wolves that he would be their leader from that point on. They all howled, showing their agreement. Estio signaled to his team that they should leave, and as they walked away, the wolves lay down on the ground, looking harmless like puppies. Parker mentioned to Niju that it was unfortunate she got dirty and bloody after washing in the pond, but Niju seemed happy to have helped. She assured her master she'd clean up again. Finally, they spotted the real exit of the tunnel, and walked out slowly. They arrived in Hygar, and Parker was captivated by the view in front of him. Hygar Castle was just a short distance away, and it looked beautiful with guards and cannons. The ground began to shake, and they noticed horseback riders approaching. They halted and asked Estio if he was the leader of the Ignis Guild, adding that the Lord was waiting for him. They entered the inner walls of Hagar's territory, and the people were amazed by Estio and Parker's appearance. The crowd started cheering and offered to join Estio if he ever needed help protecting the town. This made Estio emotional, as he never felt such a strong desire to protect the land he lived on. They entered the castle, and the guide explained that only the leader was allowed past that point. Others couldn't enter the office unless directly invited by the Duke. Estio said he'd be back soon, and Niju assured him that he could call for her if needed. Estio realized he never left those three alone in one place and wondered if they'd get along. Suddenly, Ahura got away from Niju's grip. The Lord removed his glasses and greeted Estio, but was startled when he saw Ahura on the floor. Ahura shyly introduced himself telepathically, and the Lord screamed in fear. They continued screaming at each other, and the royal guard inquired if there was an issue. The Lord claimed everything was fine and turned to Ahura, calling him a cactus. Ahura responded by calling him an idiot. Estio took a step forward and identified himself as the guild leader. The Lord was surprised that Estio didn't look like a cactus and said he thought Estio had a mind control ability. Estio inquired about the request, but the Lord interrupted and talked about the cactus again, referring to it as a monster. Ahura got angry, leaped into the air, and stunned the Lord. He then jumped onto the table, and Estio asked if the Lord could hear what Ahura was saying. The Lord confirmed that he could. Estio was amazed by this and asked if the Lord could also control minds. The Lord explained that he couldn't, but mentioned that some connections became stronger through blood. Estio had a sudden realization. He discovered that his blood had the power to make Ahura's thoughts audible. Mubian added that if enough blood was consumed, he wouldn't need to give explicit instructions for every little thing. Estio was amazed that Mubian knew more about his abilities than he did. Mubian explained that years of gathering information had led him to believe that there were others with similar abilities. Suddenly, Mubian drew his sword and shared rumors that the Hygar family might be descended from black dragons. He started to shake and claimed he could feel the essence of the black dragon awakening in his veins. Ahura didn't like his behavior and suggested they leave. Mubian reassured them he was just joking and not a black dragon. Estio inquired about Mubian's request. Mubian handed him a bag and revealed that he wanted to find a real descendant of the black dragons. Estio was surprised by the request, but Mubian explained that it wasn't related to politics. He was simply interested in it. Mubian, who claimed to be the Empire's top swordsman, offered to protect Estio during their mission. Estio asked for the real reason behind Mubian's quest, and Mubian explained that his family had black dragon blood in its ancestry, which gave them extraordinary powers. Estio realized something, but Mubian interrupted, comparing his abilities to those of the cactus Ahura, who objected to the comparison. Mubian asked Estio to choose their first destination. Estio was shocked, but Mubian explained that their goal was to investigate Estio, the one with abilities similar to those of the black dragons mentioned in ancient texts. Estio was confused, but Mubian continued, mentioning that black dragons' natural powers were linked to mental energy and will. Estio's mental domination abilities were too similar to be coincidental, so that was why he invited him to Hygar. Mubian extended his hand for a handshake, and they agreed to a 1-month collaboration. Then, a pink-haired lady appeared, calling out for Mubian. It was revealed that the pink-haired lady was Mubian's mother, who used to tell him stories about having dragon blood as a child. When Mubian asked if those stories were true, his mother confirmed they were, a gift from the noble and beautiful black dragon. Mubian once mentioned that she lied because her grandpa had told her that dragons no longer existed in the world. However, his mother had a different perspective. She thought that although many dragons might have vanished due to the world becoming vast and complex, the dragon that had a connection with their family was believed to remain. The proof of this lay in their family history, where they had produced strong children for generations. Mubian had doubts about the dragon's existence, as he had never seen it himself. His mother reassured him, stating that dragons were eternal guardians who didn't age, fall ill, or die. She particularly praised black dragons as the most noble and beautiful beings, certain that they were watching over their family from a distance. Mubian was skeptical, suggesting that perhaps they were not strong enough for black dragons to care about them. His mother agreed, acknowledging that they paled in comparison to real dragons. Nonetheless, she encouraged them to lead diligent lives and continue their family line, as they might be the last living evidence of dragons in the world. Curious, Mubian asked why the black dragon chose to stay. The answer, according to Jiraiya, was the black dragon's love for humans. Mubian's dream was interrupted when Estio greeted him. Estio asked why Mubian was still awake, to which Mubian explained that he had just woken up. They sat by a cozy fireplace, feeling safe. Mubian questioned whether he had been talking in his sleep, but Estio assured him he hadn't. Mubian observed Estio's calm demeanor, reminiscent of Jiraiya, but quickly dismissed the thought, remembering Jiraiya as a warm and gentle woman, while Estio appeared aloof. When Mubian asked why the protagonist wasn't sleeping, Estio disclosed that he possessed the ability to read the dreams of others, and sometimes dreams entered his mind involuntarily. Mubian inquired if Estio had seen his dream, but Estio found it boring. Mubian shared a bit about his family, explaining that Jiraiya was his father's second wife but was like a real mother to him. Unfortunately, she had passed away, and he felt unable to repay her kindness since he was too young to do anything for her. His birth mother had lost her life shortly after giving birth to him. Mubian was telling a story about a monster invasion. The monsters were hiding in the city and caught Jiraiya. Everyone in the city died that day except for him. If the black dragon still existed in the world, he would like to ask it just one question. Estio looked at Mubian with sadness in his eyes. Mubian lay on the floor, gazing at the stars, and said he would ask the black dragon what he was going to protect now since his mother was gone. He felt sad and thought he didn't need his monstrous strength anymore. Mubian thought that if he had known his mother would die, he would have preferred their bloodline to disappear. Estio interrupted him and advised him to take a rest since useless thoughts start to arise when one doesn't get enough sleep. Estio then assured him that he wouldn't have a nightmare anymore. The next morning, Mubian was woken up by the amazing smell of soup Estio was preparing. He then realized that he had slept soundly, thinking that a mental ability user is truly incredible since he helped him sleep well for the first time in a while. Ahura then teased him, calling him lazy like a sloth. Mubian smiled and said he usually doesn't sleep that much, but Ahura told him to wash his face because it was dirty. Parker came, bringing warm ham, cheese, and corn soup, but Mubian thought it looked terrible and couldn't even remember the name of the soup. Parker said it was the cheese, milk, potato, and broccoli soup, but Mubian yelled at him, saying he had just changed the name. Parker tried to remember the name, so Mubian told him that it didn't matter since it was just a mix of whatever he had. Parker said it wasn't true and he shouldn't ignore his 20 years of cooking experience. Mubian asked how old he was, and Parker said he was 21, meaning he learned how to cook when he was only 1 year old. He exaggerated, saying he made all of his baby food, but Mubian, of course, didn't believe a word of it. Ahura joined the conversation and said it made sense since avians are closer to birds, so they can fly around pretty well at 1 year old. Parker agreed, adding that he was able to fly from a young age too, which made him a very talented bird. Now, after the respectable job of being a delivery man, he became a capable member of the leader's team. Mubian interrupted his narcissistic monologue and asked Estio where Parker was. Parker just sat there and said nothing, having no idea where he was. He started sweating and said that he told him he'd take a look around the area. Mubian asked if Estio had been gone for a long time, and Parker said he had, but he was the leader, so he'd be fine on his own. Mubian stood up and said he didn't feel good about the land's safety. Parker asked why, and he said it wasn't safe, mentioning that there were many monsters, bandits, and soldiers from enemy kingdoms. He explained that Hygar was a territory that had still not been able to escape the dangers of war. Parker asked if he should go get the leader, but Mubian said he'd do it. He jumped high in the air and suddenly smelled some blood. He saw Estio, and just as he asked if he was all right, Estio turned around, and now they saw the wolves growling at Mubian. He wondered why the wolves were out there, But Estio answered by asking if he had finished preparing to leave already instead. He said he hadn't, since they were still eating breakfast, and then again asked Estio what he was doing with the wolves. Estio explained that they were wolves he had met while in the Renix's underground cave system. He saved them, and now they were loyal. Nubian understood, realizing that the wolf pack might have annoyed Hygar. He knew that the wolves could have been a problem for Hygar, and would have caused trouble. Estio asked why, and Nubian explained that the wolves were predators, and the Renix cave system was the only way for Hygar's people to connect with the outside world. To make it safe for people to pass through there, it made sense to remove dangerous beasts and monsters. Nubian noticed one wolf with blood on its mouth and fur. He asked Estio if he had fed the wolf with his blood, and Estio confirmed he had. He wasn't sure if it would help, but he mentioned a previous case where his blood had healed an injured animal. Nubian considered Estio's actions noble but cautioned him not to give his blood so freely. He explained that if he was a descendant of the Black Dragon, his blood had the power to transform living creatures into guardians. Nubian then apologized for talking too much and said he wouldn't help them anymore, but Estio suggested they could change the wolves. He promised to make sure the wolves wouldn't harm humans again, and Nubian agreed to guarantee them food and safety in Hygar's castle. As they returned, the scent of the partners' food spread throughout the forest. Parker was initially scared of the cave wolves, but Lord Duke Nubian assured him that they were now their allies. Niji noticed that one of the wolves was a baby, and Estio mentioned that it had been hit by an arrow in its back leg. Parker quickly prepared for a surgical operation to remove the arrow. However, he soon realized that there was no injury, and Estio admitted that he had mistakenly thought it was another wolf while concealing an arrow behind his back. Nubian had a feeling that Estio didn't want their party to know about his unique abilities. They all noticed Suki, who was sleeping on a tree branch. Estio informed her that they would be leaving soon. Suki noticed the wolves and Estio mentioned that they would be teaming up with the wolves for the duration of their mission. Suki asked why they were suddenly becoming teammates, and Estio explained that they would also become legal residents within the Hygar territory. Suki didn't seem to care and asked where Estio was heading next. Nubian interrupted their conversation and announced that he had decided on their next destination. He mentioned that he had heard Estio grew up in a village and asked about it. Estio revealed it was Selbia village. Nubian decided to go there, which surprised everyone except Uhuru, who wondered why Nubian was making this choice when he knew Estio didn't like the idea. Nubian had a sly smile, and Uhuru thought he might be up to something. Estio questioned why they were going to Selbia village, and Nubian explained that initially, he wanted to observe Estio, but he realized he didn't know enough about himself either. Meeting his family, the ones who raised him, could provide more information. Estio thought about his angry family members and didn't want to see them again. Eventually, Nubian persuaded him to follow the requester's request, and they set off on their journey. Hawk welcomed Estio to the Gaulesia branch of the Ignis Guild, and called him the guild leader. Our protagonist said there was no need to call him a leader, but Hawk explained that by status, he was now his subordinate. However, Estio insisted on keeping their friendly relationship. Hawk smiled and asked how he'd been lately in a casual manner. Estio was surprised but happy that it was the same Hawk. Hawk started complimenting Estio's clothes and saying he believed in his potential for greatness. He also praised himself, claiming he had a keen eye for people and deserved higher pay for his work. Rosa joined the conversation and interrupted Hawk's self-praise. She had heard that Hawk was on his way to Selbia village in the river region. She mentioned that it was quite far from Gaulesia and would require crossing numerous mountain passes. Rosa suggested that walking all the way there would take a long time and be tough on them. In response, Hawk offered to lend a carriage for a more comfortable ride and proposed taking a break for now. Estio went to his room and noticed that everything was still the same. Soon, he heard a knock on the door. Rosa entered and asked if he knew how to ride a horse. Estio admitted that he didn't. Rosa explained that there were no carriages available, only a few horses. Estio said it was okay because walking wasn't a problem for him. Rosa then offered to send guards with him for safety, But Estio declined, trusting his client, Mubian, who was self-proclaimed to be the strongest swordsman, with his life. Mubian stood there, a little shocked, as he watched Estio call him a self-proclaimed strongest swordsman. Rosa expressed her admiration and wished him good luck. Then, Parker arrived and mentioned that the cooking ingredients were running low, and his pot had burnt and smelled terrible. He suggested getting a new one. Rosa welcomed Parker into the office to arrange the pot exchange. Mubian mentioned his intention to visit the weapon shop, but his statement went unnoticed by everyone. He teased Estio for his lack of knowledge about weapons. Estio explained that he was part of the special support department and didn't need to use a weapon. This surprised Mubian because Estio had grown up in the countryside, so he expected him to have some experience with hunting or handling weapons. Estio revealed that he didn't want to harm animals, but when Mubian asked if he had ever taken a person's life, Estio hesitated before admitting that he had. Mubian wasn't shocked, as Estio gave the impression of someone who wouldn't harm an insect but would do what was necessary to protect a human life. Mubian suggested that, despite their exceptional abilities, it was wise for humans to carry weapons for their safety. He made it a request, and Estio agreed. Ahura asked why Suki was joining them, and Estio explained that she would follow them no matter what. Suki playfully walked around the room, showing her determination. A couple of hours later, Estio and Nubian reached a shop, but the owner informed them that he couldn't sell anything. Viscount Fabian had recently emptied the store because he was recruiting more soldiers but had run out of equipment. The shop owner also mentioned that the Viscount's daughter, Sarah, had fallen seriously ill. Estio looked confused and asked what kind of illness it was. The shop owner leaned forward and explained that there was a rumor that she suffered from some sort of heart illness. Sarah would freak out whenever she saw blood, and on top of that, she had nightmares every night. The fear had only started recently when the soldiers from her house were killed, and she saw the bloodshed. Estio immediately knew it was the incident when he defended himself and had to kill the soldiers. The shop owner continued, saying that Sarah's father always kept some soldiers in the castle to keep her safe and to ease the emptiness in her heart. He was searching for ways to calm her down. Seeing Estio's poker face, the shop owner apologized, thinking he had told a lousy story about the princess, and then asked if he could do anything else for him. Estio calmly asked if he could sharpen his sword, to which the man agreed. He then remembered Sarah's words when she said that if he could read her secrets, they would become secret friends. But Mubian interrupted him and handed him a black dagger. Estio carefully accepted the dagger and asked why he was giving him a weapon. Mubian replied, saying it would be better than nothing, and seriously advised him to take better care of himself. Estio thanked him, and Mubian said they should start going. The streets were half empty, and Suki joined them for a short walk. Estio turned to her and asked if she remembered Sarah, to which Suki sarcastically replied that she didn't remember every single human on Earth. Estio said maybe it was better that she didn't remember, but Suki asked why he was worrying about her when she made his life even more difficult. Estio just clenched his fist and said that Sarah didn't do anything wrong. Back in Estio's guild house, Sarah's father, Viscount Fabian, yelled at Rosa, asking why they rejected his request. She said they didn't reject his request, but the Viscount screamed that he had been waiting for 10 days already. Just at that moment, Estio entered the office and saw the commotion. Rosa attempted to explain that Estio had joined the main headquarters. However, Fabian interrupted her and threatened to shut down the building if she continued. Mubian and Estio simply stood behind Fabian and observed as Rosa apologized. Fabian persisted in asking for Estio, and Mubian quickly realized that it was the rumored Viscount who was talking to Rosa. Mubian then concluded that the Viscount was the one who seemed mentally unstable, not his daughter. He wondered why the Viscount dressed like a homeless man and questioned what happened to his noble dignity. Mubian suggested that they should ignore the Viscount and continue walking. Estio agreed, and as they attempted to do so, the Viscount noticed them and yelled Estio's name. The Viscount looked exhausted and rushed to Estio, mentioning that it had been a while since they had seen each other. He also stated that he heard about Estio's job change and had been waiting for him for a long time. Fabian grabbed Estio's hand, his trembling, and asked if Estio remembered him. He begged Estio to listen, started crying, and shared concerns about his daughter, Sarah's condition. He asked Estio for help in erasing her traumatic memories to stop her nightmares. Estio, with a serious expression, questioned why he should help. Fabian pleaded, and Estio mentioned he was currently working on another request. Fabian was shocked but then became furious, yelling at Mubian and demanding that he cancel the request. Mubian calmly replied that he didn't want to cancel it. Fabian yelled again, but Mubian made it clear he had no intention of canceling the request. The Viscount was enraged and saw Mubian as a childish troublemaker. Mubian smiled and introduced himself as Mubian Hygar. The Viscount's expression completely changed as he realized who he was talking to, and the others in the room were frightened by Mubian's name. Mubian smiled and apologized for his earlier behavior, acknowledging that he had acted rudely as a duke's son. Looking at Fabian directly in the eyes, showing off his mind-reading abilities, just as the Viscount tried to say something, Estio interrupted him. He asked if he still harbored ill feelings towards him because of the incident at his mansion when they tried to capture him and fired at Niju. Fabian said there was no need to make a big deal out of such a minor thing. He indulged in self-pity and added that he had already forgotten all about it. He mentioned that there were more important things to think about. Estio thought to himself that Fabian was always someone who didn't know how to admit his own mistakes and apologize. As he turned to him, Fabian told him it would be the last time he asked for help. He started begging Estio to listen to him, deeply concerned about his daughter's well-being. He grabbed Estio by the shoulders and began shaking him as if he were trying to snap some sense into our protagonist and help save his daughter. Estio took a moment to think, then told him to let go and turned to walk away. As Mubian and Estio were leaving, Fabian believed that it couldn't end like that. So he yelled his daughter's name, fell to his knees, and begged Estio to come to his house, lying and saying that Sarah wanted to see him immediately. Everyone watched Viscount Fabian on his knees, begging Estio to come save his little daughter. After a brief silence, Estio spoke and told him to listen very carefully to what he was about to say. He went on to say that he wouldn't accept anything that the Viscount offered him, and that any decisions regarding the visit to Sarah would be made by himself. Fabian lay on the floor, but Estio didn't care about his posture because he never apologized, not even once. The evening arrived, and Sarah spent some time gazing out the window. Her eyes looked sad and tired due to the nightmares that prevented her from sleeping. Her little dog tried to cheer her up, but it didn't work. Suddenly, she heard scratching sounds under the window. A moment later, she heard a big meow, and Suki was standing at the window. Sarah was surprised and, as she looked into Suki's eyes, she realized they resembled Estio's. Sarah lowered her head and began to speak. She admitted that she had been wrong in her first impression of Estio. When they first met, he was skinny and quiet, not someone she considered funny or interesting. She said he seemed kind of sad and had the ability to read hearts. Sarah thought that if she had such an ability, she'd talk to her dog, Hiru, every day and be very happy. Even though Estio had Niju, his expression remained somewhat blank. There was one positive thing about Estio that Sarah remembered from their first meeting: his beautiful blue eyes. Looking into those eyes had a calming effect on her heart. However, now she wondered why someone with such beautiful and charming eyes could decide to kill someone at that moment. Sarah was very scared and couldn't think clearly. She was terrified by what her brother and father had done. But strangely, she also felt a sense of relief. Even though many soldiers had lost their lives, Estio hadn't hurt her elder brother or father. She was also scared of herself for feeling relieved about it all. As she cried and felt overwhelmed with sadness, she heard a gentle voice reassuring her that it wasn't her fault. When she turned around, she saw Estio standing right behind her. He told her not to blame herself. Then, Suki jumped down and joined them. Sarah asked if it was him. Our protagonist smiled and greeted her with her name. He extended his hand, and Sarah, smiling, corrected him, asking him to call her by her nickname, Sarah. She then asked if he had come because her father, Viscount Fabian, told him about her illness. Estio said it had nothing to do with him. At first, she didn't understand why he had come to visit her. Estio reminded her that the last time they talked, she said they were friends. This made Sarah happy, and she agreed that they were secret friends. Estio assured her that as a friend, he had no intention of hurting her or her family. He then mentioned that he would erase her memories. Sarah's expression changed, and she became scared and confused. She asked what he meant, but Estio gently put his hand on her head and told her not to be afraid. He explained that erasing her memories was something that needed to be done. Sarah swiftly slapped Estio's hand and shouted at him, leaving him somewhat startled. He read her thoughts and explained that she used to have only negative thoughts in her head. He said if she could forget everything related to him, she'd be able to smile again. Sarah grew very angry and grabbed Estio by his robe. She declared that she didn't want to avoid things she disliked, as that felt like a cowardly way to approach life, and she was no coward. She even asked if that's what adults do. Estio remained calm and composed, reassuring her that it wasn't what he meant. Sarah called him a dummy for scaring her, and she mentioned that forgetting the emotions she felt at that moment seemed scarier than a never-ending nightmare. She also expressed her fear that she might unknowingly hurt people and just laugh without realizing she was doing wrong, much like her father, Viscount Fabian. Sarah then lifted her adorable puppy, Hero, and told Estio that she didn't want to forget him, as it would mean forgetting Hero too. She hugged her puppy tightly and said she never wanted that to happen. Estio asked her what she wanted to do instead, and Sarah, now smiling, said she wanted to be his friend. She believed that being friends with him would be enough, and she'd figure everything else out on her own. Estio asked if she was telling the truth, and she confirmed that she was. She added that she was Sarah, after all. With a serious expression, she told Estio never to erase her memories, and he said he understood. Before leaving, Estio assured her that she would do well. He jumped out of the window, and Sarah saw some magical feathers in the air. Looking down, she realized that Estio had many friends already. That night, Suki, Mubian, Estio, and Parker returned to the guild. At one point, Estio suddenly stopped and turned toward his crew, asking them how they knew he was at Fabian's mansion. Parker just scratched his head and said that Mubian had dragged him along, while Mubian explained that he had followed him quietly and saw where he was going. Estio thought to himself that it was best to stop talking and thinking around Mubian. As they approached the guild house, they saw Niju calling Estio's name and announcing that dinner was ready just in time. Ahura was there too, jumping with happiness. Mubian, still hugging Estio, mentioned that he was getting hungry and it would be a good idea to eat some food because they'd be leaving tomorrow morning. Estio looked at the sky and realized he'd be back in his birthplace, Selbia, by the next day. He was getting anxious about speaking the next words, making Ahura frustrated because of the suspense. Parker was not sure about what he saw, but he told them that someone was tied to the burning pillar. This news visibly shocked Estio, and he panicked, asking Parker if he meant the villagers had lit a pillar on fire with someone bound to it. Parker confirmed it, adding that the person tied up was still alive. Everyone fell silent. Parker returned with some news, confirming that it wasn't a mountain fire for now, which they assumed. Estio then realized something and asked what Parker meant by "for now," and Parker explained that the villagers had constructed a burning pillar and altar. Estio defended Bella, saying she had never killed anyone, which greatly angered his older brother. Estio tried to calm the situation down and explained that he had just read Bella's memories a few moments ago. In her memories, there was no scene in which she ate someone's liver or killed a person. Bella stood behind him, confirming that it was the truth, and that she was definitely innocent. The main character calmly asked if there was any proof of what they were saying or if the judgment had been fair. But Rosette laughed in their face, saying, "Why would we need something like that? Everyone says she's a witch, so it must be true." Then Estio's older brother Terry stepped forward and declared that only an evil person would protect a supposed sinner. He called Estio a cursed child and said it would be better if Estio just disappeared without a trace and never came back to the village. It was an awkward situation. Niju got excited when she heard about water-controlling abilities, and Nubian explained that magicians could draw water from nearby sources, while elementalists could create rain clouds. In other words, they could easily put out the fire in a few minutes. Back at Estio's house, the grandpa showed great excitement about Estio joining the Ignis Guild. He sat between our protagonist's parents and mentioned that their village had produced an incredible person. Estio was in disbelief as he listened to these words. He realized that if Estio never willingly talked about his family, then there must be something wrong. But there's no way they would have mistreated someone with abilities as powerful as his. Suddenly, flames could be heard and a lot of smoke could be seen in the distance. It seemed to be coming from the direction of Estio's village. Parker quickly flew into the air to check out the situation. Nubian asked if it might be a mountain fire, but Estio mentioned it was right where the village was. The old man started to stammer and noted that it had been a while since Estio had seen his family, then quickly greeted him. However, no one paid much attention to the greeting. The grandpa continued praising Estio, calling him great and reminiscing about the old days when Estio was a little boy. Estio's father awkwardly chuckled, making the situation even more uncomfortable. Niju, on the other hand, was concerned about the villagers' lives. Nubian chimed in, explaining that when a fire spreads like that in a remote mountain village, it's hard to deal with, especially since they lacked a water-manipulating ability user. Nubian then asked if that meant the village was on fire, but Estio just shrugged and claimed that he didn't know. This left Nubian feeling a bit confused, as he didn't sense much urgency from our protagonist. Estio thought to himself how funny it was that there was a talking monkey, a guy rumored to have the blood of the black dragon in him, and a talking chicken. Yet they still called him a monster. Ahuru jumped into Estio's arms and complained about everyone ignoring him. Estio explained that they weren't ignoring him, they were afraid of him. He found it incredible that he could instill fear in so many people. Ahuru agreed and said that if you put it that way, he's pretty cool. Niju chimed in, agreeing, and Parker joined, mentioning that he might be considered a monster since he's not a human but a winged avian. Lastly, Ahuru started speaking, and Estio's family got scared of hearing a cactus talk. Rosette immediately called Ahuru a monster and fainted. Her words and fainting insulted Ahuru, and he asked her to stop pretending to be unconscious. But she had actually fallen unconscious for real. Some half an hour later, Nubian said that everyone must be happy to see him. But Estio didn't answer the question, which made Parker realize that Estio was not happy at all, even after returning home as the guild leader. Estio told Parker that his family probably still lived there. Nubian added that his parents were fine and said he was the youngest brother, with one older brother and one older sister. He thought to himself how he had done some research after all. Nubian grew tired of the fake praise for Estio and bluntly informed them that Estio had returned not because he missed his family, but because he had been ordered to do so. Estio's grandpa scolded Nubian for rudely interrupting the adults' conversation. Nubian sipped his tea and asked for an original response. Estio turned around and asked what Parker meant by that. Parker clarified that leaving the place you grow up in can be hard for adults, even if it's to chase their dreams. Our protagonist said it was not at all what happened in his case. It was definitely not because of something like responsibility. He clenched his fist and said that he only left because he wanted to live. Nubian, Niju, and the rest of the crew looked at themselves in silence, not knowing the struggles he went through. Estio's father inquired if Nubian was a noble, and Nubian happily poured a handful of gold coins onto the table. Estio's family marveled at the shiny coins, and Nubian revealed he would give them all the coins if they answered his questions well. The grandpa stood up and called Nubian a lord, while Estio's mom mentioned that she had sensed something unique about him, as if he exuded an elegant charm. Nubian explained that it wasn't honey but a special perfume given to him by the emperor, which he used for his foot massages. Estio had flashbacks of his family members calling him ugly names and telling him to go away. People in the village said he must be a cursed child, and it made Estio feel terrible. His depressing thoughts were interrupted by Parker praising Estio's sense of responsibility, considering how he started working as soon as he became an adult. Nubian asked them if they were Estio's real family. Estio's parents exchanged glances and then, hesitating, admitted that they were Estio's parents. His mother got up quickly and started to affectionately pat her beloved son, calling him their precious baby. Nubian was skeptical and stood up, warning them that if they were lying about Estio's bloodline, a severe punishment would await them, so they should tell the truth. His mother insisted, pointing out how much Estio resembled the rest of the family. They continued to praise Nubian, but he secretly thought less of them, as he had expected more from the people Estio had grown up with. The grandpa confessed that he wasn't sure what he could tell Nubian that he didn't already know. Nubian humorously remarked that he would have never guessed that Estio's family was so clueless if he hadn't known they were the leader's family. He suggested they cut the nonsense and get to the point, stating that even the least informed individuals could answer questions about their own experiences. A few minutes later, Parker mentioned that a person wouldn't get robbed in a place like where they were walking. Nubian responded, saying that you can't rob if there are no people around. Parker couldn't help but ask our protagonist how long it had been since he had returned to his hometown. Estio replied, saying he had left the village at the beginning of the year. Parker noted that he basically left after his coming-of-age ceremony. Estio, without showing any anger, grabbed Terry's hand and told him that he had also hated Terry for a long time. Terry clenched his teeth and tried to hit his younger brother, but their father stepped in front of Estio, taking the blow instead. Terry was shocked, but their father told him that they didn't have to get along, but Estio was still his brother, after all. Surprisingly, Terry accused his father of favoring Estio, and their father admitted that he had been afraid but never truly hated him. Estio was confused and put his hand on his father's back. At that moment, a bright light appeared, surprising Estio. Estio tried to recall what they had read at that time, but they couldn't. Parker became worried about Estio because they suddenly seemed sad. Nija also expressed concern, but Estio assured her that they were fine. Estio then looked at their parents, and became convinced that they were hiding something. Our protagonist stood up and approached their parents, asking if they were willing to let them delve into their memories to confirm the truth. His mother had screamed, telling him he couldn't read their thoughts. She insisted that reading people's thoughts would turn him into a monster. Then, with a loud slam, Estio hit the table so hard that it split in two. He yelled at his parents to stop talking about monster nonsense. Someone threatened his parents, saying that all that talk about monsters would make the monsters feel bad. Morning came, and their journey continued. Ahura walked a bit behind everyone else, yawning and complaining about his sore roots. Niju saw him struggling and offered to carry him, which Ahura happily accepted. However, as soon as Estio glanced at their parents, they were flooded with memories of the times when they were punished for reading people's thoughts, and were called a monster for doing so. Their mother covered Estio's mouth with her hand and threatened to disown them if they ever invaded someone's thoughts again. He mentioned it must be quite isolated, being so deep in the mountain, and Estio added that now, thinking about it, he had lived in a really remote place. Estio's father tried to stop Terry from bullying him, but Terry kept on bullying him. Terry said Estio shouldn't survive in the attic because it was as cold as a freezer, and they only fed him once a month. Terry called him a cockroach and shouted that only a monster could survive in those conditions. The parents were shocked to hear these words, but Terry continued with insults. He said he hated Estio and accused him of pretending to be a part of the family just because he had the same eye color as their mother. Meanwhile, Nubian observed quietly and wondered what Terry meant by saying Estio was copying their mother's eye color. Estio led the group because he knew the way to his village, Selbia. Walking uphill made Parker quite tired, and Nubian complained too, saying they had come a long way but still couldn't see the village. Still standing and being very serious, Estio told his family members to cooperate if they wanted the gold. Nubian showed them, and Estio's brother grabbed his robe and asked who he was threatening. Then, he mentioned that they had to live in humiliation from the village because of him, and get stoned and cursed at just because of him. Still yelling, he added that he had sent him to the attic to stop seeing him. They all remembered the cold attic Estio had slept in as a kid. Mubian then asked Estio's siblings if they remembered Estio's birth, but his older brother said he didn't. Their father tried to persuade Mubian that the children were too young to remember, but Mubian crossed his arms and stated that he remembered everything he had seen and heard since he was 1 year old. Mubian then turned to Estio and inquired if they were being honest. When Estio asked why he was asking such a question, Mubian explained that Estio had the ability to determine if someone was lying, and if not, he would order them to read their minds. As the heat increased, Bella continued to cry out for someone to save her. Suddenly, Suki appeared on top of the stake. People recognized that a black cat's presence indicated that the girl was a witch. Suki looked at Bella calmly, and Bella thought Suki's eyes resembled Estio's eyes. She realized that it was all because of him. If Estio hadn't left the town, he would be in her position now. As she thought about various possible scenarios, the ropes binding her to the stake were suddenly cut. The onlookers were shocked to see her free. Estio appeared before Bella, holding a knife that Mubian had given him. It had proven to be quite useful. Estio lifted Bella and slowly walked away, leaving the fiery inferno behind. His face showed no emotion, but he was secretly disgusted by the people of Selbia village. Estio simply ignored Bella and continued walking. Bella, feeling disheartened, knelt on the ground, then became distraught and asked why Estio was behaving that way. She began to cry, and her sobs echoed throughout the village. Mubian interrupted her monologue, asking Estio if he was really going to listen to her rambling. Estio firmly stated that he wouldn't, and urged Mubian to continue. Despite this, Bella remained persistent, wanting to talk about the days when they were young and were friends. However, later on, one of the villagers who had expressed his love to Bella accused her of bewitching him. He saw her in the streets, yelled at her, calling her a witch and endangering her life. Now, tied up and about to be burned alive, she yelled, saying that he had claimed to love her. Estio was a bit taken aback and told her that she still despised him. He added that if she could, she would throw him into the fire pit she had just been in. Bella screamed that it wasn't true, but Estio gently removed her hand from his coat and explained that he wasn't so kind as to accept someone who found him repulsive. He told her that after he finished his task, he hoped to never see her again, as both she and the whole town were very tiresome for him. Estio stopped beside a tree, and what he saw next truly shocked him. Bella was tied up, and the flames were all around her, but she was still alive. She sobbed and begged for someone to save her, insisting she wasn't like that. Her brothers, Dino and Louis, just looked away. Bella called for Jake to help her, but his wife yelled at her to keep her husband's name out of her mouth. Bella then had flashbacks of her parents who never treated her well, but she longed for them to be by her side. She remembered when a group of kids asked her to play with them, and when she joined them, they treated her like family, even calling her their little sister. It was the first time she felt loved, and she was very, very happy. Bella didn't give up, though. She stood in the rain and told Estio that back in the day, she didn't know him properly, and only believed what others said about him. Now, she understood that it wasn't true, and that they were alike in many ways. She tried to express that they had both been abandoned. Estio knew that if they truly were evil, it would be him tied up like that if he had stayed in the village a few months ago. Now, he saw smoke rising from the middle of the village, but, as Parker had described, the village itself was not burning, and there was no immediate danger. Estio just stood there with his head hurting and blood dripping on his boots. Bella informed him about the blood on his forehead, and Estio just chuckled, thinking to himself how his village, Selbia, hadn't really changed at all. He then angrily gazed at the crowd and yelled, "Stop!" In an instant, every single person around him fell to their knees, unable to move, accusing Estio of placing a curse on them. As they moved away from the flames, Estio asked his father for an explanation. His father clenched his teeth and angrily revealed that the girl he had just rescued was considered a sinner. She had committed a grave sin that had enraged everyone, and they believed she should pay for it with her life. His father approached to see what was happening and couldn't believe his eyes when he noticed the Ignis Guild badge on Estio's uniform. The sky became cloudy, mirroring the tense atmosphere in the village. The villagers protested, suggesting that Estio might be lying. Estio's father threw a rock, hitting him in the head, and then shouted at the top of his lungs, telling our protagonist to leave the village and calling him a monster. He even called him a fool. Then, suddenly, the rain started falling. Estio had bitten his lower lip in frustration, thinking there was no way Parker had seen it correctly. He believed the Birdman must have seen it wrong. He started running towards the village, and while he ran, he considered that even the villagers wouldn't go that far. They could be mean at times, but they weren't people who would commit evil deeds. Estio inquired about the sin Bella had committed, but Rosette, Estio's older sister, interrupted him. She claimed that Bella had bewitched a man from a neighboring town and had killed him. She even accused Estio of saving a murderer. Bella vehemently protested, screaming that she was not a murderer. Estio's brother, Terriot, used to call him a wicked fool. One day, as Estio looked up, he suddenly noticed feathers floating in the air. It was then that Parker, Mubian, and their crew finally arrived. Mubian calmly asked Terriot where his manners were, for speaking to the leader of the Ignis Guild in such a disrespectful way. Rosette, now on her knees, asked if he was talking about the famous Ignis Guild. Estio's father then chimed in, saying it wasn't the right weather to leave guests standing outside. He offered to lead the members of the Ignis Guild to his house. They began to follow him, and Bella rushed to Estio, calling him her brother and thanking him for saving her. Estio clarified that he wasn't trying to save her, but Bella insisted that despite his cold demeanor, she knew he was a kind person. Nevertheless, Rosette continued her accusations, claiming that Bella was a witch who had committed adultery with all the men in the town and had killed those who fell for her. To make matters worse, she said Bella had consumed their livers. Someone in the crowd even exclaimed that they had heard she liked to eat organs fresh from the body. The crowd was both angry and fearful, with everyone agreeing that Bella needed to be eliminated. Now, we see Selbia's mountain forest, with Estio's father breathing heavily and climbing up the mountain. Suddenly, a black bird attacked and knocked him down. Realizing he had taken the wrong path, he saw a bright light in the distance and ran toward it, begging it to save him. As he got closer, he noticed a huge hole in the ground with a shiny object in the middle. Thinking it was a large piece of gold, he went down and tried to lift it. Unfortunately, there was something else in the big hole. A big black wolf covered in blood caused Estio to panic. But then, he thought about his family and how his life would change if he brought the chunk of gold home. He grabbed an axe and killed the wolf on the spot. Happily, he took the shiny thing and rushed home. Estio's father knocked on the door, and his wife, holding their baby Rosette, opened it. He entered the house and quickly told her to pack their bags because they needed to leave the village. She asked for an explanation, so he showed her the precious gem he had found, which he believed was gold. She was confused and looked at the contents, questioning his sanity. He then noticed a small baby boy in the wooden trunk, smiling happily. He fell to the floor in disbelief and tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding, repeating his earlier words about the gem. Angered, his wife then told him to stop talking. The next day, Estio's father and mother took a walk with baby Estio. His father wondered if the baby had been possessed by a ghost because what he had brought home had originally been a chunk of gold. His wife, walking behind him, angrily told him to return the baby to where he found it. The father considered the possibility that the beast he had killed might have been a human since the chunk of gold had transformed into a human baby, making anything seem possible. They walked to the place and stopped beside a tree, looking at the enormous hole, which resembled a meteor crater. They saw some priests talking, and other people from nearby villages were also there, curious about the hole's origin. The father tried to act as if he was seeing it for the first time, and some people in the crowd started discussing the person in the hole, believing them to be a high priest who had come from the holy palace. Someone mentioned that they might have received a revelation or something important. Another person said that, from what he heard, the expected thing wasn't there. Estio's father asked what was going on, and the person pointed at the high priest, explaining that he had come from the holy palace. Estio's father was shocked upon hearing this and understood the seriousness of the situation. He asked why they had come, and the person revealed that they claimed a dragon's treasure had fallen from the sky. Estio's mother was initially surprised and then frightened when she heard the men talking about dragons being connected to immortal beings. The person continued, saying that since a revelation had come from those who had hidden for centuries, the holy place was likely in chaos. He added that a wicked person had killed the dragon's guardian and stolen the treasure, suggesting that this person deserved severe punishment, even execution, for taking a dragon's treasure. People in the area knew that the imperial family would likely handle the situation before the dragon became enraged, and the thieves wouldn't survive it. Estio's father and mother hurried back home, wondering what to do. When they entered the house, their other son, Tariot, asked if they had bought something tasty at the market. His parents exchanged glances, made up a story, and introduced Tariot to his younger brother, whom they named Estio. Memories from the past began to fade, and they returned to the present. Tariot was puzzled and asked his parents about the strange occurrence. His father apologized to Estio, explaining that he didn't know what Estio was, but he couldn't let his family face execution. He expressed that he didn't blame Estio and wanted to protect everyone, as a father should. He noted that the more Estio was seen outside, the more dangerous it became for everyone. Estio, seemingly uninterested, looked down at his father and expressed a desire to protect him too. He mentioned his intention to treat him as his own child, give him a name, and watch him grow like other kids. Estio's yellow eyes transformed into a blue color. He imitated how humans spoke and felt, and he even grew at the same rate as humans. But his growth started to slow down when they banished him to the attic, where they treated him terribly. Despite their harsh treatment, Estio kept acting like everything was normal. He never complained about his life in that freezing attic, even when he had no food. This scared them. His father even bowed down on all fours and asked for forgiveness. He explained that a guardian cannot leave their master, and that they cannot exist independently. Estio also mentioned that the only thing he had learned was the truth of his birth. Mubian thought about Estio's lifespan, considering him still like a dragon hatchling. Dragon infancy can last at least 100 years and up to 500 years after hatching. During this time, dragons are cared for by their mother, and only after that do they grow into adults. Mubian then asked if Estio intended to continue with guild work, and Estio confirmed that he did plan to. Mubian nervously mentioned that he was thinking of giving up his other positions, but Estio said there was no need for that. So, Parker decided they should grab a meal before meeting with their fans. However, just as Parker suggested this, Lena suddenly appeared behind him and began talking. Parker was surprised and asked if they had met before. Parker had thought it was a good idea to approach Estio on his own and tell him about Lena's desire to meet him. He glanced at Estio and felt like he wanted some alone time but couldn't express it, given Estio's blank expression. Parker ate a piece of bread and then asked Estio in a foreign language what he planned to do after returning to headquarters. Estio's response surprised Parker because he thought Estio would do something else, especially after learning about his origin and past. While they were sitting at their table, they noticed a girl with a hood over her head. She asked Estio about the age of a cactus, but he hadn't asked it yet. She mentioned that he could know without asking, but Estio was more concerned about his inability to read her emotions. Estio woke up briefly and pulled Suki closer. She reassured him, telling him that it wouldn't change anything, no matter what he was. Then, they both closed their eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Estio woke up with Suki in her bed, and Niju and Ahuru were sleeping on the floor. As he started wondering if he had slept for a whole day, Parker arrived at the door. Estio asked the mysterious girl who she was, and Lena explained that she was not a human but a doll named Jen, created by the guild master. Parker explained further about the guild master of Ignis being the only puppet master in the world. The weather was still bad, with heavy rain, and they talked about their plans to travel to Galatia. They estimated it would take about 2 days on foot because the carriages couldn't move due to the rain. He mentioned that he was just about to wake Estio up. However, before he could tell Estio to go down and eat, Nubian interrupted him, making Parker angry. If they couldn't answer, they had to run laps until they were sweating. Since Estio didn't have a rookie period, Lena said she'd guide and give him the best tour. Estio then agreed and got dragged away by Lena and Parker. As they continued walking, Jen smiled as the others suddenly spoke that Estio was a kind leader. Parker said he had gone through that as well. Lena explained that usually, they sent rookies on a patrol around the headquarters so they understood its layout. Then they were randomly asked about the city, like the biggest sculpture in the plaza or the most famous candy store. After a long and tiring walk, they eventually made it back to the Ignis Guild house. Estio immediately fell asleep, and Suki was relieved that he did because his thoughts were quite jumbled. However, becoming a guardian by drinking dragon blood had a cost. Their will and soul were subjugated, and they had to obey their master's commands. Their master's safety became their highest priority. It was a blood contract. As he observed Jen closely, Estio thought that apart from his inability to read her emotions, she looked just like any living person. Lena informed him that there was a tattoo below her eye that marked her as a doll made by the master, making it easy to distinguish her from a human. Estio agreed and said it was fair. He asked Nubian if the request was completed, and Nubian said it was, still kneeling. Then Nubian surprised Estio by saying he'd protect him. Estio showed surprise on his face, and Nubian continued, explaining that their family, the Hygar, had a history of dragon blood. He, Nubian, had received a calling from the immortals to be a rescuer so that tragedies like what happened to Estio wouldn't occur again. He asked Estio to choose him as his guardian, and Estio silently accepted. She reassured Estio that there was no need to treat her like a human because a doll could only obey the commands of its master and couldn't feel pain. He wondered what the wolf's name was. Nubian kneeled, and after Estio asked if he knew about all this, Nubian admitted he had some idea but never expected his family to be so cruel. Estio asked if he resented him, and Nubian replied that it wasn't necessary. While everyone began eating, Parker asked Estio why he hadn't started eating yet. Parker suggested that Estio might not eat raw food, and they should have asked before ordering. Lena freaked out, fearing she had made a big mistake. The food arrived, and everyone was excited, but they couldn't stop thinking about the living doll displayed on the table. Niju was delighted by the sight of the plates. No one said a word as they took a walk in the rainy mountains. They arrived at the place where Estio was originally found, but now it was just a pond. Estio came there to mourn his guardian wolf, which his fake father had killed many years ago. Both of them felt uncomfortable and disappointed in themselves. On the other side, Niju was feeling full and Estio asked if she could even walk. Someone suggested they take a walk in the city because their leader, Estio, had been stuck inside and hadn't gone out much. Parker told him that he had been in a daze every day since the last request when he found out about his past. Lena hugged Estio and pointed down the road, telling everyone to start walking. She explained that their guild had a custom of welcoming newcomers. But all he could manage was a feeble apology, claiming it was to protect his real family. This deeply hurt Estio. He hit the wall in frustration, shattering the glass into pieces. His grandpa muttered the word, "Dragon," and a dark aura enveloped Estio. This made him see the dishes as a bundle of grudges, and he chose not to discuss it, simply stating that he wasn't hungry. After they left the restaurant, Parker got really upset with Lena. He said they should have taken better care of their leader. Suki followed him calmly, and so did Niju, Parker, and Nubian. Nubian seemed a bit sad, showing concern for Estio. Terriot was shocked and started apologizing and begging for mercy, just like his mother did. Estio was disgusted by their behavior and realized they were actually weak people. He turned to the door and left the house. However, Estio clarified that it wasn't the rawness of the food, he simply didn't like the taste. Estio felt uncomfortable looking at the raw food, realizing that the creatures had been sliced up while still alive just moments ago. With a blanket, he could even open the window slightly to let in some cool air. He could relax, eat chocolate, take a nap, and wake up for more chocolate. In essence, he was told to be lazy and wait for the guild master. Lena took Estio to the finest restaurant in Castle Revito. She called the waitress and ordered for Estio as well. However, Estio noticed that Ahura was unusually quiet that day, wondering if something had hurt him. They were shaking in fear, but Estio turned his back and said his goodbyes as he walked away. Lena called after him and bowed down, apologizing for speaking rudely about Niju. She promised not to call Niju white fur anymore. Lena then looked at Estio and smiled, asking if she could take him to the best restaurant and buy him a meal as a token of her apology. As Mubian tried to convince Estio to let him stay, Estio promised to call him later. Fast forward, Estio arrived at the guild headquarters and was told to take a break. The guild master would look for him later. He was given a red blanket and instructed to read a book while lying in a warm room. Impressed by Estio's skills, Lena noticed the badge on his clothes, signifying that he was a guild leader as well. Parker advised Lena to show more respect to Estio, considering the significant difference in their ranks. Estio replied mysteriously, suggesting that he might not be the person Mubian thought he was. He added that he didn't want to confirm the truth of everything that had happened. Estio then told Mubian to go back to Haiga without him. Mubian felt disappointed, thinking he had finally found the last trace of the dragon, a master he had desperately sought. But now, it seemed that everything he had done so far had been in vain. He wondered if his Haiga family was useless after all. Estio interrupted his thoughts and assured him that he would call for him in the future. Realizing she had been too direct in her approach to the guild leader, Lena scratched her head. Estio then stood up and instructed Parker to have a meal with his friend, while he and Lena continued their conversation. Later that day, Estio announced that their quest had been completed, and they should return to Galatia. Mubian asked why Estio insisted on staying at the guild, suggesting they move to Haigar, a safer territory. Lena had vivid flashbacks of the two of them sitting in a carriage and chatting. Estio recognized Lena too, and she was delighted that he wasn't devoured by the white fur monster, which had disappeared without a trace. Ahura disagreed and wanted to return to make some changes in Estio's family. Estio appreciated Ahura's concern but stated that Selbia was the way it was, and there was no need to change anything. As Estio strolled down the hallway, Nija asked if he was really okay with not learning more about his Rio family. Estio replied that it was fine. Lena moved closer to Estio and suggested that maybe they had crossed paths. But upon looking at him more closely, she realized they hadn't met. She recognized Estio and called him by that name. He then glanced at Estio and thought that, by the leader's standards, Estio wasn't any different from a newborn. Additionally, he may have appeared young, but that was just a disguise he used to stay safe. He wondered why the black dragon hadn't protected his own blood. What if it wasn't because he didn't want to protect him but because he couldn't? The next day, Estio woke up in his beautiful room and thought about how he had never learned to play. He opened the window and admired the view of the sky, mountains, and buildings. At that time, she had scoured the entire mountain searching for him, believing he was eaten by the white fur. As Lena continued speaking, Nija playfully peeked out from behind a bench. Lena, startled and terrified, drew her swords to defend herself, but Parker assured her that Niju was Estio's trusted companion. Lena was astonished by Estio's ability to calm such a wild beast with his mind-reading and mind-controlling skills. He went outside, sat on a bench to soak up the sun, and noticed Parker and a person with orange hair in the distance. To his surprise, that person turned out to be Lena, Estio's good old friend. She thought he was being too harsh in front of the leader, not knowing who she was referring to. Uncle Bryn then turned to Estio and inquired if he was the guild leader recently promoted. Estio remained silent, but the man introduced himself as Bryn Yeager, responsible for taking care of the botanical garden. Our protagonist humbly introduced himself. As Uncle Bryn held Estio's hand, he privately marveled at finally meeting an ability user who could read hearts. He wanted to ask Estio what his plants were thinking, but after reading his thoughts, Estio felt uncomfortable because that was precisely what he didn't want to do. Lena apologized to the kind director Bryn. When he recognized her, he asked if she used to be a wandering mercenary because she wasn't well known at that time. Lena, visibly angry, scolded her Uncle Bryn and informed him that she was already famous as the leader of the combat department, receiving requests and all. The countdown on the paper was initiated by magic ink. Lena pointed out that reaching the central market in Castle Revito was challenging because it was massive, with 8 major roads leading in different directions, complicated alleyways, and a sea of people. Estio opened the scroll, which instructed him to go to Castle Revito in the central market and find Master Kai within 30 minutes. The reward would be given upon finding her, and the instructions would self-destruct after the time limit, so he needed to hurry. Niju clumsily moved away and apologized, but the man just stood there, watching the flower's life fade away, and then he started crying because of the damage to his beloved plant. Although it was a bit late, he wanted to express his gratitude. She was glad and pointed out that the Ignis Guild had earned a lot of trust from him. Estio then insisted that he was also a member of the guild. She admitted her mistake and thanked him for opening her eyes. He explained that trying to understand the thoughts of an unwilling being felt like a form of violence or abuse. This brought back some painful memories of past encounters with his family members. Jen told him that trees couldn't communicate unless he listened to them, even if they wanted to share something or had a story to tell. She described trees as unable to express themselves, even in times of drought and decay. Estio inquired why she had promoted him to the position of guild leader. She replied that it was for the same reason she had come to meet him, but it might not be suitable for others to overhear. Parker apologized on behalf of Lena, who stood there in disbelief as the man used her name for the apology. The man then angrily clarified that he wasn't upset about the tree. Instead, he pointed at Niju, who had accidentally stepped on a flower. She added that, for the trees, Estio's presence was a blessing. As they shared this wholesome moment, a man who was in charge of the garden came and yelled at them, asking what they were doing there. Estio wondered how these animals, which clearly came from different environments, had all ended up in the same place. As he pondered this, he suddenly heard a voice saying hello. When he turned to see who it was, he spotted a creature that looked like a raccoon. Despite not wanting to disturb him, Suki knew it could be dangerous if he kept sleeping for a long time. Suddenly, Estio woke up and reassured Suki that he was fine and there was no need to worry. Back in the guild house, Niju sat beside Estio's bed, contemplating whether to wake him up. Suki jumped on the bed and calmly watched him, then turned to Nijus, signaling that they shouldn't wake him up just yet. Estio had understood, and then she said they would meet again the next day before leaving. After they finished their meal, Estio, Suki, Niju, and Ahuru went for a walk. During their stroll, they encountered monkeys, ducks, rabbits, horses, and various other animals. The animal took offense and said he wasn't a raccoon but a red panda. Estio apologized, and the red panda introduced himself as Ban. Estio wasn't sure if Ban was part of the Ignis Guild. Ban looked different from the animals in Estio's village. Ban happily introduced Estio to the other animals, welcoming him like family. Estio was surprised by Ban's friendly behavior and asked if he was afraid of humans. Ban reassured him, saying that everyone in the Ignis Guild was kind to animals, providing them with food, teaching them, and even cleaning up after them. They played with the animals every day, so they loved humans. She replied that she was made of trees, which made Estio realize that she didn't have the same ability as him. She suggested that Estio listen to the trees, but he refused, fearing they might not want him to read their thoughts. She mentioned a remarkable warrior in the city known as the Claws of Ignis, due to his outstanding combat skills. She praised him and revealed her intention to meet him to learn from him. Estio wished her luck, and she blushed. During their walk, they unexpectedly ran into Lena, who hugged Estio and inquired if he was angry. Estio denied it but seemed annoyed. Lena then explained the location of the training grounds and discussed the weapons used for fighting. They could now hear the thoughts of the tree, saying it was nice to see the last child of the black kin and that they were relieved he was alive. Estio asked Jen if she could also hear the sounds of the plants. Kai responded that she also had incorrect information, as living a long life meant she had experienced more but didn't guarantee she was always right. Kai then forcefully stuck her fork into a piece of bread and stated with a menacing expression that she was sure the yellow dragon Shuanan was an enemy. That night, Estio spoke with Ahuru, saying that all the animals in the city were cute. Ahuru agreed and expressed a desire to meet them again. Estio suggested they take some rest before accepting any requests. Estio felt tense in the presence of this unknown person. The person pointed at Niju and claimed that there was another dirty one. The next morning, as Estio opened the window, the birds warned him of impending rain, for which he thanked them. Niju suggested they have breakfast and visit the animal friends they met the previous day. However, she quickly shifted to a more innocent tone and mentioned that she would be joining the leader support team starting tomorrow. Estio inquired if she meant the one with Parker in it, and she confirmed that he was right, but she wouldn't be a member of the support team as the master, but rather as Kai. They decided to communicate telepathically. The once blue sky behind Estio darkened, and everything around them turned pitch black. She explained that the guild was created to assist and protect members with special abilities. They sat and began eating. Kai referred to Suki as a black tiger and told her to eat as much as she wanted. However, Suki just gave her a resentful look. Estio was lost in thought, considering how Kai seemed to know Shuanan, and he wondered if the name had a special meaning. Lena then touched a tree and asked if it had something to say. After gazing at it for a moment, Estio replied that he didn't want to listen to it. Lena wondered why and thought to herself that she would be very curious and would try to understand everything if she had that ability. As they were about to part ways, Lena warned Estio not to follow the path he intended, as she claimed to smell blood at its end. Nija added that it wasn't human blood but the blood of the animals they had met the day before. Suddenly, they felt a looming threat approaching them, something with a murderous intent. Out of nowhere, a person in a black cloak appeared before them. Lena asked if there was a monster inside the guild headquarters, or if she was so hungry she'd become a monster herself. Estio called Kai, Master Kai, but she advised him not to address her in that way because she preferred to keep her position a secret. When Estio asked how she acquired her knowledge about dragons, she mentioned that he seemed oblivious to his own problems. Suddenly, Jen said something, and everyone turned to her to see what was happening. They saw Jen, the doll, with her head up, looking at the trees and saying that the tree was welcoming them all. The role of guild leader was established with the sole purpose of protecting Estio. The reason was that, for a long time, they had known about someone with the same ability as his. A very long time ago, it was believed that all the dragons had left the world, but there were two that hadn't. Lena had asked Estio about his ability to understand the feelings of animals. Estio explained that he couldn't hear them all the time. Instead, he needed to look at the creature to connect with it in some way. Later, Suki pushed away a plate of fish and ran from it because she didn't like it. Kai commented that she had heard that cats liked fish, but Niju corrected her, explaining that it was just a stereotype. Estio was shocked upon hearing the story about the yellow dragon because he knew he was a descendant of the black dragon. She warned him to avoid Shuanan and explained that he must never be curious about him or attempt to find him. Estio asked who they were, and she revealed that one had already passed away. The other dragon, who had remained in the world to the end, was the yellow dragon Shuanan. He was considered the last dragon. The botanical garden looked beautiful, and they walked in it. Lena explained that the botanical garden was like a city garden where anyone could come and see the flowers and trees. Parker wondered if all the plants could talk like Ahuru, and Estio said he didn't know. She explained that her knowledge had accumulated naturally over her long life, but it wasn't always accurate. She acknowledged that living a long life meant she had experienced more, but it didn't guarantee that her information about anything or anyone was always correct. Someone knocked on the door, and Kai appeared, mentioning that she had a request. She took one look at Estio and, realizing he looked ill, decided to put the request back in her pocket. They all started walking down the hallway, and Estio explained that he was on his way to the cafeteria. She extended her hand and said that for those reasons she, Kai, would be with him from that moment on. Estio clenched his fist, holding the scroll, and asked if he was even worth it. He mentioned that he didn't even know what kind of person he was, and questioned why the master of the guild would go to such lengths for him. Kai told him it seemed like he didn't realize his true value yet, and she smiled as if she truly meant it. After their conversation, Kai told him to go back and rest, promising to visit him again soon. Kai commented that everyone was staring at her in the cafeteria for some reason, and Ahura suggested that her clothes were too formal. He added that since she was a child, wearing such clothes would naturally attract attention because people are curious about unusual things. They continued the tour and arrived at the famous midday sunshine street. Lena explained that the sun moved directly in line with the street, giving it its name. She suggested taking a carriage to explore, but Estio refused and asked if there was a medical center for plant health. It now seemed like his adoptive parents had unknowingly protected him by keeping him hidden in the attic, even though they might have had their own motives. Luckily, Shuanan doesn't live in the Ruberazan Empire, and because it's impossible to hide Estio forever, she decided that it would be better to let people know that he was receiving special protection within the Empire. Regardless, Estio asked her to lead him there, and Lena happily accepted, telling him to trust her. Lena was in high spirits, and Parker commented that she was like a pony without any reins. Estio didn't mind Lena's behavior, as he was solely concerned about Ahura's health. Estio grabbed his coat, and when Ahura asked where he was headed since it was already evening, he tried to say he was going to get some food. However, Suki realized that he was actually unwell and had a fever. His blush wasn't from embarrassment. He was worried about Ahura's health the whole time. Lena thought for a moment and mentioned a botanical garden, but she warned that the director there was always super busy, so it might not be a great idea. As Estio apologized, Nijis and Suki immediately hugged and snuggled him, relieved that he had woken up and wasn't actually sick. Ahura began cracking jokes and said he thought Estio was in hibernation. Estio blushed and insisted that he was okay. The reason was that Shuhanan didn't know of his existence yet, and if he found out that another black dragon was alive in the world, he would likely try to kill it. Estio was left speechless, unaware of the danger he was in. Uncle Bryn inquired about Ahura's age, and Ahura blushed, revealing that he was 200 years old, much older than Parker initially believed. Ahura explained that he was even older within his tribe, which finally helped Uncle Bryn understand the situation. A moment later, we saw Jen running and calling her master. Jen was happy, and everyone was surprised to see her smile. She hugged her master, and Estio just stood there. He introduced himself, mentioning that when he had been wandering around after leaving his hometown with nowhere to go, the guild's acceptance had been a great help. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out to him, and a white-haired lady appeared, telling him to accept the reward for finding her. She looked him in the eyes and revealed herself as Kai, the guild master of Ignis. Ahura agreed to show Bryn his roots, but only under the pot. Bryn examined the roots and determined that Ahura was very healthy. Ahura added that he was indeed very healthy but just a little sleepy. Niju panicked, asking if he was okay, and Estio assured her he was fine before running off again, with his friends telling him to slow down. Estio reached one of the market stands, where he was welcomed by a blonde, blue-eyed lady. Uncle Bryn was shocked and couldn't understand why he was being called a pervert. After a moment's reflection, he realized that the cactus had spoken to him, which made him even more agitated. Ahura got really angry and turned red, but Estio calmed him down, patted him, and explained that his condition appeared slightly different than usual, which was why Uncle Bryn recommended a thorough checkup. Estio clarified that Bryn Yeager was a plant doctor. She asked if he was looking for a gift or something for himself. Estio noticed the markings on her cheeks and realized she was just a puppet. He explained he had come to meet Master Kai, but the puppet only smiled and didn't respond. Parker asked if its condition was good, to which Uncle Bryn replied negatively. He then turned to Estio and asked if he could inspect Ahuru's roots. Just as he mentioned it, Ahuru spoke to Bryn, complaining and calling him a pervert. He turned around and told Uncle Bryn that the plants in the garden were thankful to him. Uncle Bryn was happily surprised to hear the news. Estio explained that all the trees and flowers wanted to thank him, even the one Niju had accidentally stepped on. Bryn stood there with a smile, and Estio said his goodbyes. Estio said he would leave Ahuru with Bryn, but Ahuru immediately refused, stating he didn't want to sleep and, to be more precise, he'd never sleep because he worried about Estio. Uncle Bryn warned that consistently refusing to sleep could lead to health problems and explained that although plants may seem simple, they are as delicate and unique as animals. He turned to Estio and excitedly explained that Ahuru used to be a rare plant, believed to have vanished a long time ago. It's a large, beautiful desert flower that's said to live for over 1,000 years and then produce fairy-like fruit. Ahuru disagreed, mentioning that they weren't extinct since his parents were still alive in his hometown. Uncle Bryn told Ahuru that the drowsiness he was experiencing was part of the plant's growth process, and promised to research how long the sleepy periods would last. Parker had mentioned that they didn't even know what the master looked like. Lena added that the master usually communicated through puppets. While Parker continued talking, Estio suddenly started running and said he was going to the central market. An hour later, Uncle Bryn examined Ahuru with a magnifier. Bryn observed that the cactus had been well taken care of, wasn't thirsty, and had no nutrient deficiencies. However, he noted that from the outside, it appeared to lack strength. Factors like living environment, size, age, and even leaf shape distinguished them. He then provided Estio with nutrients and soil for Ahuru and gave him a bottle containing a scroll with instructions from the guild master. At the crowded market, Estio's friends caught up with him. He was worried about not being able to identify Guild Master Kai among so many people. He decided to break his own rule and read people's hearts to find the Guild Master's whereabouts. As he unleashed his mind-reading ability, a dark aura spread around him. He listened to people, but all he heard was random chatter about the weather and market prices. After a few seconds, he located Kai's location but overused his power, causing a nosebleed. Estio suspected Bryn knew he was coming, but Bryn revealed he was only notified shortly before Estio's arrival. He informed Estio that the guild master regularly monitored all guild members. She had control over more than 1,000 puppets, which could break down easily, making her craft many. Niju was confused and scared when a person pulled out a knife, claiming Niju was just another non-human being, an impure life form. The person ran toward Niju, but when she got close, she stopped with her knives in front of Niju's face. Niju asked why she was swinging her knives for no reason, and the person questioned if Niju was a monster or simply a very hairy human, all the while continuing to swing the sword. Estio grabbed one of the knives and asserted that whether Niju was human or not, it didn't really matter. Estio, revealing the person's full name as Yun Buram, shocked Yun, who asked how Estio knew her name and if he was a new mental type ability user. Estio inquired why Yun was trying to harm Niju, and Yun replied that monsters are bugs that need to be eradicated. Estio argued that Niju wasn't a monster, but Yun insisted she wasn't human either. They stood in silence for a couple of seconds. Yun then warned that a monster like Niju could rip Estio apart with sharp teeth and claws whenever it wanted. Unlike with people, there was no way to communicate with lower life forms, she added. Yun had mentioned earlier that if she couldn't communicate with Niju, she shouldn't trust her. Estio then questioned if that was why she had killed the animals a few minutes ago. Yun explained that the master had instructed her not to harm people recklessly, implying it didn't matter if they were not human. Now, Kai arrived and clarified that it was definitely not what Yun had interpreted. Yun happily greeted Kai, but Kai advised her not to unnecessarily end the lives of others. Kai emphasized that the animals Yun had killed were essential to the guild and its allies. In response, Yun started yelling and complaining. Kai ordered Yun to watch her tone, return to her place, and stop causing harm to the guild during her stay. Despite clenching her teeth, Yun walked away. A minute later, they reached the site of the massacre. Animals lay all over the place, covered in blood and lifeless. The red panda was also among the casualties, and not a single living animal could be seen. Estio's face reflected deep sadness, and he remained silent. Kai had apologized to Estio, expressing that Yun was not a bad child. However, Estio countered, mentioning that those who deserved apologies were no longer alive simply because they were different from humans. This made Estio recall the animals he had encountered the previous day. They had joyfully expressed their love for humans. Estio, now somber, questioned Kai. He asked whether, if a relentlessly powerful being appeared and harmed humans without hesitation, would she still consider it a simple matter after witnessing the suffering of the victims? In response, Estio picked up the red panda and moved a short distance away. He began digging the ground with his hands. Soon, Lena and Nija joined him, declaring their intent to help. Later, they stood before the animal graves, each adorned with a flower. A few days later, Kai and Estio met up at a cafe. Niju, who wasn't used to being away from Estio, waited for him outside. Estio received a request from Marissa of Ruberizen Arcania during their meeting. She was the first imperial princess of the Ruberizen Empire, the emperor's first daughter, and she's turning 21 this year. Marissa, a tombish princess, had turned down all marriage proposals and was known for making sometimes unreasonable requests. Kai explained the situation, and Estio wondered if he could decline a request from the imperial family. Kai smiled and suggested he go to the location with a warrior since the original plan involved Yun. Kai, pointing at herself, the doll she used to communicate with Estio, expressed her intention to accompany him. However, she clarified that the doll couldn't really fight. To help him, Kai handed Estio some files and the authority to choose his own combat member. Estio took the files and started reading them. He inquired about why a combat member was necessary for the request. Kai explained that despite Eli being a peaceful city, the guild policy mandated team requests to have both support and combat members. Being an executive, he couldn't be sent without guards. Estio questioned the need for extra protection, and Kai clarified that facing someone as formidable as Yun could be challenging, even for Niju, who is strong. Estio examined the files silently and inquired if the combat member could be selected from within the guild's ranks. Kai confirmed it could be anyone, even outside the guild. Estio decided the next day. The following day, Estio appeared with his combat partner, Parker the Avian. Predictably, Parker felt nauseous after using the portal. Estio asked if there was a direct portal to the capital, but Kai explained the Emperor's caution prevented one due to the numerous enemies the Imperial family faced. The Emperor never wanted a guild of people with abilities to easily enter the capital, so she insisted that, despite being tiring, they had to walk there. Eventually, they reached a beautiful ranger village and received a warm welcome. The children, especially, were surprised because they greatly admired Ignis Guild members. One child mentioned that members of another guild, the Ballista Guild, had arrived the night before. When the boys debated which guild was stronger, they unanimously agreed that Ignis was the biggest and strongest. Niju, noticing the children talking, wondered what was happening. The kids explained that Ignis was the most significant and powerful guild, even supported by the Emperor. A red-haired boy named Rian asked his friends if Ignis Guild members would help them. They said Ignis was the best but mentioned that requesting help might require payment. Rian claimed to have money. One of the kids then grabbed Rian's hand and encouraged him to ask for assistance. Shortly after, Estio found himself in a room with Parker, who was still feeling unwell from the portal. Estio instructed Kai to take care of Parker while he stepped outside for a moment. Kai cautioned him to be cautious since he no longer had a combat member. However, Niju quickly volunteered to replace Parker. As Estio pondered how only he could appoint a duke like Mubian as his guard, he glanced out the window, hoping Nubian would arrive soon. Suki then alerted Estio that someone was following him. Estio acknowledged knowing but was surprised when Suki revealed it wasn't the kids but rather the guests staying in the same inn as Parker. Estio, not putting much effort into being observant, claimed that strong thoughts naturally came to him, even if he didn't actively focus on them. The followers approached, questioning why he was mumbling to himself or if he had the ability to talk to cats. Suki dismissed the guy as an idiot for not recognizing Estio's rank. They insulted him, claiming he forgot his weapon. One person insisted it was a basic mistake for a complete beginner. Estio asked about their identity, and they all shouted at once, saying they were from Ballista. Despite seeing their guild mark, Estio was clueless. While they continued bragging, Niju grew larger. One of them, observing Niju, commented that Estio had tamed a fierce beast. Estio had to clarify again that Niju isn't a monster. Trying to smooth things over, one of the guys mentioned they were just trying to know him better since they all work in the same industry. Estio wondered if their guild had some issue with Ignis. One of the men shouted, demanding why Estio wasn't answering, and questioned if he was implying he didn't want to talk to a lower-ranked guild like theirs. Estio didn't really care, so he decided not to approach them. He told them he couldn't stay for long, and asked them to get to the point. The smartest person in the group, who also talked a lot, told Estio that it seemed like he was just a low-ranking member, stuck with a mission to guard a kid without a proper team. Now that they knew they were talking about Kai as the kid, Estio and Suki just observed the misunderstandings piling up. One of them asked Sir Estio when he started working. Estio mentioned he joined the guild at the beginning of the year. Another guy said he remembered seeing Estio with a new member, and then tried to attack. Niju stopped him by grabbing his hand. The guy looked at Estio and realized he didn't even flinch. Just a second later, Suki, now in the form of a black tiger, leaped at the Ballista men to defend Estio. She had dashed towards them at full speed, and blood had splashed. Now Suki was on top of a guy, threatening to kill him. Estio told her to stop because they weren't trying to hurt them for real. Estio then addressed Jose Mark, the team leader of the special request team, by his name, asking if he was right. Jose Mark, wounded and surprised, wondered how Estio knew about him. His teammates, scared, asked how dares Suki attack the leader. Now, we see the children who wanted to pay Estio for help sitting on the tree branches, yelling at them to stop fighting because it's forbidden in Ranger Village. Rian then said he would report them if they caused any trouble. Jose Mark mentioned that they were the ones who got hurt, and told the kid it would be better for him to leave his guild as soon as he could. As they were walking away, Jose Mark said that the guild master of Ignis was not a human but a monster, and they didn't create the guild for humans. Estio then asked him if he had any evidence that the master was an enemy of humanity. Jose Mark said that His Holiness, Shuanan, told them. Estio asked if he was talking about the yellow dragon Shuanan, and Jose Mark said that recently, there's news from the eastern continent of a new pontiff being appointed, and people with quick sources of information already know. Estio realized he wasn't lying. Jose Mark added that, even though he hadn't officially entered the Holy Palace, he wondered how long the hesitant emperor would continue to hold Ignis's hand. Then, he expressed the hope that Estio would make a wise decision. The children descended from the tree, and Estio thanked them for preventing the Ballista members from causing trouble. They inquired about Suki and gave her some affection, revealing in her eyes how much she enjoyed it. The children asked Estio why he didn't teach those guys a lesson. Estio explained that the village had rules against fighting, and Rian pointed out that they had provoked him first, suggesting he should have given them a little slap. Nervously, Rian asked if children could make requests. Estio clarified that there was no age restriction on requests, and Rian happily mentioned that he had heard Ballista doesn't accept requests from non-adults, so he hoped Ignis Guild would. Estio informed them that he was already working on a different request and suggested that if Rian wanted to make a request to the guild, he should go to the nearest guild branch. One of the kids mentioned he couldn't do something because people from Ranger Village weren't allowed outside the forest. Estio said there was nothing he could do, and the children thought he was heartless. Suki thought if he really was heartless, he wouldn't have kindly explained everything to them. One of the kids wanted Estio to listen and started talking about Rian's father in the capital, but Rian interrupted, saying it was pointless due to the rules they'd have to follow. His friend suggested asking nicely, but Rian angrily refused help from that kind of guild. Estio then looked into the past and saw Rian happily spending time with his father. Suddenly, soldiers came and forcibly took Rian's father away, separating him from Rian. Rian cried for his dad, but there was nothing he could do. Rian started running away, and the children followed, but Estio just watched them run. Night fell, and Estio returned to his room. He approached Kai and inquired about whether their guild was designed to cause harm to humans. Kai found the question quite significant, making her hesitant to respond. Despite the awkwardness, Estio politely pressed for an answer. Kai assured him that the guild had no intentions of causing harm to anyone. Estio, however, mentioned that he had heard a different story from someone else, and was merely trying to discern the truth between Kai and Xuanan. He believed he could determine the truth himself but wanted to hear Kai's perspective firsthand. This implied that if someone was lying, it must be the yellow dragon, Xuanan. Kai stood with tight fists, expressing regret. She admitted there was something she hadn't shared before. She revealed that, initially, she had planned to deceive him, but eventually, she tried to use him. Long ago, when the guild was established, people with special abilities, like herself, faced severe persecution. That's why the guild aimed to provide a safe haven for ability users. Both the guild and ability users desired a society where they could live peacefully. However, over time, the situation changed, and ability users were no longer ostracized. The emperor even allied with the guild. Kai continued, mentioning that during this period, she encountered Xuanan, the yellow dragon. Xuanan harbored strong resentment toward Roaran, the black dragon, who loved humans. Despite Roaran's persistence in caring for humanity, Xuanan vowed never to forgive him. Kai then informed Estio that he was related to the black dragon. She recounted how she came to believe that only a dragon could harm or kill another dragon until its new death. This belief led her to think that Xuanan survived after defeating Roaran. After the commotion had settled, Kai searched for them, only to find that Xuanan had vanished without a trace. This certainty made her suspect that he was up to something. Consequently, she traveled across the world in pursuit of him, eventually locating him on the distant eastern continent, far from the empire. Kai mentioned that he used to have more control, but now Xuanan has taken the pontiff position and is showing hostility towards the Ignis Guild. He feared that Xuanan might bring about the destruction of the world. While searching for the yellow dragon, Estio found Kai. Worried that Kai might develop a hatred for humans like the yellow dragon, Estio tried to stay close to him. Estio asked Kai if it was wrong to hold hatred and if she ever considered Xuanan's perspective. Kai thought it was impossible for her to understand because she couldn't read hearts like him. Estio suggested she could still try to guess, as Xuanan might have felt hostility from her initially. Estio confessed that he used to dislike people who didn't like him. Kai thought about Xuanan's anger and authority, realizing it couldn't be ignored. Feeling it might be too late, Kai suggested they take a break. Estio thanked her for sharing the story without hiding anything. When she asked if he got upset, Estio mentioned he already knew, even if she hadn't said it. She agreed, wished him a good night, and left. The next day, Parker started practicing his skills by running and flying. He assured everyone he was fine and encouraged them to continue. Shortly after, the children from the forest appeared, leaving Estio and his team confused. Parker tried to stop them, but they entered and lined up in front of Estio. When asked if they were waiting for him, one of the boys explained they had arrived and waited since sunrise. The other child pleaded with Estio to accept Rian's request. Estio mentioned that they needed to submit the request, but the children explained once more that they couldn't leave the forest. A few moments later, Rian arrived and stated that it was okay if Estio declined due to a prior request. The other two kids gazed at Estio with hopeful eyes and asked politely if he could help them later. One of them started crying, expressing that if the Ignis Guild left without assisting them, they didn't know how long they'd have to wait until they encountered another guild member. In response, Estio decided to revisit Rian's memories. In one memory, Rian's dad brought home a bear he had killed. Rian proudly declared to his dad that he had become the best ranger in the village. His dad responded, affirming that he would undoubtedly become an excellent ranger. Both of them would then boast about it to Rian's mom in heaven. Estio knelt down and told Rian that he had heard he didn't need help from the guild the day before. He asked Rian to share what he wanted Estio to do. Rian began to cry and expressed his desire to personally search for his father by leaving the forest. However, he was uncertain about what to do outside, realizing there was little he could accomplish on his own. Despite his tears, Rian pleaded with Estio to go to the capital, find his dad, and return to let him know how his father was doing, at the very least. Estio mentioned that he couldn't simply agree to the request. Instead, he decided to personally investigate information about his father. The boy happily revealed that his father's name was Isaac. When Estio was questioned about the cost, he clarified that no payment was necessary since it wasn't a formal request. The boy pledged to wait in the forest for Estio and inquired about Estio's name, to which he replied, Estio, in a friendly manner. They continued their journey to the Ruberizen Empire to meet Princess Marissa. Ahura commented on the hot weather, and Parker explained that it was summer, causing him to naturally wake up early due to the heat. Ahura expressed a desire for winter to arrive sooner. Parker questioned this, considering Ahura's desert background, suggesting he might prefer hot weather. Ahura playfully retorted, proposing that, following a similar logic, as a bird, Parker should prefer eating bugs instead of real food. Parker responded with frustration, making it clear he wasn't a bird but an avian. Despite the tension, they continued their argument. Kai inquired whether Ahura harbored hatred towards Parker, but Estio clarified that Ahura's aggressive speech was just his usual way of talking. Kai observed Estio, thinking about how different he was from Shuanan, who seemed to live for anger and hatred. Curious, Kai asked Estio why he accepted the children's request. Estio corrected her, saying he didn't accept it outright but listened to what they had to say. Kai recalled the dragon's reputation for keeping promises. Estio explained that since they were already headed to the capital and the request wasn't too difficult, he decided to help. Suki pointed out that Estio wasn't as cold-hearted as he might seem. Parker then shared a story about working hard for his boss, Estio, and aiming to obtain a blue Pegasus that year. When Estio asked about the blue Pegasus, Parker described it as a winged horse known for its speed and strength. He added that the creature was attracted to sparkly gems, making them tricky to handle in his hometown. Many avians dreamed of riding Pegasi and unicorns. Estio wondered about his wings, asking Parker if avians could also ride such majestic creatures. Parker responded, comparing it to humans having legs but still using carriages. Estio then inquired about the difference between Pegasus and unicorn. Parker, well versed in the topic, explained that while they were the same species, unicorns were female. Instead of wings, they possessed a healing horn. On the other hand, Pegasi were male and adorned with huge wings. As they strolled, Parker envisioned silver armor on the blue fur of a Pegasus. The conversation continued until they neared the capital, Ellie. Parker excitedly invited everyone to admire the beautiful city. Ellie was adorned with various buildings, houses, and castles, each boasting different colored roofs and walls. Parker pointed out the Ruberizen Palace in the distance, explaining its significance. Nijis marveled at the city's beauty, likening it more to an art piece than a town. Ahura had asked Niju if she knew what an art piece was. Niju, speaking quite fluently, explained that an art piece is something that holds beauty. She expressed how she felt the city looked very, very beautiful as she gazed at it. Niju then shifted her gaze to the ground, and with sadness in her eyes she asked if she could go there too. Ahura inquired why not, and Niju shared that to other people, she's considered to be dirty. Perhaps recalling Jan's mean words, she mentioned that she's quite big and has a lot of fur. Estio asked if Yun Bairang's words were bothering her, and Niju confirmed that they were. She had a flashback of Yun stating that it was a mistake to treat beings like her as allies in the first place. Nija thought Yun might be right because most people harbor a dislike for creatures like her. She then questioned if it was okay for someone like her to stay by Estio's side. Estio clenched his fist and apologized for Nija having to hear those words from Yun. Nija further explained that she's worried people might attack Estio again because of her. She mentioned that the capital would have many more people than the other towns, and in that case, she wouldn't go in but would wait outside. Estio placed his hand on her shoulder and told her she didn't have to do that. Nija mentioned that she disliked people who said negative things. Estio then glanced at her and warned that he would become upset if he heard such things again. He promised to stand up against anyone who caused trouble, so there was no need to hide from anyone's judgment. Nija nodded in agreement, and Ahura chimed in, saying that if someone said anything, he would personally deal with them. Life in Ellie's city was quite interesting. People had modern vehicles, although they were still pulled by humans. They engaged in the buying and selling of birds and traded various goods. Upon reaching the city gates, the guard inquired about their origin. Estio mentioned they were from the Ignis Guild, and the guard requested their identification before allowing them entry. Ahura remarked that something smelled delightful. Estio and the rest of the group couldn't notice the scent, but after Ahura pointed it out, he speculated that it might be the fragrance of divine power. Kai had mentioned that it had to be the portal connecting to the Holy Palace. Parker was amazed by Ahura's ability to sense divine power, but Ahura admitted he didn't even know he could do it. Parker explained that Ahura's power was remarkable because only chosen priests could usually feel divine power. Additionally, plants thrived in holy places and withered in impure ones. This led to the theory that plants were the first to detect divine power. Ahura considered it just a theory, but Parker pointed out that communicating with plants was usually impossible for humans and other creatures. Kai suggested they take a break since they had a few days before the deadline. When Estio asked why, she mentioned it would be best to delay contact so they could regroup with their combat force. Estio then recalled his promise to Mubian Hygar that he would call him when needed. Kai asked Parker if he knew the location of the Ellie branch of the Ignis Guild, and Parker confirmed he was familiar with it because he visited the place annually for deliveries. She instructed Parker to take care of what he needed to do, then left, mentioning that she needed to meet someone in the Ignis Guild building of the Ellie branch. Estio informed Parker that he had heard about a separate team in the guild that managed information. Parker had a realization as he spoke about Rian's father. Quickly deciding to assist, he rushed up the stairs and instructed Estio to wait until he called the information team. Ahura then signaled Niju to come closer, revealing that he had something to share. She approached, curious, and he disclosed a peculiar fact: every time a pigeon flaps its wings, 100 lice fall off. Estio, however, interrupted with a warning, suggesting that such jokes could lead to him being hated. Ahura apologized, but Estio meant that he was talking about Parker hating him, not himself or the world. Choosing not to correct the misunderstanding, Estio reflected that his words should have been specific. Finally, Parker arrived with a member of the information team. She introduced herself as Skylar Teef, the team leader of the high-ranking Information Management Department. She expressed her honor in meeting the leader. As they sat down, Estio conveyed that he was searching for two things. Skylar provided a form for him to fill out, detailing the characteristics of the person he sought. As Estio filled out the form, Parker wondered how he knew so much when Rian had only given the person's name. Suddenly, the ballista team burst into the office, slamming the door behind them. The receptionist had asked if Jose Mark needed any help. Angrily, he slammed his fist on the table and stated that he came to make a request. The receptionist apologized and explained that the Ignis Guild doesn't exchange requests with other guilds. Despite their rude behavior, they all started yelling, offering to pay money, and putting up a request. Estio, however, didn't sense any malicious intent from them. The receptionist tried to clarify that they couldn't accept requests from members of other guilds. Jose Mark insisted their necks were on the line and demanded his master be brought immediately. As the receptionist started feeling scared, Everyone in the office heard someone listing rule violations like property damage and obstruction of business. Then, Yun entered the office. She stated that according to union rules, when another guild member enters the guild's branch building, it's considered a provocation. Yun drew her knife and threw it at Jose Mark. Just as it was about to hit him, Estio appeared in front of him, putting his life in danger. Yun quickly changed the knife's trajectory with her hand, making it hit the floor. She called Estio a brat and questioned why he intervened. Joe's Mark, looking at the knife on the floor, realized Yun was a battle mage. Yun asked Estio if he followed her, but he explained that she had tried to kill a man for no good reason. She argued that they were intruders from another guild, but Estio suggested they could have been quietly sent away. Yun responded, saying that getting rid of them would shut them up faster. Estio questioned if they truly deserved death for their actions. Yun argued that they were like trash, and that someone needed to step up to clean up. She then teased Estio, calling him a scaredy cat, but offered to handle it herself. Jose Mark, feeling uneasy, complained about the guild's terrible customer service, and his friends agreed, expressing a desire to leave. In response, Yun placed her sword against Joe's Mark's throat. Estio intervened, urging her to lower her weapon. In a fit of rage, Yun accused Estio of daring to command her, but then, mysteriously, her sword flew out of her hand. Puzzled, she looked at her sword and then at Estio, grabbing his robe and demanding an explanation. Yun realized Estio's ability was more than just reading minds, stating that he wasn't human. Niju warned Estio to watch out, and suddenly, someone swung a sword at Yun's arm, narrowly missing. Yun, frightened, looked at Estio in terror. Nubian suggested stopping at that point, addressing Yun as a bold lady. Bro attempted to chop off her arm when she touched Estio. Nubian then hugged Estio and warned that if anyone harmed him even a bit, he would get very mad. Angrily, he stared at Yun and warned her that she wouldn't like him when he was angry. Yun gripped her sword, realizing he approached unnoticed. She inquired about Nubian's identity, and he explained he was just a combat member of the leader's support team. However, it was only temporary. When she questioned why Nubian was helping Estio, given that he's considered a monster, Nubian replied that she attacked him because he possesses a different ability. He then questioned why she didn't attack Parker, pointing at the winged gentleman, suggesting it was because he didn't look like a normal human. Parker quickly clarified that he is indeed human but appears a bit different. Nubian shifted focus to Niju and wondered if Yun would only kill half of her since she got both white monkey and human blood. Nubian explained that the world is more diverse than Yun might think, emphasizing that being stuck in one's ways hinders the ability to see the unbelievable things that exist. Yun got angry and then just turned and started walking away. Nubian hugged Estio again and said that he didn't know what just happened, but it seemed like it settled for the time being. Estio thanked him for the help, and then turned to Jose Mark and asked what he had come for. Jose Mark nervously explained that the Ballista Guild was in danger of being disbanded. He shared that they had fallen victim to a recent trend of scam gambling requests, and now they were facing financial troubles. The gambling request, a scam targeting smaller guilds, involved making a huge request with large rewards. If the guild couldn't complete it, they were charged a cancellation fee. Estio asked if they accepted the request without knowing it would be dangerous, and Jose Mark admitted they were aware of the risks but couldn't resist the tempting reward. Now, they had just learned that the guild master had failed the request after returning to the capital. Jose Mark then expressed that there was no point discussing the problem with a newcomer like Estio, said his goodbyes, and left outside. Nubian had asked Estio why he hadn't mentioned being the guild leader, and Estio explained that he didn't want to interfere with their situation. Nubian then explained that he had work to do and would be leaving his station for a bit. Feeling that time was of the essence, he approached Estio in one go. Parker, knowing that Estio used many portals for travel, panicked and suggested he take a rest and get his health checked out. Skylar arrived and, adjusting to Estio, suggested they continue their conversation at another location. She then showed him the stairs and instructed him to come that way. Estio told Niju to return with Parker and wait for him. Ahura asked if Estio wasn't taking him too, and when Estio confirmed he wasn't, Ahura was like, bro. Estio explained that he wouldn't take him because it would be quite boring. Ahura told him to come back fast, and Estio nodded and smiled at Ahura. They entered a large library in Nubian and asked if he could eavesdrop on their conversation. Estio said he could, and as he sat in his chair, he quickly expressed his desire to research Shuanan. Estio added that he had heard Shuanan lived in the eastern continent, and there were rumors that he might become the next pontiff. The lady mentioned that Shuanan was already a person of interest and handed him the latest report updated that day. She said she would give him the entire report, and instead of returning it after reading it, he should just burn it. She explained that although they weren't entirely certain, Shuanan might intend to contact the guild soon. The Ballista Guild claimed they were under threat of disbandment, and the Ignis Guild believed that the person behind the gambling requests absorbing disbanded guilds to increase their power was actually Shuanan, the Yellow Dragon. In the worst-case scenario, if his goal was to destroy the Ignis Guild, it could lead to war. They concluded their conversation in Nubian. Regarding Shuanan, Estio commented that he was just a dragon. Nubian asked if he was joking, to which Estio said he wasn't, though he avoided explaining further. Nubian thought to himself that it was not surprising there was another dragon, considering the existence of the Black Dragon, but the timing seemed too coincidental. Estio then mentioned that he heard the Yellow Dragon despises the Black Dragon, and the reason he is targeting the guild might be because of him. Nubian asked if Estio was considering leaving the guild, and Estio said he hadn't made a decision yet. Nubian questioned if leaving the guild would solve the problem with the Yellow Dragon, and Estio replied that it would at least remove the reason to start a war. It was evident that Estio wanted to stay in the guild but was unable to do so because of the Yellow Dragon. Nubian knelt down and asked Estio to direct him and share what he wanted him to do. Estio, feeling nervous, explained that he wasn't asking for a favor, they simply needed a team member for combat. He mentioned Shuanan because he recalled Nubian's interest in finding dragon traces. Nubian gazed into Estio's eyes and reassured him that the dragon traces he sought had already been discovered. The day after, Kai encountered Nubian. He got upset because she addressed him casually. Kai explained she did it intentionally, knowing he preferred to keep his identity hidden. Nubian, displaying his knowledge, assured her that she could do as she pleased in the building, emphasizing it was hers. Despite the dolls appearing vigilant, he acted unaware and suggested calling her guild master. Although Kai wasn't thrilled, she allowed him to call her Kai. In return, he proposed being called Yubian. Estio and Niju joined them, welcoming Kai back. However, when Kai noticed Estio's hand, she inquired if he had given more of his blood to Ahura. Estio confirmed, mentioning that Ahura had stopped drinking water. Kai then suggested meeting the requester. A few minutes later, they found themselves in the streets. Parker asked Nubian if it was acceptable for him to meet the requester. Nubian, indifferent, mentioned there was only one person he didn't want to encounter in the capital. He clarified he held no hostility toward other royalty and the requester, who probably didn't recognize his face. Upon arriving, they saw a lovely house adorned with flowers. The bell rang, and they entered the house. Inside, they discovered a lovely lady named Lantana with beautiful green hair from Evergreen Hills Flower Shop. She promptly asked what kind of flowers they were seeking. Estio explained they were searching for the crystal flower, and requested her guidance to the hill where it bloomed. Lantana inquired about their invitation, and Estio showed it on his hand. Lantana confirmed it, and suggested they wait a bit. She told Estio's group to wait in a room, and as they passed by the employees, Estio noticed that they were soldiers. In another room, Lantana prepared some tea. When she returned, she offered them locust tea, known to clear thoughts with its mint-like flavor, ensuring they stayed alert. Parker found the scent too strong, but Lantana reassured him that it was invigorating. Estio, on the other hand, took a sip and surprised Lantana by handling it well. He mentioned knowing a candy with a similar flavor. Yep, Hawk's Candies. Lady Lantana got really excited when she heard him talking about the well-known wave-flavored candy. She said it was a specialty product of Delphia. she grabbed Estio's hand, expressing how glad she was to meet him. According to her, it's hard to find people who know about this unique candy flavor. Then, Nubian stood up and got serious, telling Lady Lantana to get to the point. She apologized, bowed, and introduced herself as Lantana. She added that the first imperial princess, Marissa, could not leave the palace. So, she made the request on her behalf. Lantana explained to Estio that the imperial princess, when questioning 3 people, needs him to determine if they are telling the truth or not. When Estio asked what would happen to those people after he confirmed them, Lantana explained that if they tell the truth, they'll receive appropriate treatment. However, if they lie in front of the imperial family, they'll be executed by beheading. Estio would not be exempt from this either. After a menacing look and a brutal answer, Lantana smiled and started playing with her hair while everyone else remained silent. Nubian realized that Estio would just be used as a political tool and that the rumor of her being a righteous princess was just a rumor. Estio accepted the request, shocking Nubian with his answer. Lantana expressed that she thought he would hesitate a little, finding it unexpected to see someone with no fear. Estio asked if he should be scared, and Lady Lantana told him to be serious in his decision. She came close to him and asked if he had the confidence to fulfill the request without upsetting the imperial princess. Estio then asked if she was asking that question as the imperial princess. He looked at her and addressed Lantana as the first imperial princess Marissa, suggesting that he knew she was the imperial princess all along. Now we see her shocked upon. Lantana was left silent until Parker accidentally dropped his cup due to the shock. Lantana smiled and exclaimed that she was right, and then very happily shared how the rumors claimed he really could read people's hearts. She explained that Lantana is the name given to her on her birthday by her mother because she looked like the white lantana flowers. She then revealed her true name as Marissa Ruberazan Arconia. She mentioned a spell for a color change enchantment that now shows her real appearance. Marissa mentioned that she was the one who requested his help. She explained that she was searching for the traitor who betrayed the emperor. Despite narrowing it down to 3 people, they couldn't find enough evidence. Revealing the imperial family's suspicion would cause a big uproar, so the task must be completed secretly. As the first imperial princess, she couldn't directly command him. She clarified that the people he needed to read were Count Endymion, Duke Delphia, and the 5th imperial prince Gersh Ruberazan Arcadian, who was her younger brother. Later that day, Nubian started touching the crystal flower after Ahura told him to stop bullying it. Nubian asked if the flowers had human rights, and Ahura said he knew Nubian was doing it on purpose to annoy him. It had started raining, and the raindrops touched the flower, turning its color from white to pink. Estio quickly moved the flower away from the rain, claiming that it was scared of the rain sounds, and surprisingly, the flower expressed its gratitude while calling Estio the last seed of the black ones. Its words caught Estio off guard, but he chose to stay silent. Now, it's been a week, and the rain hasn't stopped. Nubian explained that it was normal during the rainy season, but Parker was feeling desperate. Looking outside, Parker noticed a horse carriage, and Ben shared that it seemed like the invitation had arrived. In a rush, Parker informed Kai about it, and the crystal flower insisted on being taken along. Half an hour later, Talon appeared and introduced himself as the knight in the service of the first imperial princess. He explained to Estio that once they got on the carriage, they would act as guild members tasked with guarding Duke Nubian Hygar. The Duke would be attending the royal birthday celebration of the first imperial princess. Talon mentioned that if any trouble arises within the palace, the imperial family won't guarantee their protection. Estio accepted the request, and they departed immediately. Upon arriving at the first imperial princess's garden, the scene was beautiful. Parker likened it to being inside a waterfall. Following protocol, Marissa welcomed them, and Nubian greeted Marissa with the utmost respect as her subject. However, Hygar wondered if the greeting sounded too formal for people who might think it was their first meeting. Marissa claimed that way was better to avoid suspicions. With a menacing face, she then told them to follow her every order. The atmosphere got heavy. Marissa, after a moment of seriousness, burst into laughter, revealing it was all a joke. She then instructed a maid to bring tea for some sly nobles who would be arriving soon. They sat at the table, trying to relax. Nubian realized he hadn't heard much about the first imperial princess engaging in any social activities. Despite receiving many praises for her personality and character, she was known for activities outside the palace, helping people. Understandably, she had strong support. He also heard she gave up on succession, but it was natural for the other imperial children to be cautious. Parker was initially relaxed but then noticed he was being discourteous in front of the imperial princess. However, she assured him it was fine. The tea they were drinking had a rare medicine that calmed the heart and loosened the tension in the body, explaining Parker's newfound relaxation. Marissa added that the Ignis Guild would always be a friend to the royal family, having discovered the answer in the labyrinth. Estio inquired if all the flowers used in the tea were grown by her, and she confirmed. She remarked that she had seen many people and animals but none as honest as flowers, which cannot make sounds. She mused that perhaps she fooled herself into thinking they liked her too. Talon was then instructed to guide them to the room where the dinner party would be held. Estio approached the princess and expressed his desire to return the crystal flower to her. When asked why, Estio explained that it would be better if the flower returned to its original owner. As she held the flower, she felt as if it were happy to be back with her. Looking at Estio, she pondered that he might be more special than she initially thought. Estio inquired about Suki's whereabouts, making Niju upset, who suggested she might have been kidnapped. Ahura commented that Suki getting kidnapped would probably be the last thing to worry about. The butler welcomed them and showed them which door to enter. They went into the room, and I have to say, Nubian looked really stylish in his new outfit, no kidding. People quietly chatted about Duke Nubian, wondering if he was in a relationship with the imperial princess, but nobody was sure if it was true. Marissa greeted Nubian and thanked him for accepting her invitation. He bowed and congratulated her on reaching her 21st birthday. People glanced at Estio, wondering if he was Nubian's brother. Then, someone approached Nubian and expressed joy at seeing him again. He introduced himself as Rizi Endymion, mentioning that he had taken over as the head of the Endymion family earlier that year. Nubian mentioned that he heard the princess was waiting to see if Rizi was a suitable person. His thoughts just hoped that Rizi was not a traitor. Nubian then asked for Rizi's second name, but he started falling silent and anxious. Estio heard his thoughts of not being recognized by the Holy Palace, and called Nubian insensitive. Estio then tried to stop Nubian, but a few seconds later, another person entered. Everyone was surprised and Nubian respectfully greeted the person that just arrived. That person was Prince Gersh, the 5th Imperial Prince of Arcadia. Marissa was surprised to see him, and told him he should have said something since she didn't even know he was there. They were happy to see each other, and Estio just observed them. Gersh mentioned he had to leave because he was very busy. All he wanted was to personally give Marissa a gift. He showed her a holy artifact, a necklace with the power to cure wounds. Marissa thought it was very pretty and put it on. Gersh then looked at Estio and Nubian, calling them dogs in front of Marissa. He said he knew she was testing him. After hugging her, he asked Marissa to be by his side and never abandon him. Speaking in a whisper, he requested her support. Gersh looked at Estio and signaled him not to interfere. He communicated with Estio telepathically, asking him to stay still and not do anything. Gersh promised to protect Estio from the enemy threatening the Ignis Guild. He menacingly threatened to destroy Estio's guild if he got in the way. Gersh advised Estio to be careful and wise in choosing the new emperor of Rebrizen. Later that day, Nubian told Estio that Gersh was annoying and just a plain copy of Emperor Parker. Estio, unaware of the situation, thought Gersh was cool for bringing a gift to his sister. Seeing how close the siblings were, Parker commented positively on Gersh's actions. He began thinking about how the upcoming generation would be quite peaceful. Parker, curious, asked Estio why he had been silent for a while. Estio responded, mentioning there seemed to be a problem. Nubian, Parker, and Kai were all ears. Estio then spent about an hour explaining the situation regarding the 5th Imperial Prince. After the explanation, Parker felt terrified and pleaded with Estio to abandon the request and leave as quickly as possible. Nubian agreed but reminded everyone about the Imperial Princess's warning that their heads would be sent flying if they failed the request. Parker now grasped that they weren't just searching for the turncoat. It was now a battle for the throne. Tai asked Estio what he would do, but Estio claimed he was not the one to make that decision. Later, Marissa promised to cancel the request and provide the cancellation charge. She mentioned there was no need to meet Duke Delphia, concluding the request at that moment. She pondered about her brother Gersh not having strong support for the throne. Estio interrupted her thoughts, stating that Kirsch is much stronger than she thinks and has been preparing for the throne since a young age. Marissa was annoyed that Estio listened in on private conversations and revealed she had given him special treatment because of the request. She ordered Estio not to interfere anymore. Mubian suggested they return, and they did. Marissa took her leave, contemplating if Gersh was indeed stronger than she thought and had been preparing for the throne for a while. She also wondered if all three suspects were working together. As they began walking back home, Marissa suddenly shouted, "Wait, please wait!" She then turned to Estio and inquired about how deeply he could read hearts. Estio, curious, responded by asking her how much she wanted to know. Marissa, with her hand on his shoulder trembling, explained that she needed to stop Gersh. Urging Estio to tell her everything he could read, he eventually agreed. After revealing her brother's plan to seize the throne, they decided to move to the Delphia territory. Upon their arrival, Lord Sinplatina Delphia welcomed the first imperial princess and mentioned that he had prepared a warm bath for her relaxation. However, Lord Delphia noticed Mubian and questioned why he, a high-ranking individual, accompanied the imperial princess. Mubian replied, expressing sadness at such a perspective, asserting that they still had blood ties with the princess. Lord Delphia argued that if Mubian truly loved the imperial family as he claimed, the situation wouldn't have led to their meeting. Mubian countered, stating that the imperial princess had a specific reason for coming all the way to the Delphia territory, and asked Lord Delphia to explain why that was the case. Delphia got really angry and told Mubian that he talked too much. Mubian replied with a thank you for the compliment. Delphia then turned away, saying that the servants would show him to his room. They sat at the table, and Delphia asked about the commoners. Marissa explained they were her people, and he shouldn't pay them much mind. Delphia respectfully said he understood. Marissa mentioned she came to turn his heart back. When he asked what she meant, she said since they were in a formal setting, there was no need to act. She then immediately asked him which liege he served. After some hesitation, he took a knee and declared that the children of Delphia would serve only His Majesty, the Emperor, then and in the future. Marissa screamed, accusing him of lying, and asked who had the outrageous thought to aim for power. Delphia denied anyone dared to think such things, but Gersh, His Highness, fulfilled the duty of making his servants pick their own masters. Marissa had shouted when the crown prince was announced, but it wasn't Gersh, it was Rush. Delphia clarified that Crown Prince Rush planned to eliminate his siblings once he took the throne. Delphia insisted that Prince Gersh, who chose to fight, was truly young but chose to fight so he could protect Marissa, his sister. Delphia emphatically declared that the Delphia family would remain loyal to the Emperor, regardless of the situation. Marissa, feeling upset, simply walked away, mentioning they would return home the next day. Later that day, everyone went to their room and discussed the internal conflict happening in the Empire. Estio then told Mubian, expressing uncertainty about proceeding with the request. When everyone fell silent, Ahura suggested that Estio could control everyone. He could command them not to kill, solving the issue. Estio explained that his power wouldn't last very long, making it challenging unless he stayed within the palace. Deep down, Estio hesitated to use his ability, questioning if the ongoing wars were the reason for the growing distance between dragons and humans. Ahura then suggested that Mubian also support the fifth prince just like the Delphias, but Mubian rejected the idea by saying that his side was different. The following day, Suki approached Estio and told him she had located the father of the child who had inquired about the request. She mentioned finding traces of him taken to the palace of the fifth imperial prince, and currently, he was in the capital. Kai appeared and assumed that Suki found Rian's father. Estio told her about Suki's findings and explained that rangers were often abducted. Suki confirmed that it was not only Rian's father that was taken to the capital. Suki expressed concern, noting that he and the other captured villagers weren't being treated well. They seemed to be undergoing secret training, making it challenging to meet them. Estio thanked Suki and hugged her, advising her to inform him before going out in the future. When the day to return home arrived, Marissa realized she almost didn't know that Gersh was planning to fight against the Emperor. If the Crown Prince intended to eliminate all other heirs, it suggested the Emperor was aware but turning a blind eye. Standing in front of the portal, Marissa thanked Estio for his assistance. Something flew in front of her, and then boom, an explosion. Her guards stood in front of her and protected her. As she wondered what had just happened, she saw some unknown hooded people casting spells at her. Her soldiers said that they were skilled individuals with fairly high magical training. She quickly ordered them to capture one of them to find out who sent them. The magicians cast some fire spells, and then disappeared from their sight. However, we see Estio standing in the smoke with one of the magicians. Marissa ordered her soldier to quickly help Estio because he wasn't a combat member. The remaining magicians started running and calling for their friend to move quickly. However, their friend just stood in place, shaking in fear, telling them his feet weren't working. They just couldn't move an inch. Estio stood in front of the magician, his blue eyes now glowing with menace. The other magicians ran away in fear. The magician, confused, wondered what just happened. The magician thought he had caught Estio's eyes for a moment, and suddenly he found himself paralyzed. Meanwhile, Nubian arrived, piling bodies on the floor, claiming he captured them easily, though one of them ended up dead. Niju joined, carrying 2 magicians on her shoulders, while Parker, with a delivery, had another magician. The magician demanded Estio to kill him, but Estio instead ordered him to sit down. The magician sat forcefully, teeth clenched in disbelief. Estio took control of the magician's body, making him drop his weapon and put his hands on his head. The magician couldn't believe how his body wasn't obeying him. It became clear that the magician was a member of the Magic Guild Paragon, one of the best professional magic guilds consisting only of magicians. The attack had been orchestrated by the Crown Prince Ruche. Marissa had started to believe Delphia's claim that Ruche wanted to eliminate everyone, but she still needed more proof. Later, Kai asked Estio if he had thought about preparing for when Shuanan targeted the guild, solving the power conflict, and using it as a reason to protect the guild. Estio replied that it wasn't his intention, he just wanted to help the Imperial Princess. Kai thought that as soon as she recognized Estio's identity, she started treating him like a weapon against Shuanan. However, Estio was different from Shuanan. He wasn't consumed by rage and displayed many human emotions. Just then, the group noticed a crystal flower that didn't look lively. Everyone looked at Estio, who quickly checked on it. Estio noticed that the crystal flower was dying. It told Estio that no one was happy when their life was already exhausting. Still, the crystal flower thanked Estio for everything. A little later, a maid came and informed everyone that the Imperial Princess Marissa had invited them to a feast. The feast they attended looked amazing, with a variety of dishes and drinks. Everyone hurried to sit and start eating. As they sat down, Estio called Princess Marissa, and she asked him if there was something he wanted to tell her. Before he could answer, she panicked and asked if she had made him uncomfortable, or something. Estio had denied it, then he glanced at her with confusion when she asked about his expression. She went on to explain that it wasn't that something was wrong, but he always seemed to have the same expression. Curious, she continued apologizing. Estio looked down, now more attentive, realizing she was correct. People who couldn't read emotions directly often relied on facial expressions. It might be odd if he always had the same one. Not responding to any of her questions, Estio broke the silence when she offered him a drink made with good flower petals. She took a sip first, and both Estio and Nubian followed suit. Nubian, noticing something interesting about the drink, mentioned that he did enjoy similar beverages but found this one had a unique scent. She explained that it was made of a golden-colored flower, very precious because it bloomed only once every 10 years. She added that people used to believe the nectar from this flower had a quality like a drug, even capable of attracting dragons. It had a captivating scent that could lure a dragon. Since the dragons had left a long time ago, the flower became a pitiful one with no target to seduce. Suki called Estio's name, and when he turned, she suggested it would be best for him not to drink that liquid. Marissa reminded Estio that he had something to say. He told her that the crystal flower he returned to her was withering. She mentioned how it looked quite bright and lively. Estio explained that these flowers live only for a year, so when they fade, it's a natural event. She said that the flower's lifespan might be short, but she didn't intentionally send a low-quality flower. Estio just mentioned that the flower requested to be returned to her because, with its last remaining life, it wished to return to her side. Marissa had been surprised to hear that. She asked Estio if he could read the hearts of things other than humans, and whether plants could feel emotions like that too. After Estio explained that indeed, plants could feel emotions, Marissa, in shock, mentioned how she wished she had known that a little earlier. Suddenly, she stopped mid-sentence, got up, and urgently told Estio that she needed to see something right away before it withered. She pleaded with him to explain what the child, referring to the flower, was saying. They ran, and Niju told Ahura that she could smell something strange. Ahura dismissed it, suggesting it was probably just a fart, and they should follow Marissa. However, Niju wasn't convinced and stood up, alert as if she remembered the real nature of the smell. Marissa led Estio to the glass garden, revealing it as a gift from the Emperor when she turned 5. Over time, gardening had become her hobby, and her flowers flourished as she showered them with love. She used to think it was a one-way interaction where she cared for them, but now, thanks to Estio, she learned that her flowers, her children, could love her in return. Seconds later, Niji came running, panic-stricken, and exclaimed that she could smell something burning. Everyone turned around, and Niji screamed that there was a fire. It was confirmed that a fire started at the garden's entrance. Parker hoped that it was nothing serious, but an anxious Marissa claimed there was only one entrance. Sensing that something was off, Nubian told the others to run away. They were relieved to see that the fire was small, but as soon as they tried to get out, something exploded. Nubian told Marissa to back off since it was an attack. Marissa's maid, Pansy, appeared. Marissa was glad to see her and ran toward her. Pansy apologized to her and disappeared while the entrance closed. Nubian reminded Marissa about the traitor. Marissa agreed as she knew that the palace itself was a battlefield. Nubian then tried to break the door, but the garden's magical protection was strong. Kai confirmed that she couldn't do anything since her dolls were made of wood. Nubian started thinking of a solution. He then asked Marissa if there was a water source in the garden, and Marissa confirmed that there was a pond. They moved quickly, and it didn't take long for the fire to be put out. Marissa then suggested going out. Nubian stopped her and told her to look outside. Blood splattered everywhere, and Nubian said that this was the result of her trusting the Emperor. The others checked on Estio, who had been sweating for a while. He had been feeling hot for quite some time already. Nubian checked on him. Marissa noticed how Nubian was speaking formally with Estio. Estio then told Marissa that her precious flowers wanted to talk to her. Just then, the flowers and plants in the garden started talking to the confused Marissa. Estio confirmed that all the plants under Marissa's care were talking to her. However, his control was starting to slip away. The plants then claimed that it was their turn to protect Marissa. Parker noticed the branches moving, and the garden was not hot anymore. The commotion outside also died down. Just then, the Imperial Knights appeared, and Marissa was glad that rescue had come. She then noticed ashes flying around. The plants claimed it was their turn to protect her. Marissa cried and thanked them. She then talked to the crystal flower she was holding and hoped she could talk to it more. However, the plant's end was nearing. Marissa then thought of giving it a name and called it Pearl, so she could forever remember the crystal flower. Kai intervened and claimed she could save Pearl. However, it would be in a different form already. Still, Marissa asked for Kai's help. After the incident, all servants and security were replaced by new ones, and a few of them got their heads chopped off. However, there was no focus on finding the main culprit, and the Emperor continued letting his children fight for the throne. Marissa wondered if the current nation was something that had a king who cared for his subjects. Estio looked at her with a worried face. With a resolution, Marissa announced that she would become the Emperor and asked Estio to be by her side. Soon after, a carriage left, and Marissa felt disappointed. Someone appeared and wondered why Marissa didn't try to convince Estio further. Marissa noticed that they were resolute to go home. Still, Marissa smiled and wanted to continue working, so she asked Pearl to go with her. With a smile, Pearl agreed. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Niju and Suki were arguing. Parker and Nubian were shocked to hear Suki's voice. Nubian was getting worried since Estio's power was out of control because of the nectar. Estio soon woke up and wondered if they had already reached their destination. Niju told him that they still needed to walk. Everyone then walked among the crowd and got worried, seeing Estio walk slowly. Estio then asked Niju to bring her to their lodgings. Niju wondered why he was closing his eyes. Estio claimed that he was trying to avoid eye contact. Niju was confused but still followed Estio's request. The group was soon greeted by the guild receptionist, and Estio asked Parker to process the quest completion. The receptionist wondered if Estio had hurt his eyes and suggested getting a healer. Estio declined a healing and asked for a blindfold instead. The receptionist then gave them information about Isaac, Rian's father. She then decided to give it to one of Estio's party members. She handed it over to Kai while calling her little one. Estio then told her to stop the information gathering about Isaac and focus on Shuanan next. The guild receptionist then confirmed that Shuanan would move soon into the Holy Palace. She claimed that the current pontiff just retired, and Kai realized that the Holy Palace was taking action already. She ended the report and promised to deliver more information next time. Parker returned after processing the documents and discovered everyone looked like they had just seen a ghost. Nubian told him that they would see something much worse than a ghost. Kai claimed she would rather meet a ghost. Meanwhile, Estio's power was still not under his control. Nubian got worried and told Estio to rest as he looked for Isaac on his own. Estio still wanted to go since it was a personal request for him. Nubian reminded him that, as a guardian, he would follow Estio anywhere. On the other hand, Kai temporarily backed off since she needed to focus on making countermeasures against Shuanan. Estio then asked Suki to guide them. The group soon arrived at the dirty slums and stopped by a door. Nubian was in disarray, but Suki was certain about it. He then knocked on the door and used Rian's name. Someone opened the door, and Nubian started talking about Rian's request. The man who opened the door was surprised to see people from the guild. He then guided them, and on the way, they could smell blood and urine. Estio wondered if the man lying down in front of them was alive. The man confirmed that the man was alive for now and claimed that there was no point in healing them. The man reminded them that their place was technically a garbage dump for the Empire and left. Estio then talked to Isaac, who was on his deathbed. He told Isaac that his son was healthy. Isaac tried to thank Estio, but he started coughing up blood. Estio then told Isaac to answer using his thoughts. Isaac then asked Estio to tell Rian how he died. He claimed that he went to the Empire on his own will and didn't regret it. His only regret was not returning to Rian. He asked Estio to tell his son that he loved him. Tears fell from his eyes while he thanked Estio, and Isaac breathed his last. Meanwhile, Niju was left outside, and some slum people tried to steal her away, assuming that she was Ignis Guild's pet. Niju suddenly heard something and looked around. She then got attacked, but it was ineffective. Niju then grabbed the stick and talked. The men were shocked to hear a beast talk. Seeing that it was a rare monster, they got more interested in capturing Niju and selling her. Niju's attacker then tried to run away, but the others killed him on the spot. They called her a monster and tried to use the dead person as food. Niju got mad and exclaimed that she was not a monster. Just then, a bottle hit her, and some sort of liquid spread on her. The men celebrated since they knew that the liquid could suppress monsters. However, Niju started growling and howling like a monster. She then attacked the men, and blood splattered. Estio came out and tried to calm her down. Niju was angered that the men killed their own friend and tried to feed him to her. She apologized, saying that her eyes became cloudy and she couldn't sit still. Estio apologized for coming late, and Niju reverted to her cuter form. Estio wore his blindfold again and told her to go back with him. A few days later, Estio's powers were still not under his control. He couldn't believe that he couldn't control his own powers. He knew that the yellow dragon Shuanan should know how to control it. However, he recalled that Shuanan despised the black dragons. Just when he thought of asking for help, Kai suddenly appeared after sneaking in. She then looked for the others and complained about leaving Estio alone. Nubian and Parker arrived and claimed that Kai was far more irresponsible in her role as the guild master. Kai then claimed she got both good and bad news related to Shuanan. The good news was that Shuanan stopped moving and was thinking of becoming the pontiff. However, it was also a piece of bad news since the emperor wouldn't be able to defy Shuanan once he became the pontiff. The emperor would be forced to take Shuanan's side. Parker then wondered why that would be a problem. Kai then finally told Parker that Shuanan was a dragon. Parker took the answer calmly but soon realized something. Kai wondered if Parker wanted to learn more, but the avian refused. Estio then asked for the bad news. Kai handed over a piece of paper, and Estio read it. It looked like Shuanan had finally discovered the identity of the black dragon and requested to meet Estio. Shuanan wanted Estio to attend the day of God's holy pillar of light and spill his blood on the altar to show the truth. Nubian noticed that it was a demand, not a request. Ahuru joked around that Shuanan made the request sound like a poem. Kai then explained that the event was for the inauguration of the pontiff. It was basically a baptism, not by man but by God. If the pillar of light illuminated the Elysium, then the pontiff is decided. Nubian could sense that they wouldn't be able to refuse the request. Kai knew that Shuanan would destroy the guild while looking for Estios, since the only emotion that Shuanan had for the Black Dragon was hatred. As everyone fell silent, Parker wondered if Estio would be killed since Shuanan asked him to spill his blood. Kai reminded them that murder was taboo in the Holy Palace. She assumed that Shuanan had other methods to deal with Estio. While the others were thinking, Nubian exclaimed that there was no point in finding out the Yellow Dragon's plan and that he should just focus on protecting his master. Kai agreed and swore to find more information about the matter. Estio then claimed that he would leave the guild if he couldn't do anything before the pontiff's inauguration. Kai told him not to worry since the Ignis Guild wouldn't also sit still. Estio doesn't want the others to be in danger because of him. He claimed that he wanted to meet those who hated him. He would meet the first among his kin, and he doesn't want to harm the guild further. He told Kai that he would drop out of the guild. He wondered if Kai was disappointed. In the first place, Estio didn't care if someone would hate him. All he wanted was to protect her. Kai then sighed and decided to meet Shuanan altogether, confusing Estio. She explained that the Ignis Guild would always be on Estio's side, no matter what. She reminded him that Estio was a guild leader, and the title was not for show. Nubian then wondered if they would have free time. Kai agreed and claimed that the combat members were not needed in the meantime. Nubian found Kai heartless and claimed to enjoy his time outside of his territory. With a bright smile, Kai asked Estio to return to the guild headquarters. Estio just silently nodded his head. Parker and Nubian soon went off on their own. They noticed how summer was ending, and Nubian excitedly mentioned the upcoming Autumn Leaf Festival in Rubrazen. They couldn't do the same in Hygar territory because of the monsters, so Nubian would enjoy the festival in Rubrazen. Parker then recalled that the leaves were also pretty in the avian village, deep within the mountains. He described how the leaves turned into different colors and how delicious the fruits were. Nubian then wondered if Parker would go home, but Parker claimed he was enjoying living at the guild headquarters as his home. Of course, we would still go back home during vacations if we wanted to bring the gang there. Suddenly, Niju appeared, wanting to visit the avian village too. She was confident in climbing the mountains, but Parker expected that it would be hard. Later that day, Estio's party arrived at the ranger village. Suddenly, they were surprised by the excited screams of the children. Rian then asked Estio about his father with an excited face. Estio got anxious upon Rian wondered if Estio hurt his eyes, as he wore a blindfold. Estio then knelt in front of Rian and said he had something to share about Rian's father. Silence fell, and only the wind made a sound. Estio talked about Rian's father's final moments in the capital's slums. Adults and kids listening to Estio burst into tears. Rian was devastated, and Estio apologized for bringing such news. Rian told Estio not to apologize, as he had kept his promise and vowed to repay him in the future. Estio was too shocked to speak, even when they returned to the guild. Nubian, noticing Estio's preoccupation, wondered if he was concerned about Rian. Estio assumed he was resented for being thanked despite delivering bad news. Nubian clarified that Estio had fulfilled the request to deliver news about Rian's father, and questioned why Estio would be resented. Estio understood that humans sometimes needed something to resent. At that moment, Parker saw how bustling the guild was. Kai explained that it was due to a power struggle within the imperial family. She warned them not to pick sides, and Estio agreed. Kai also reminded Estio about Shohanan's pontiff inauguration before heading off to handle guild master duties. Parker then approached with a stack of request letters. Estio requested him to filter out anything related to the imperial family, leaving only 9 requests. Despite the reduced workload, it was still a significant amount. Estio seemed eager to start working on them immediately, but Parker noticed and suggested his leader take a break first. Nubian chimed in, proposing a vacation since they had an extended break. Out of the blue, Estio inquired about the headquarters culinary department. Parker informed him that only cooks managed the guild's public cafeteria. He offered to help if Estio was hungry, but Estio insisted it was related to a specific request. Parker felt surprised when someone from the guild asked for help from other guild members. Cheese, who led the culinary department, said there were 2 troublemaking creatures in the kitchen. Concerned, Parker asked Estio if they should take on the request. Estio decided not to ignore the problem. Parker wondered if the guild might disband, but Estio advised him to step back from the request, shocking Parker. Estio explained they wouldn't go far for it, making Parker sad. Estio then told everyone to rest until the next day, while Parker took an indefinite break. Stunned, Parker said Estio shouldn't always be considerate. The following day, Mubi and Estio went to the culinary department, leaving Niju and Suki behind. As usual, Estio praised Mubian for doing a great job with him. Mubian suggested taking their time since they had just eaten lunch. Approaching the culinary department, they suddenly heard someone shouting and cursing, criticizing a dish that had been served. A blonde man kept getting mad and yelling at the cooks. Mubian sighed, and Estio put his blindfold back on because the noise was giving him a headache. Mubian hoped they didn't have to yell back. The blonde man was looking for the chef who made his food too spicy. The chefs kept saying sorry, but the blonde man was still angry because his friend with a weak stomach had fainted and been taken away to recover. Mubian noticed that the blonde man was turning red not from anger, but because of the spiciness. Just then, the main chef showed up. The blonde man suddenly calmed down in front of the big chef. He realized there were two chefs. Estio knew one of them was fake. The two head chefs started arguing, each saying they were the real ones. The blonde man wondered if they were twins, but both chefs said they were only children. Suddenly, one of the cooks noticed Mubian and Estio at the kitchen entrance. He wondered if Estio was the leader after seeing his attire. Estio confirmed that he had come in response to a request. He suddenly started crying, making Estio and Mubian flustered. He was just thankful that the leader had arrived since it had been challenging for them in the last few days. They couldn't figure out who the real chef was among them. Mubian told him to calm down and explain things to them. The cook then mentioned that a doppelganger had escaped from the Magic Research Division and entered the kitchen. A doppelganger is a mental-type monster that acts like a mirror, able to change into a complete copy of the person who looked at it. After transforming, it became difficult to tell who the real chef was. One of the cooks was relieved that it didn't harm anyone, but it kept messing with their cooking through pranks, and it kept looking for attention. While the cooks thanked Estio for coming, someone suddenly appeared and suggested killing both chefs. It was Burong. Estio and Mubian cheerfully greeted her, but Burong was disappointed to see Mubian around since he was not a guild member. Mubian claimed he was just assisting in this matter. Burong felt disgusted seeing someone with top sword skills like Mubian serving a kid like Estio. However, Mubian was proud, as from Bairang's perspective, it seemed like he was serving Estio well. Burong had walked away and brought out her weapon. Mubian had warned her that it wasn't her request but Estio's. Burong then pointed her weapon at one of the chefs and announced that she had received a request from the Magic Research Division to eliminate the escaped monster. She told the two chefs to speak up and identify the real one. The chefs argued until Burong decided to slash both of them. They tried to calm her down, explaining that they had requested Estio's help. Burong realized that the leader wouldn't allow her to kill them since a formal request had been given. She wondered about Estio's blindfold and questioned why he wore it. Estio claimed it was nothing. Burong pondered how Estio could determine the real chef with his eyes covered, knowing he couldn't use his hard-reading ability. Estio asked the chefs to put their hands on his, making them confused. Both chefs touched Estio's hands, and Burong wondered if Estio could read their hearts through hand-holding. Estio fell into deep concentration. The chef on Estio's left realized his abilities and asked him to prove who the real one was. Estio concluded that the one on his left was genuine, while the one on his right felt empty. They argued that one of them was real. Estio understood everything and suggested going together to the Magic Research Division to confirm the real chef. He told Burong that killing monsters wasn't the only solution. They could also return the doppelganger to where it came from. Burong couldn't help but feel frustrated. Later at the Magic Research Division, Mubian noticed how strict the security had been when he saw numerous guards, unlike other guild buildings. He wondered if something secretive had been happening in the area. The guards greeted Estio and the others, and Estio stated that he had come to retrieve the monster the division had lost. The guards then provided directions to the first underground floor to meet the head. Mubian was impressed by the magically crafted stairs and the floating telemarbles around. Burong explained that telemarbles were used for surveillance, sending images to allow others to see what was happening on their side. Estio questioned where the other side was, and Burong clarified that it could be anywhere reachable by the telemarbles' magic. Estio then realized they were being watched, but Mubian disagreed, suggesting that the telemarbles were merely surveilling the area, as they were scattered all over the buildings and ceilings. Estio asked Mubian how he knew about them, and Mubian explained that they had similar ones at home, though the ones in the Magic Research Division were larger and more beautiful. At that moment, Mubian received thanks from a woman for his compliments. The woman, along with some others, appeared and was unsure if she had correctly addressed Mubian's name and title. Mubian corrected her, and she apologized, admitting she didn't know how to act around nobles. Realizing she had become distracted, she quickly approached Estio, warmly greeting him as a guild leader. The woman, named Xuan Burke, introduced herself and giggled suddenly, confessing to being a fan of Estio. She found his abilities unique and expressed a desire to research and experiment with them. Estio became anxious upon hearing this. Xuan also greeted Barang, who was frustrated due to overlapping requests with Estio. Xuan observed Bairang's apparent dislike for Estio. Mubian then confirmed their request regarding the doppelganger. Xuan expected the doppelganger to be killed but was relieved to learn it had been captured without any damage. Mubian mentioned that it could have turned into a bloodbath if Estio hadn't been there. Xuan dismissed the significance, stating that the monster wouldn't die easily. She explained that a doppelganger was a type of spirit originating from the physical world. Mubian wondered if Xuan was experimenting with creating spirits, but Xuan denied it, insisting it was impossible. She shared that her discovery of the doppelganger was accidental, as she stumbled upon it while investigating an old mirror displaying psychic phenomena. It was during this investigation that the doppelganger emerged from the mirror. Estio had realized why he couldn't read its heart. When Xuan proposed taking the spirit with them, Estio inquired about their plans. Knowing it was impossible to control or kill the spirit, Xuan decided to reseal it back into the mirror. She explained that spirits have a strong connection with the object they originated from, making it possible to trap them back inside. Mubian questioned the need to threaten the spirit, and Xuan clarified that it was for everyone's safety. Xuan threatened to destroy the mirror, compelling the doppelganger to return to its original form. Despite concerns about whether the spirit would be securely sealed, Xuan remained uncertain. Barang, expressing doubt, suggested killing it to avoid potential harm in the future. Disregarding any reservations, Barang labeled the spirit a monster and attacked the mirror. Estio attempted to intervene, but everyone suddenly froze as they witnessed something unusual. The doppelganger had replicated Barang, now with black hair. Upon glimpsing the doppelganger's appearance, everyone became puzzled by its black hair. Yun Barang shivered, and Xuan explained that doppelgangers reflect one's true self. This realization struck Yun Barang as she remembered her hair had originally been black. Estio then recalled that Yun Barang kept her true name and background a secret. Yun Barang shot a menacing look and attempted to attack again. Estio quickly commanded Mubian to intervene. Sensing the danger in Yun Bairang's intent, Mubian realized she was set on harming everyone in the room. Trembling, Yun Barang insisted that no one should know about her past because a specific person had saved her. Examining her original features, Mubian wondered if Yun Barang originally came from the east. Yun Barang declared she should have eliminated the doppelganger from the start, and began blaming Estio. Estio sensed her fear and implored Xuan to forget everything she had just witnessed. He instructed her to only recall the doppelganger transforming into the head chef and using its powers, while insisting that Yun Barang had not been present. Suddenly, Xuan collapsed along with the chef and other researchers. Estio called out to Yun Barang, but she asked him not to use her full name. Despite Estio's assurance that others wouldn't remember the recent events, Yun Barang remained wary, noting the presence of telemarbles. Estio reassured her that it wouldn't be an issue and asked for her trust, even offering his life if he lied. Yun Barang lowered her weapon, realizing that Estio had already grasped all her thoughts the first time they met. She inquired once more whether Estio had wiped everyone's memories, and he confirmed. Puzzled, she questioned why Estio hadn't revealed her secrets, or used them against her. Estio explained that he simply didn't want to, offering no specific reason. In tears, Yun Barang expressed her disdain for beings like them, referring to them as monsters, and walked away. Estio then instructed the doppelganger to cease imitating Yun Barang. The doppelganger, confused, wondered why it was despised when it hadn't harmed anyone. It deemed itself useless and questioned the purpose of its existence. Estio, kneeling down, reassured the spirit that someone would come searching for it. He asserted that there was no life in the world that was without purpose. A month later, Estio got a request to go to the Turk branch. Nubian remembered that it was a big desert region in the south, and that made Parker worried about accepting the request. Estio said this request was about sealing the mirror spirit, and since it was connected to the doppelganger incident, he wanted to see it through to the end. When they learned they were going to a desert, Ahura got excited because it was his hometown. Nija was eager to meet Ahura's relatives. Nubian wondered if plants also had family structures, and Ahura explained that even though they didn't have bloodlines like humans, he could remember his mother and siblings. Technically, anyone could be their siblings, which was interesting. Instead of Kai, she recommended Yun Burang as Estio's support for the task. Estio remembered that Yun Burang had previously declined to work with him, but this time, she approached him to join. Yun Burang personally sought approval from the guild master to be part of Estio's team, wanting to stay close to the person who knew her secret. Estio took some time to consider and ultimately rejected her request flatly. He told her they had enough team members and promised to keep her secret. However, Yun Burang still didn't trust him. Estio said the same. He didn't want someone on his team who didn't trust him. Yun Burang felt frustrated and admitted she was wrong. She apologized for mistreating his allies before and promised not to harm anything without his permission, as the leader disliked it. Yun Burang asked Estio to make a promise to keep her secret. Estio agreed and accepted her conditions but clarified that his companions were allies, not pets. He asked Yun Burang to treat them as allies too. Yun Burang had no choice but to agree. Kai then told them to hurry, or the portal would close. The team went through the portal. Estio assured Kai they wouldn't take long, and Kai asked them to stay safe. Shortly after, the team reached the scorching hot desert. Parker felt anxious because they hadn't arranged for a camel beforehand. Nubian pondered whether Parker, the delivery expert, had ever delivered to a desert before. Parker explained that it wasn't practical for a bird to travel in the desert due to sandstorms. At that moment, Parker considered if Niju, who originally lived in cold mountains, was comfortable joining them. Niju assured them she was fine, mentioning her half-human nature. Nubian jokingly suggested shaving her fur if it got too hot, but Niju felt embarrassed at the thought. Nubian admitted they had no clue about the desert, and everyone agreed. Yun Burang then mentioned it was her 5th time visiting the desert. Nubian questioned the reason, and she said it was for requests. Nubian, curious, asked why someone young would go to the desert for requests. Yun Burang got flustered, claiming it wasn't his business. This led to an argument between the two, while Nubian and Parker urged Estio to continue leading the way. Nubian, feeling bored, proposed that Yun Burang share more about herself to bond with the team. He emphasized that it's easier to distance oneself from a stranger, but knowing someone's situation might make it harder. Yun Burang couldn't come up with a response. The team had gathered everything they needed, except for a way to get to Turk. Parker suggested using camels, but Yun Burang said they needed a skilled astrologer to guide them. When Estio looked puzzled, Parker clarified that astrologers were people who predicted things using the stars. However, they were banned in the Ruberazan Empire because they seemed like frauds. Nubian disagreed with the idea. Yun Burang stressed the importance of finding a genuine astrologer and mentioned that astrology was similar to the Empire's shamanism. Estio and Niju were still confused by the conversation. Yun Burang sighed and explained that astrologers could read the stars' paths and were necessary for traveling in deserts. They could even locate oases in the middle of the desert. Parker suggested using a map, but Yun Burang exclaimed that the magical axis in the Turk desert constantly changed, and maps and magical compasses wouldn't help at all. Parker then wondered how the magical axis changed. Yun explained that there were mirages that could make one hallucinate, and monsters could jump out at any moment. She insisted that they needed to find a proper astrologer since the desert was a dangerous place. The others then wondered what to do. Yun Burang suggested following the merchant caravan since that was what she usually did. These merchants hired guards to protect themselves from monsters and thugs. Parker then realized that they should offer their services as escorts, and Yun Burang confirmed that. Nubian, Parker, and Estio then agreed with Yun Burang's plan. Afterward, many merchants looked for escorts with various combat skills. Estio's team was amazed to encounter so many of them. The Ignis Guild mark on Estio's uniform caught people's attention, sparking discussions around them. Parker suggested joining the biggest merchant troupe. Yun Burang thought it was the perfect moment to use their guild's name. At that moment, Estio sensed something and turned to look. A child approached and inquired why Estio didn't have a star. The girl explained that everyone was born under a unique star, which could reveal one's fate, guiding them on a path. She said her family and other mercenaries had stars, but she wondered why Estio didn't have one. Nubian then accused the child of being a scammer. The girl responded by telling Nubian that he had an ugly-looking star, predicting a tough life ahead. Nubian was displeased, insisting he was handsome, but Yun Burong told him to calm down, clarifying that the child referred to his star, not his face. Nubian kept insisting that his star was beautiful too. The child went on to describe Parker's star as small but shining gently, suggesting Parker might be a guardian angel. Parker corrected her, saying he was not an angel but an avian, someone with wings. Despite this, the girl continued to call him an angel because his star appeared gentle. All of a sudden, an elderly man showed up and insisted that the child used to be a star contractor. The girl then named the child Alzanib, and he introduced himself as Russell, the head of the Parima merchants. Estio, in turn, revealed himself as the leader of the Ignis Guild, causing Russell to get visibly nervous. In his mind, he marveled at encountering the rumored rookie executive with the ability to understand people's thoughts. Russell then introduced Alzanib as his niece and one of the most skilled star contractors in the desert. Parker curiously asked about the term, star contractor, and wondered if it was similar to being an astrologer. Russell clarified that star contractors weren't your regular astrologers. Instead, they could directly hear the whispers of stars. They earned the title because they formed contracts with star spirits, making them highly esteemed individuals. Russell mentioned that Alzanib suggested coming to the job hunters area, believing they could find exceptional individuals, and he was astonished to meet the leader of the Ignis Guild. Estio questioned whether Russell was looking to hire mercenaries, to which Russell replied that he had already hired someone and someone was calling him from a distance. A man had called Estio a black-haired brat, and Estio recognized the way he spoke. It turned out to be Josemark and others from the Ballista Guild. Even the merchants recognized Josemark's team. Josemark laughed it off and said that the guild had fallen apart after their guild master ran away. He explained that they had been working as mercenaries lately, and the others silently greeted Estio and his team. Estio hadn't expected to meet them again, and Josemark agreed. Then, Josemark noticed Estio's blindfold and wondered if he had hurt his eyes. Estio claimed it was something like that, and Josemark worried if he would be okay working without his sight. Josemark assumed that Estio's rank had gone down for him to end up in the Turk desert. Just then, they noticed Yun Burong glaring at them, and the former Ballista members freaked out to see her. Yun Burong told them not to talk to her. Estio had wondered if they were the ones hired by the Parima merchants. Josemark, feeling concerned, confirmed and pondered whether it was the same team as Estio's. Russell then clarified that it wasn't possible because he lacked the funds for an additional team. In response, Estio asked Russell if his team could join them since both groups needed to reach the Turk tribe's village. Russell expressed his concern, mentioning that he couldn't afford to pay them. However, Estio assured him that they didn't need any money. Despite Russell's worry about Ignis Guild members working for free, the others were determined to reach their destination. Russell eventually agreed, cautioning them that Parima merchants never made requests without expecting something in return. He emphasized the need to lose some to gain some, reflecting a merchant's mindset. To address their concerns, he promised to share a portion of their sales once they reached the village. Everyone had gone to depart and looked around. They saw carriages, elephants, and camels. Parker wondered if they would ride camels, but Russell told them they would ride something different. He pointed at something that looked like a crustacean's leg, calling it unconventional. He reassured them that their ride was gentle and sturdy, but the giant figure's shadow loomed over the whole team. Russell claimed they were similar to horses. Estio then stepped forward and felt the creature's sturdy surface, wondering if it was wearing armor. Suddenly, he heard it tell him that it liked him. Since he was blindfolded, he asked Parker what kind of animal it was. Parker claimed it was too big to be called an animal. They turned out to be huge desert crabs. Estio was puzzled because he didn't know what a crab was. Parker explained that crabs usually lived in the sea, but the ones in the desert were large enough to be ridden, even though they looked a bit strange. Russell then instructed them to ride the blue desert crab while he took the green hairy desert crab. Nubian was unsure because he had no experience riding crabs. Russell assured him not to worry and just sit properly on the saddle and hold on. Nubian was concerned because the saddle was tilted to the side. Yun Burong then chimed in, saying it was obvious since crabs walked sideways. She suddenly appeared, riding a crab that walked forward in a straight line. Mubian was shocked and pointed out that it contradicted what she had just said. Yun Brown claimed she was riding a different species. Parker got on the crab and found Estio seemingly okay. He began to wonder if Estio was afraid of crabs. Parker became concerned for his leader and tried to reassure him that it was safe. He suggested Estio ride with Niju, but suddenly, the crab in front of him grabbed Estio, wanting him to ride it. Estio was placed on the saddle alongside Alzanib. Alzanib explained that Poco the crab was her blue desert crab. Shortly after, Alzanib confirmed once again that Estio didn't have a star. Estio pondered on the significance of lacking a star. Alzanib then clarified that every human is born with a star, and depending on the person's heart, the starlight can either shine brighter or dimmer. These stars, unique in shape, serve as indicators of potential danger. It was the basics of astrology. Estio began to feel like not having a star meant he wasn't truly alive. He started wondering if Alzanib was afraid of him, but the child insisted that someone liked by Poco couldn't be a bad person. Later that evening, the group set up camp and had dinner. Alzanib inquired about Parker's name, and he introduced himself as Bernie Parker. She questioned why Parker and not Bernie. Parker explained that in their village, when an avian is born, they receive the village's name, and it comes first in their own name. His given name was Parker. Just then, Jose Mark noticed something arriving and making a sound. It was a black cat, and Mubian suddenly had an ominous feeling. Jose Mark then wondered why Mubian, who wasn't a guild member, was following a kid like Estio. Mubian got upset and questioned why everyone kept calling Estio a kid. Jose Mark argued that Estio was just a rookie and looked like someone who couldn't handle swords and magic. He pondered how someone like Estio got into the Ignis Guild. Suddenly, he considered if Estio might be a noble's child. Mubian sighed, smacked Jose Mark, and told him but that's where this video ends.